Gravis charged forward again as Boro readied himself. These attacks from Gravis couldn't even shake his defense, and Boro started to believe that Gravis actually wasn't that strong. Sure, he could destroy Boro's metal body, but that was a very specialized attack. As long as Boro didn't transform into metal, Gravis didn't seem to be an issue. Bang! Gravis evaded to the side as he barely dodged a goring from the tusks. Then he attacked Boro's hide. Sadly, he didn't have enough power to penetrate Boro's thick hide. Even though Gravis had used his full physical power, he could only leave a minor scratch, which didn't even make Boro bleed. Additionally, this injury was so light that it regenerated in just a couple of seconds. Shing! 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 Suddenly, several metal spikes came out of the earth as they shot at Gravis with incredible speed. Whoop! And the spikes vanished. Boro was shocked when he noticed that his attack had simply vanished. What was going on? Of course, Gravis simply destroyed the will on the metal and summoned it into his spirit space. When Gravis saw the thin spikes, a cold light came out of his eyes. This was an initial law comprehension rank material. Gravis didn't have the power to forge with such a powerful metal yet, but that wasn't important right now. After all, Boro had already created these spikes for him. Whoop! Shing! Gravis summoned one of the spikes and used his full power to attack Boro. Sabers could stab, but they certainly weren't the best tools to stab something. Yet, these thin and long spikes were perfect for stabbing someone. The spike went through Boro's skin but was stopped by the muscles. Yet, it had still managed to get quite deep into his body. Boro was surprised when he noticed that Gravis had managed to injure him. He also grew enraged when he realized that Gravis had used Boro's own weapon. Rah! Boro shouted as his body suddenly grew to be as big as Gravis. Then, he turned to the side and hit Gravis with his tusk. Boro was still faster than Gravis, even with the law of suppression suppressing him. Bang! Gravis blocked with his shield but still got shot into the distance. Additionally, Gravis also felt some of his muscles tear by the shock. Yet, Gravis wasn't the old Gravis anymore. Sir. In less than a second, all his muscles had been repaired. One shouldn't forget that Gravis had comprehended all the body-related growth laws. These small injuries no longer decreased his battle strength. As Gravis flew away, Boro grabbed the still-stuck spear with his trunk. Bang! Shing! Yet, Gravis exploded forward again with his full speed and attacked Boro's trunk with another spear. Boro noticed and pulled his trunk away at the last second. If Gravis injured his trunk, this would become an issue. Of course, due to that, a second spear buried itself into Boro's body. Now Boro had enough. Roo-hoo! A loud trumpet, created by the elephant's trunk, echoed throughout the surroundings. Together with the sound, some kind of vibration went through the air. Gravis felt his body shake. Then, Boro turned to him and impaled Gravis with a tusk. Gravis tried to evade, but the sound that Boro had given off before had cut off the connection between his body and his spirit. Gravis couldn't control his body at all. Shing! Boro's tusk went through Gravis' abdomen but not through the middle. At the last moment, when Gravis had realized that he couldn't move his body, he used his spirit to move it. Yet, his spirit wasn't fast enough and only managed to move the body slightly to the side. Due to that, Boro's tusk went through the side of Gravis' torso. Die! Boro shouted. Then he concentrated, and nothing happened. Boro was still concentrating, and Gravis was looking at him in confusion. Then, Gravis pulled himself out of the tusk and healed himself as he gained some distance. By now, Boro looked with absolute shock at Gravis. Gravis was also surprised by Boro's shocked expression and decided to wait. Usually, he would have taken advantage of such an obvious opportunity, but this was not tempering right now. How? Boro said with shock. How do you still have muscles? He shouted in shock. First, Gravis was a bit confused, but then he realized why Boro was shocked. You tried to destroy my muscles with the composition law of muscles? Gravis asked. Boro didn't answer, but his expression told Gravis that he had hit the nail on the head. Beasts needed physical contact to use the composition laws. So, when he had impaled Gravis on his tusk, He had tried to dissolve Gravis' muscles, just how Gravis had dissolved his metal. Yet, for some reason, Boro's soul just couldn't grab a hold of Gravis' muscles. It was like he was trying to manipulate and tear on something that he had no comprehension of. It was like he was trying to tear earth or wood apart. Gravis' muscles didn't feel like muscles at all. Just as I had expected, Gravis thought as he scratched his chin while still paying attention to Boro. The composition laws of the body can also tear bodies apart. Maybe it's actually not that bad that my body is made up of lightning. Advantages and disadvantages, huh? Gravis' eyes shone. But I need to be careful of that sound wave. This is probably the elephant's level 2 law. It probably has something to do with sound, and it shakes and disrupts my body. He has now seen that I can still kind of move under his shock thanks to my spirit. I think if I transform into lightning, I should be able to move. Yet, I'm not a big fan of showing everyone that I can transform into lightning. Telling it to some beasts I trust is different from announcing it to the world. The lightning ultimate already has a huge issue with me. If he tries to destroy my punishment lightning compo, slap, Gravis face-bombed, surprising the audience. What was he doing in the middle of a fight? Ever since Gravis had been impaled, the fighting had stopped. What am I even thinking about? The guy doesn't know punishment lightning. Hey Meadow, how many beasts know punishment lightning? Gravis asked with a voice transmission. Meadow was a bit surprised that Gravis suddenly asked her this seemingly random question in the middle of a fight. None as far as I know. Let me just ask sorry. Nope. She also doesn't know of one. Gravis' eyes shone as he smirked. So only Steer, the Grand Elder, knows punishment lightning right now. That's good. By now, Boro had recovered from his shock. He still couldn't find an explanation for why he couldn't tear Gravis' muscles apart. But that didn't matter. Though, did it really not matter? As Boro thought more about his situation, he began to become more and more frustrated. He couldn't transform into metal, which was his primary way of attacking and defending himself. He couldn't use his metal spikes. Gravis could still move under his level 2 law. Additionally, he couldn't tear Gravis' muscles apart. One weapon after the other became useless. Let's continue, Gravis said as he charged forward again. Thus began a long and grueling brawl. Gravis and Boro brawled for multiple hours. Whenever Boro unleashed the sound wave, Gravis transformed into lightning and evaded the attack. He hadn't used that technique in a while, but it had proven quite effective in this fight. When the beasts saw Gravis transforming into lightning for the first time, their eyes nearly fell out of their heads. They hadn't known that this was possible. Yet, ironically, even though they knew more than the several lords that had seen Gravis transform into lightning in the past, their elevated knowledge made them assume the wrong thing. The lords had realized that Gravis could transform into lightning, while these experienced kings and emperors thought that this was just some kind of exotic law. So, even though the emperors knew so much more than lords, their knowledge made them arrive at a wrong conclusion. None of them even suspected that Gravis was actually lightning. This was a logical conclusion. For example, if Gravis could do magic and showed it to a mortal, the mortal might believe that Gravis could do magic. Yet, if he showed his magic to a powerful cultivator, they would simply think that it was some kind of exotic cultivation technique. After all, the cultivators knew how magical cultivation techniques could be while the mortals didn't. Gravis didn't even realize what an amazing thing he was accomplishing right now. If one thought back to his fights ever since he had arrived in this world, one would realize that Gravis could never directly confront an opponent 3 levels above him. He always had to evade every single attack. If he couldn't evade, he would die from just a single attack. His enemies had always been so overpowering that he wasn't allowed to make even one mistake. Yet look at him now. He directly fought an opponent 3 levels above himself without even using his punishment lightning as an attack. Sure, Gravis also wasn't injuring his opponent much, but he could actually defend himself against his opponent's powerful attacks. This transformation had happened very gradually. Over a long period of time, without Gravis even attempting to increase it, he had involuntarily increased his defense, his biggest weakness, to a terrifying level. It all began with the black scale he had consumed when he had become a spirit beast. Back then, his new scale's defensive capabilities had been impressive, but nothing that allowed him to jump an additional level. They had simply been an excellent extra defense. Then came his fight against the Golden Dragon. Back then, he had learned the ability to forge powerful weapons. The first thing he had created back then was a shield. That shield had allowed him to defend himself against the Golden Dragon. Yet, he had still been close to death during the entire fight. Then, Gravis had created his armor, which protected him even more against his enemies' attacks. Yet, even with the armor, without his scales, his organs would have been shot out of his body. The hard but flexible texture of his scales allowed Gravis to protect his organs from any intense attacks. After that, Gravis changed his torso's makeup to protect his innards even more against such attacks. Together with his shield, armor, and scales, he managed to block the attacks of opponents 3 levels above him. Yet, Gravis still had issues with regeneration. Every injury he had received during one of his blocks had weakened him, but when he had comprehended the growth laws of the body, that weakness had also vanished. Ever since that point, Gravis had managed to create an overpowering defense against physical attacks. The strongest physical attack of his current opponent, the gray elephant, was a charge with his tusks. This was arguably one of the most powerful physical attacks any beast on this level could produce. Elephants always had powerful bodies, and the tusks were mighty spears. Yes, Gravis' body was still penetrated by the tusks, but his body didn't transform into chunks, which would have been the case earlier in his life. Gravis had transformed from constantly evading to still being able to evade but not needing to. Now, he could also just block the attacks. Yet, physical attacks were not the only attacks an enemy could unleash. There were also elemental attacks. Beasts could unleash their elements to unleash attacks even stronger than what their body could produce. The Inquisitor was a good example. His earth spires had been so overpowering that they had even destroyed many of Gravis' shields. Yet, that weakness had also been covered up by something. Gravis hadn't expected that his elemental composition laws would do much, but they had proven more useful than he had imagined. Back when Gravis had concentrated on his composition laws, he had expected that they wouldn't increase his battle strength. After all, they were just composition laws. How could they help in killing his enemies? He couldn't even control these elements. But now, when an enemy released an elemental attack, Gravis could weaken or even destroy it. This reduced the attack's power to the same level as the enemy's physical attacks, and in some cases making them even weaker than that. If Gravis had a rematch with the Inquisitor right now, and if the Inquisitor were a level 1 Emperor, everything would be different. Gravis would be able to notice the spires and destroy them with his composition law of Earth before they could even reach him. Gravis could simply charge at the Inquisitor and continue attacking his defense until he was out of energy. An additional point was that Gravis could destroy any kind of remote-controlled element with his will aura. This even took the auxiliary advantages of the elements and laws away from the opponent. Then came the will aura. Right now, Gravis' will aura was as powerful in relation to his realm as never before. This was the first time in which Gravis had reached the peak of what his will aura could achieve. It was almost impossible to increase it even more before increasing his realm. That's when the aspect switched from defense to speed. His will aura and law of suppression took away the speed advantage of the opponent. Additionally, Gravis had always focused on speed and attack. So, naturally, Gravis' speed was incredible. His will aura also protected him against any beast with the wood element. Beasts or plants with the wood element could attack the soul, and with Gravis' powerful spirit, which he naturally had as a human, and his overpowering will aura, he was even safe from that. The last aspect was Gravis' attack, which was fully covered by his punishment lightning and lightning crescent. Gravis never had any issues with attack power. Without noticing, Gravis had eliminated all his weaknesses. Back then, his opponents had been faster than him, stronger than him, and had a more powerful defense. Yet, right now, his opponent was about as fast as Gravis, couldn't reliably penetrate his defense, and got injured even without Gravis using his lightning. One would think that Gravis only met opponents that he countered, but that was far from the truth. Yes, Gravis countered these opponents, but that wasn't luck. One would think that being able to counter a specific aspect of an opponent was luck. Yet, when one countered every aspect of every opponent, it could no longer count as luck. This was strength. Gravis countered the auxiliary advantages of his opponents with his spirit and will aura. Gravis countered the physical attacks of his opponents with his scales, armor, and regeneration. Gravis countered the elemental attacks of his opponents with his will aura, spirit, and composition laws. Gravis countered the speed of his opponents with his will aura, law of suppression, and his own speed. Gravis countered the elemental defense of his opponent with his will aura, composition laws, and attacking power. Gravis countered the physical defense of his opponents with his attacking power. Gravis countered every aspect of every opponent. Something like this could no longer be called a counter. This was simply how being stronger worked. As the fight continued, Gravis realized that his law of danger hadn't even been triggered a single time in several hours. His opponent seemingly only attacked in a very direct and straightforward manner. Yet, his opponent just couldn't unleash any more powerful attacks. He couldn't use his element. He couldn't use his level 2 law. This only left him with physical attacks, and Gravis' defense and speed were high enough that these attacks became irrelevant. As the fight continued, Gravis became more and more disappointed. He had expected that this fight wouldn't count as tempering, but he hadn't expected to feel this safe. It was almost like his opponent was helpless in front of him. This was an emperor. This was a beast 3 entire levels above him. Yet, the elephant couldn't even threaten Gravis. The only thing that might be dangerous would be his eventual all-out attack, but Gravis was prepared for that, especially. Literally nothing the elephant could do could be a threat to Gravis. Gravis realized that he couldn't use this fight to comprehend more laws. This wasn't more effective than just sitting around. Gravis summoned a new saber, which was crackling with powerful lightning. Then he slashed at Boro from a close distance. Boom! The preloaded lightning crescent swallowed Boro as Gravis simply looked on. Of course, an emperor wasn't so weak that they would die to one lightning crescent. Because of that, Boro still managed to survive. Yet, he had lost 2 legs, several bones, and the entire right side of his body. Right now, his organs were barely holding on. He was severely injured, and if he didn't get a moment of peace soon, his life energy would run out. Boro became panicked and no longer hesitated. He turned to the hovering Gravis, opened his mouth, and unleashed an unbelievably powerful gray beam. This was the all-out attack from a divine beast, and since all emperors counted as divine beasts, every emperor had this attack. Gravis' law of danger was triggered for the first time, but this attack was precisely the reason why he hadn't directly unleashed a second lightning crescent. He had something that he wanted to try out. Gravis didn't move out of the way of the all-out attack, even though he had seen it coming. He wanted to try something. It should work in theory, but I need to test it, he thought. Gravis pointed his right hand at the beam and put all his power into his spirit. Then, he used all his concentration and used the law of metal composition, which was comprised of the laws of hard pure and medium pure materials. The all-out attack of a divine beast worked by transforming the user's realm into pure elemental energy, which would tear everything apart, similar to lightning. Of course, even if it was similar to lightning, it had nothing to do with it in actuality. SSSHHH. Sure enough, the beam started breaking down as it turned into concentrated energy. Gravis' eyes shone when he saw that. Everything in the cosmos was comprised of energy. When energy was put in a certain form, it transformed into matter. Then all its properties changed. Gravis' law of composition could turn an offensive elemental attack into its earlier form, which was matter. That was why the elephant's body didn't turn into energy, but into dust when Gravis had used his composition law on his enemy's metal body. Energy transformed into matter, which then transformed into an elemental attack. Yet, the all-out attack from a divine beast was different. They transformed parts of their body into energy, which would then transform into this pure elemental energy. Usually, using this elemental energy as an attack would be useless. After all, it wasn't nearly as powerful as a normal elemental attack. Of course, by sacrificing an entire realm, the quantity far outweighed the lack of quality. There was just so much elemental energy stored inside a beast's realm that it was astonishing. So Gravis got an idea. If the composition law turned elemental attacks into a scattered form of the previous state, which was dust, what would happen if he did the same thing with an all-out attack? Even though an all-out attack was far more powerful than any attack a beast could muster, the quality remained the same. It was still an attack equivalent to the beast's realm. The only difference was that there was basically more of it. This meant that his will aura was still powerful enough to completely negate this attack, and even if this didn't work, the attack would be weak enough that Gravis wouldn't die if he were hit. The beam shot at Gravis with incredible speed, but before it reached his body, the attack had vanished. Of course, it hadn't truly vanished, but since energy couldn't be seen, it just appeared like it had vanished. Hush! Gravis felt the movement of energy in the air with a smirk. Bzzzzz. Then, Gravis transformed into lightning. The blast of pure energy washed over him as his lightning transformation absorbed all of it. His lightning transformation liquefied his foundation, and it used the energy in the surroundings to recover itself. Inside his lightning transformation, Gravis' regeneration of lightning was many times higher than in his physical form. The problem was that he was rather vulnerable in this form, which was why he rarely used it. The concentrated blast of energy was fully absorbed by Gravis. As soon as this pure form of energy touched his lightning, it was turned into more lightning, and since Gravis was lightning, there was more of him now. Bang! Gravis transformed back into his physical form and felt his body shake in delight. He had just absorbed the entire realm of an emperor. This was no different from killing and consuming one. Gravis had basically consumed his enemy with this action, and his body was about to become a level 5 king. Boro looked crestfallen and in shock at Gravis, as he couldn't believe what he had just seen. He had noticed long ago that he couldn't win via normal means. Yet, he hadn't expected that his all-out attack, which required him to sacrifice his realm, would be even more useless than his physical attacks. The kings and emperors froze as they watched Gravis. They had already been shocked when they had seen him fight an emperor like it was nothing. He was a level 4 king. Yet, even the all-out attack of an emperor had been shrugged off by him like it was just a slight breeze. Even Meadow, and Azure were shocked beyond belief. They knew that Gravis was powerful, but ignoring the all-out attack of an emperor was something entirely different. Even a level 2 emperor would have issues with such an attack. Gravis turned to Boro with a smile. Right now, Boro was a severely injured level 5 king. "Thanks," he said. Bang! And Boro was dead. Gravis simply blasted his head off with a regular lightning bolt. During the entire duration of the fight, Gravis had only used some of his lightning to increase his speed. Yet, he had only used such a small amount of lightning that, in the end, he still had over 80% of his lightning remaining. Additionally, his spirit and body had still been in their peak condition. Gravis' body shook as he became bigger. He grew from 250 meters tall to 1,250 meters tall. For the first time in his life, Gravis' height had become taller than a kilometer. Gravis enjoyed the feeling of becoming stronger, but that feeling was quickly replaced by an annoying thought. Creating my new equipment takes way too much, or... He thought with a sigh. Well, as soon as I become an emperor, I can save a lot of, or... At that time, I can fight while only being 2 meters tall. When Gravis finished his evolution, he turned back into his smaller form. He didn't like it when he was so big. It just felt clunky and bothersome. 2 meters was already a bit too much for his liking, but he could accept that. Gravis cracked his neck as he enjoyed the sensation of having more power than before. Then, he simply flew down to Meadow, and Azure. "I'm done," Gravis said with a smile. The three of them remained silent as they only watched him. "Fuck me sideways," Meadow commented. "As soon as you're a level 5 emperor, I won't be the most powerful plant or beast anymore." Gravis chuckled. "Oh, come on. You know 5 level 3 laws. I felt your battle strength, and it's even more powerful than mine," he admitted. "Dude, did you fry your brain with lightning?" Meadow said. "You think I was as powerful in your realm? You think I was so powerful when I became a level 5 emperor?" Dude, I learned my first level 3 law thousands of years after becoming a level 5 emperor. I don't think that you're thousands of years old, are you? I don't agree, Gravis said. Age is irrelevant. Only the realm is important. As soon as I pay attention to age, I'm taking a step down. I don't want to be the most powerful being for my age, but the most powerful being for my realm. As long as my longevity doesn't run out, I can spend enough time inside my realm to become the strongest. So, it makes no difference if I'm 9,000 years old or only 90. The three of them remained silent again. It wasn't that they were impressed by Gravis' mindset, but that his words had resonated with them. Well, at least with two of them. Meadow kind of didn't care. Azure thought deeply about Gravis' words. Without her realizing it, she had already stopped comparing herself to some beasts. As soon as she had come to know about Gravis' relationship with Lightning, she had already stopped comparing herself to him. This guy had known a level 3 law as a lord. Comparing herself to him would be unfair and depressing. She had simply accepted that they lived in different worlds. As soon as Ferris had comprehended his level 3 law, she had also stopped comparing herself to him. Ferris was over 2,000 years older than her. How could she compare herself to someone that was thousands of years older? He had had much more time to comprehend laws while she hadn't. Yet, when Gravis threw away an age gap of 50,000 years and called it irrelevant, she felt her insides shake. Gravis had ignored such a massive age gap and had compared himself to the second most ancient being in this world. After Heaven, a being that had comprehended 5 level 3 laws. Azure felt ashamed when she thought about her own mindset. Gravis had compared himself to Meadow, while she hadn't even dared to compare herself to Ferris. I need to think, Azure said suddenly as she flew away. Gravis was a bit surprised at her weird reaction. He hadn't said anything weird, had he? Meanwhile, Sari was also lost in thought. She was about 12,500 years old, and her longevity wouldn't hold out for another 1,000 years. She had comprehended so incredibly much about life laws, which had allowed her to live this long in the first place. She had long given up her dream of becoming an ascender. Thousands of years of seeing nearly no progress had worn her down. Her only desire had been to spend her last years in company she enjoyed. Yet wasn't Gravis right? She still had her full battle strength, and her mind and soul also hadn't become slower. There was actually no difference between her and a younger ultimate. Even more, there was actually no difference between her and Meadow. All of them still had all the capabilities to understand a level 3 law and become an ascender. Why had she stopped? Because I'm weak, Sari thought. Of course, she didn't mean her battle strength, but her mindset. She had given up. Her tenacity had run out. Sari looked at the sky with longing. Then, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a powerful green light came out of her as she opened her eyes. Now her eyes only showed a fiery battle intent. I'll be right back, she said with a stalwart voice. Her voice sounded completely different from earlier. It was almost like she was an entirely different beast. When Meadow saw her eyes, she felt surprised but delighted. Go, get them, Meadow shouted. Bang! The ground exploded as Sari shot into the sky with unreal speed. As she flew, she became bigger and bigger. Her scales and muscles also bulged as an intense amount of life energy strengthened them to insane degrees. She didn't have an elemental affinity. She was a purely physical beast, which meant that her body was more powerful than every other beast. That was why she had focused on the life laws. She could strengthen her body, increase her defense, and regenerate herself. Sari only used physical attacks, but her physical attacks were brutal. Everything was focused on her physical body, and when she fought like a bloodthirsty berserker. Gravis looked with shock as the 1,000 kilometers long, green snake shot towards the Grand Lake. Yet, instead of charging at a strider, Sari charged into the water. Today, she would either break through or die. Today, she would fight all the ultimates of the sea beasts. At once, Sari raised her gigantic tail and slammed it into the middle of the Grand Lake. As long as she didn't attack the striders, they wouldn't care about her. Boom! Water splashed into the horizons as she destroyed a big part of an empire of the sea beasts, and countless beasts died during this one attack. Sari didn't care about these beasts. She only attacked the empire to force the ultimates to fight her. "Fight me! All of you!" she shouted as her voice shook the water. Bang! 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 3 beasts shot out of the water with incredible speed. One of them was a sea bass with legs and arms. In his hand, he carried the broken-off pike of a swordfish. When Gravis saw that, his eyes shone. Orthar has already told the ultimates about human weapons. His influence has truly grown. Another ultimate was a giant octopus with an unreal amount of tentacles. He looked less like an octopus and more like some of these microorganisms that looked like balls with tentacles. Gravis was sure that this wasn't Orthar since the octopus didn't feel familiar at all. Additionally, Gravis was sure that Orthar wouldn't have chosen such a form. The third ultimate was a gray lobster but with a lot of additional shears. This ultimate didn't only have lobster shears, but also shrimp shears and crab shears. Every kind of shear could be used as a different weapon, and Gravis got reminded of Meadow's true form when he saw it. Meadow had also had a lot of different kinds of weapons on her. Of course, this lobster couldn't truly be compared to Meadow. Silence reigned for a couple of seconds. Yet, Gravis was sure that the ultimates were communicating. They probably tried to determine if they had run into a trap and if some other ultimates would get involved. Gravis was still a bit confused about Sari's sudden, unprovoked action. Why had she suddenly decided to attack the sea ultimates out of nowhere? They had just talked, and then she already attacked. After a minute had passed, Gravis saw the octopus going forward. They probably didn't accept that Sari wanted to fight all of them. If they killed her together, they wouldn't get any tempering. Then the octopus and Sari clashed. Sari continually charged at the octopus while he hit and cut her with his tentacles. He was using the tentacles as whips, as spears, and as swords. Additionally, he used some longer tentacles to hold her. Sari's body violently thrashed around, and she cut off one tentacle after the other with her tail and fangs. Whenever she managed to bite one of the tentacles, the octopus pulled the tentacle off and threw it away, after which the tentacle transformed into black liquid. Apparently, Sari also had potent poison. Injury after injury appeared on Sari's body, but her immense comprehension of the life laws allowed her to always regenerate herself to her peak condition. After around an hour, the octopus was losing the battle. He had a water affinity, but Sari just tanked through the damage. Water didn't have a powerful offensive power, even when it turned to ice. Because of that, Sari easily outlasted the octopus. Her regeneration of life energy was probably even faster than her expenditure. The stamina of a beast was terrifying. Beasts could fight with their bodies for days on end without getting exhausted. Yet, their small storage of energy got exhausted pretty quickly. Beasts with an elemental affinity could unleash more powerful and more numerous attacks than beasts without an elemental affinity. But as soon as their energy ran dry, they wouldn't have anything left to defend against a purely physical beast. The other ultimates watched on as the octopus was losing ground. The chances were high that he would lose the battle and die. "When I'm done with him, I will kill you next. I won't rest until every sea ultimate is dead," Sari announced to the world. Obviously, everyone knew that she only wanted to goad the other ultimates to attack her, so that she was under enough pressure to understand a level 3 law. Yet, even though they knew that, what could they do? If they didn't attack her, she would definitely attack them. In the end, they had no choice. The second ultimate got involved, which was the sea bass with the swordfish pike. Just like Sari, this ultimate didn't have an elemental affinity. In the beginning, the octopus and the sea bass both attacked Sari simultaneously and managed to inflict a horrifying amount of injuries on her. Yet, even though Sari's organs had been displayed time and time again by the terrifying cuts, they always regenerated. It was like she just couldn't die. Half an hour later, the fighting style of the two ultimates changed. Instead of simply attacking Sari, they actually employed tactics. The sea bass confronted Sari directly and went into a terrifying brawl with her, while the octopus regenerated and healed the sea bass from time to time with his water element. Then, they continued fighting for another 3 hours. After these 3 hours, Sari's injuries didn't heal as quickly anymore. Yet, she had also managed to exhaust the octopus even more. It wasn't that she attacked him, but that her devastating attacks on the sea bass forced the octopus to use more life energy than he could regenerate. The difference in power was apparent. Yet, why was Sari as powerful as two ultimates at once? The answer was pretty simple. Sari was the oldest beast and the third oldest being in this world. She had comprehended a ton of level 2 laws in her life, but sadly no level 3 laws. She simply knew many more laws than the regular ultimate. If one compared her lifespan to a human's, Sari would count as a nearly 100-year-old great-grandma. Her age was so terrifyingly ancient that, by normal standards, she shouldn't be alive anymore. Yet, cultivators and beasts kept their full battle strength until the very day they died. When their lifespan ran out, their organs would simply no longer produce any life energy anymore. Then, they would slowly succumb to some minor injuries that they received in their daily lives. This was probably Heaven's way of conserving the usage of energy. Heaven gave everyone more than enough time to become more powerful. 10,000 years to become an immortal was easily enough. If someone managed to live that long, they obviously had no talent, drive, willpower, or any other trait that allowed them to become more powerful. In Heaven's eyes, such an ancient beast with such a weak realm was a waste of energy. Thus, Heaven killed these ancient beasts by making their life run out. Of course, such a thing as a lifespan running out was also a tool to force someone to become more powerful. No one wanted to die, and if they wanted to continue living, they had to comprehend more laws. One could say this was the beast or cultivator's last chance, one last push. Heaven tried its hardest to create as many powerful beings as possible. Bang! Finally, the last ultimate got involved, the lobster. The lobster had a metal affinity and basically tore Sari's body apart with his metal body. Now Sari had gotten her wish. She was fighting 3 ultimates at once. Of course, just like she and everyone else had predicted, she was overwhelmed. In just a couple of minutes, everyone could see that Sari was becoming weaker and weaker as the injuries healed slower and slower. Yet this was what she wanted. The enemy needed to be overpoweringly powerful. Only like this would she be able to push herself across the edge. Now, everything depended on her comprehension. She came closer and closer to death as her body had already become unrecognizable. But just as she was about to die, the thing she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Whoosh! Gravis felt the energy around him being pulled away, which surprised him. The ultimates were fighting tens of thousands of kilometers away from him. Yet, the energy in the atmosphere was still being pulled towards them from this distance. Additionally, this hadn't happened before. In nearly an instant, Sari had fully healed. Her demeanor changed from serious to elated. But her serious demeanor returned when she looked at the ultimates again. Bang! She immediately attacked again. Now, she was fighting even more suicidal than before. Yet, even though her body seemingly went through a meat grinder, it was healing at an insane pace. That's the law of energy healing. Meadow transmitted to Gravis with a cheerful voice. What's that? Gravis asked. I've seen that law once before, which is why I recognize it, Meadow explained. With this law, you can transform energy directly into life energy. As long as they don't manage to kill Sari in one blow, they won't be able to kill her. I'm so proud of her, Meadow transmitted with elation. Sari had been a friend to Meadow for thousands of years. One could say that Sari was the closest friend Meadow had ever had. Obviously, she was thrilled when she saw Sari finally achieve her dream of comprehending a level 3 law. As the fight continued, the 3 ultimates received one injury after the other. 2 of them even learned an additional level 2 law but not a level 3 law. The additional level 2 laws made the fight a bit more even, but Sari still had the upper hand. And that was when it happened. Boom! A powerful spider appeared out of nowhere behind Sari and bisected her. There was a 4th ultimate. Sari barely managed to block the attacks from the other 3 ultimates and threw them away. Yet, she had used up all her power in that attack and couldn't block the thin, black leg of the spider, which was about to penetrate her skull. Gravis couldn't react. Meadow couldn't react. The land ultimates couldn't react. Even if they wanted to help Sari, they were simply too far away. No one was powerful enough or close enough to save Sari. Boom! Suddenly, a gigantic pillar of fire shot at the spider, forcing it to abandon its attack. I knew you would appear here. You can't flee now. A mighty screech went throughout the Grand Lake. Sari used this opportunity to heal herself and re-engaged the three ultimates. If the stranger hadn't stopped the attack of the spider, she would have died. Yet, she only felt a complex mix of emotions regarding her current situation. On the one hand, she was happy to still be alive. On the other hand, someone had involved himself in her fight. She had no idea how she should feel about her current situation. So, she decided to push that thought back until she was done fighting. Stop chasing me! The spider screeched at the new arrival. You can't catch me, so just stop. Meadow and Gravis released a breath of relief. Sari had survived. Yet, this new arrival was truly powerful. The sea ultimate didn't even attempt to fight back. She simply screeched as she tried to merge with the darkness and leave. Brrrr! A bright pillar of white fire appeared, which illuminated the world. Gravis had never seen this kind of fire before, but he could guess what kind of fire it was. That was because he knew that voice. The light of the fire illuminated everything, including the spider. Then, a burning white hawk with fiery red feathers shot at the spider like a meteor. This was the Inferno Emperor. On top of that, he had become a level 4 Emperor. Yet, even though he had only become a level 4 Emperor, he was already chasing an ultimate without her even being able to fight back. As soon as the Inferno Emperor had become a level 2 Emperor, he had invaded the sea beasts and slaughtered every powerful beast he could find. He needed to become more powerful. What was the reason for that? Gravis. The Inferno Emperor already knew of Gravis' terrifying talent. Yet, when he had heard that Gravis even managed to kill an Inquisitor as a level 2 king, he realized that there was a genuine chance that Gravis could kill him before he managed to ascend. The Inferno Emperor knew that Gravis wanted to kill him. Yet, instead of hunting down Gravis and killing him, he was using Gravis as pressure. Gravis' constant danger put the Inferno Emperor under a terrifying amount of pressure, which allowed him to become stronger at a ridiculous rate. This was precisely why he had never attacked Gravis, even though he had an uncountable amount of chances. He could have just invaded the Icy Pride Empire if he wanted. He was far more powerful than Azure, after all. Yet, that would slow down his progress. He needed Gravis to become more powerful. Gravis narrowed his eyes as he saw the Inferno Emperor again for the first time in over 100 years. Sadly, the Inferno Emperor was currently far above Gravis' power. Just you wait. Even in the next world, you won't be safe. Gravis thought with hate. The Sea Ultimates became nervous as they saw that everything was going wrong. They hadn't helped their comrade before since the spider was unparalleled in fleeing. After all, the spider was an ultimate with a darkness affinity. But now, they regretted that they hadn't involved themselves earlier. The Inferno Emperor had comprehended some form of law related to the light aspect of fire. This made it nearly impossible for the Darkness Ultimate to retreat. The Darkness Ultimate and the Inferno Emperor had fought 3 times already. The first fight had been about equal, but the Inferno Emperor managed to flee. The second fight between them resulted in the Darkness Ultimate fleeing. In the third fight, the Darkness Ultimate couldn't even fight the Inferno Emperor anymore. The last fight had happened 10 years ago. Yet, since that time, the Inferno Emperor had apparently comprehended a law related to light. The Inferno Emperor wanted to kill this prey of his. Sadly, when he had comprehended the law, he had no idea where the Darkness Ultimate was. She could have been anywhere. As he continued searching, he had seen Meadow's world-shaking display. That was when he flew over there out of interest. With his speed, he had arrived very quickly. He had even watched Gravis fight the gray elephant, which just reaffirmed his nervousness and fear. Gravis was even more terrifying than he had thought. When the Inferno Emperor saw Sari charging into the Grand Lake, he realized his chance. If Sari managed to comprehend a level 3 law and managed to draw the Darkness Ultimate out, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. If that happened, the Darkness Ultimate would reveal himself, and on top of that, the other Ultimates couldn't get involved in their fight. If the other Ultimates got involved, the Inferno Emperor would most likely die. He could kill one of them, but two were already very difficult. A third one would doom him. Yet, with the addition of the Darkness Ultimate, there were four. Yet, with Sari keeping the other ultimates at bay, he could kill his prey. The fight continued. But, bang! A fifth ultimate appeared. All the land beasts became shocked, and they all felt like they had dodged a bullet. They had thought that there were only 3 ultimates. Yet, there were actually 5, just as many as the land beasts had. Where had all these ultimates come from? If this situation hadn't happened, the sea beasts might have managed to create even more ultimates than the land beasts. For the first time in forever, the land beasts felt like they were actually in danger of losing the war. Would Meadow get involved? Probably not. Meadow wasn't some saint, and she also didn't particularly care about the camps. She only cared about her empire, her comrades, and herself. As long as the sea beasts didn't touch Sari or Meadow's empire, Meadow wouldn't get involved. Of course, they also knew that Meadow wouldn't get involved if Sari died during normal tempering. As long as Sari had a chance of survival, everything would be fine. At most, Meadow might kill the beast that killed Sari. Because of all these reasons, the sea beasts were actually a genuine threat to the land beasts. The 5th sea beast ultimate was a white snake, and she immediately used her light affinity to heal the injured ultimates fighting against Sari. Then she also charged at Sari. "You're mine!" A new voice shouted as a gray panther charged at the snake. This was the metal ultimate from the land beasts. He hadn't been able to get involved earlier, but he had walked closer after the 4th ultimate had shown herself. Maybe there was a 5th? If there really were a 5th, the metal ultimate wanted that one. Funnily enough, the metal ultimate didn't realize that he had only gotten this opponent because of Meadow. The reason for that was the lightning ultimate. The lightning ultimate also wanted to become more powerful, and with his superior speed, he would have arrived before the metal ultimate. Yet, Meadow wasn't the biggest fan of the lightning ultimate, so she told him not to intervene. The lightning ultimate even found some courage to ask for a reason, and Meadow simply replied, "Fuck you, that's why." The lightning ultimate couldn't counter this solid argument and bitterly remained at his usual spot. The 3 fights continued for hours as the ultimates comprehended one law after the other, constantly turning the battles around. Well, except for one. Xing, the darkness ultimate, was impaled by the Inferno Emperor's claws. Then, the Inferno Emperor became bigger and threw the corpse into his beak. The first ultimate had died. The Inferno Emperor became bigger as he became a level 5 emperor. He had already eaten plenty of level 4 emperors, but he wanted to kill an ultimate before he left this world, which was why he had chased the darkness ultimate for so long. He had always heard about the ultimate's power and had even seen them a couple of times. He wanted to prove to himself that he had reached their power by killing one. After the Inferno Emperor finished his evolution, he glanced at Gravis with cold eyes. Gravis simply looked back with the same eyes. After some seconds, the Inferno Emperor left. Yet, he didn't truly leave the current area. He simply left one battlefield to join another. Brrrr. The Inferno Emperor was surrounded by white fire as he shot at a strider like a meteor. Today, he would ascend. The Inferno Emperor directly shot at a strider without any hesitation. As he closed in on the strider, the surroundings of the strider began to shake. The fire surrounding the Inferno Emperor scattered into nothingness as it was torn apart. The Inferno Emperor was a level 5 emperor, but the strider still nearly destroyed all his fire, even though that was the equivalent to punishment lightning, the Inferno fire. After a second, the Inferno Emperor was even visible as nearly all his fire had vanished. Yet, he had managed to reach the strider's head. Boom! The Inferno Emperor unleashed all his fire in a massive explosion, which destroyed the strider's head. The strider had died. Of course, these striders were not supposed to be tempering, but a test and food. As long as a level 5 emperor managed to comprehend a level 3 law and went all in against a strider, they would win. Yet, if they didn't have a level 3 law, they would die no matter how many level 2 laws they had comprehended. The headless body of the strider fell over as the Inferno Emperor landed proudly on its back. Several seconds later, the strider began to shine with a green light. Then, similar to when Gravis used his composition law, the strider turned into dust. Yet, this was not just any dust. This was compressed energy, which quickly entered the Inferno Emperor's body. Of course, heaven wouldn't overlook such an obvious problem that was consuming such a massive body. That would just unnecessarily waste time. In the middle of the Grand Lake, a new strider suddenly rose. It was like they were rising from below the sea. The beasts had no idea why the striders worked this strangely. How come they didn't attack anyone? How come they transformed into dust? How come a new one just appeared out of nowhere when one was killed? Of course, Azure, Meadow, and Gravis knew why this happened. Heaven was simply replenishing the striders. The Inferno Emperor was fully regenerated by the strider's energy and immediately shot at the next one, killing it just as quickly. After the Inferno Emperor killed the fifth strider, something happened. Bang! The metal ultimate was blasted to pieces by a concentrated light beam from the white snake. The metal ultimate had been disappointed when he had seen that his opponent only had the light element. The light element was known for having the weakest offense out of every element. This was why he had taken the white snake lightly. Additionally, the several hours of having the upper hand had lulled the metal ultimate into a false sense of security. The white snake had acted like it was constantly losing energy, but that had been an act. It was losing energy, but that wasn't entirely due to the metal ultimate's attack. She had gathered light over a long period of time and finally unleashed it in a concentrated laser. The speed and power of this attack had been absolutely terrifying. The beasts were shocked as they witnessed this powerful attack. Who said light had a weak offense? Who said light was slow? This was neither weak nor slow. As the beings got more powerful, the elements changed with them. Weak cultivators couldn't harness the hidden power of speed that light had. They also couldn't gather enough light to make it that destructive. Yet, as the beings became more powerful, they could take advantage of their element's hidden potential. Wind, for example, would slowly change its property in the higher worlds. From being the best at speed, it would fall to have only average speed. But as the speed of wind fell, its destructive properties and domain would become more powerful. Wind had the hidden property of pressure, which allowed it to create powerful wind blades and suppress others. From the freest element, it would transform into an element that suppressed others. The same thing was true for light. From a purely healing and auxiliary element, it transformed into a fast and supremely destructive element. Light always had the issue of using the life force of the patient instead of using the users. Water was simply better at healing others. Yet, with power came change, and as soon as light users became powerful enough to use the destructive properties of light, they would become terrifying giant killers. It took a long time for light to gather energy, and all of it would be unleashed in a single devastating blast. A lot of small or similarly powered opponents would be an issue, but when fighting one opponent, light was supremely powerful. The white snake looked exhausted, but she immediately grew bigger and consumed the corpse of the metal ultimate. She was one step closer to becoming an ascender. "Heal yourself," a gentle voice said to the white snake. The white snake looked over at the new arrival but wasn't surprised. She had already anticipated that the last ultimate of the land beasts would show herself. A small, blue swallow flew towards the white snake. This was the water ultimate of the land beasts. The white snake glanced at her comrades, who were still fighting sorry. "Don't interfere," the water ultimate said gently. "I want you to fully regenerate. Then we will fight each other." The white snake remained silent, but she complied. If she involved herself in the fight right now, the water ultimate would attack her directly, which would spell her doom. Right now, her energy storages were low. In this condition, she couldn't win against another ultimate. The lightning ultimate watched with envy and rage. He also wanted to fight, but he just couldn't since Meadow forced him to stay here. Angering Meadow would spell his doom. Meanwhile, all the emperors and kings watched the fights intensely. A lot of laws were displayed in these fights, and watching them would help them immensely in learning new laws. Gravis was no exception. "I might not be able to learn a law by watching the fight, but my overall knowledge and comprehension will increase," he thought as he also watched intently. From far away, Azure was also watching. She had come here to think about her life and about her mindset, but the fight of the ultimates had put a stop to that. The appearance of the Inferno Emperor, especially, had given her another wake-up call. The Inferno Emperor had comprehended even fewer laws than the Empress. Additionally, he was younger than her. Now, she truly realized that it had been her mindset that throttled her growth. Meadow had a hell of a time as she watched the exciting show. She couldn't learn much by watching these battles, but it sure was entertaining. 5 minutes later, Xianxia managed to bite the sea bass. The sea bass looked with shock at the horizon as he realized that he would die. With a lamenting sigh, he turned into a black puddle, which was quickly swallowed by Xianxia. Xianxia had won and everybody knew it. With only 2 ultimates, her enemies couldn't resist her anymore. Her 2 remaining opponents had been under plenty of stress during that time, but they hadn't managed to comprehend a level 3 law. Either these 2 weren't ready yet to understand one, or they simply weren't able to in general. The 2 ultimates knew that they would die today. Yet, they had tried their best, and they accepted that they were simply not powerful enough. But instead of ending the battle, Xianxia glanced at Gravis. She remembered that it had been Gravis' words that had given her the push she needed to fulfill her dream. She turned back to her opponents. "I won't kill you," Xianxia said, shocking her opponents. The octopus and lobster only looked at Xianxia like they couldn't believe her words. "But I want you to repay me," she said. Some seconds of relative silence passed as, in the distance, the water ultimate and the white snake had already begun fighting. "What do you require?" the octopus asked. "I owe a debt of gratitude to a friend of mine. He is still a king, and I want him to learn as much about laws as possible," Xianxia said. "In 2 years, we land ultimates will meet and unleash our law comprehension for 50 years. In exchange for your life, I want you to be part of this meeting." The 2 ultimates looked at each other in uncertainty. "As for your empires, I will declare a ceasefire for any land emperor during this event. Only the kings or weaker will continue fighting," Xianxia explained. After some seconds, the octopus turned to Xianxia again. "We agree," he said. Xianxia smiled happily. "Then, for the next 52 years, we will be comrades." The sudden change in demeanor surprised the 2 sea ultimates. Yet, their lives were in Xianxia's grasp. Additionally, such powerful beasts kept to their words in comparison to humans. This battle had also ended, and everyone watched the last battle, which was between the water ultimate and the white snake. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave went throughout the world as the energy was shaken. Black tears appeared across space as the beasts turned to another spot in the Grand Lake. The Inferno Emperor had consumed the 8th Strider and had become the Inferno Immortal. A gigantic pillar of fire appeared as the Inferno Immortal's body burned away. The fire's heat was so powerful that the beasts even felt it from such a vast distance. Some seconds later, the Inferno Immortal reappeared again. Yet he had a different body. Currently, he was in the form of a young adult human with floating, fiery red hair. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes, which were the eyes of a hawk. Then, the Inferno Immortal smirked arrogantly as he looked at Gravis. "Try to catch up to me, Gravis," he said with superiority. "Just wait," Gravis said evenly. Then the Inferno Immortal turned to the sky. Ascenders could remain in their world for a month, but the Inferno Immortal had no reason to stay here. He flew up, and a gigantic portal appeared above him. Then, he entered the portal without throwing another glance at Gravis. The portal closed, and the Inferno Immortal was gone. Gravis' eyes shone coldly. "Just wait," he repeated silently but coldly. "I'll repay my debt to you." All the beasts looked at the space where the Inferno Immortal had vanished with respect and reverence. Every beast had the dream to become an Ascender, and he had managed to achieve their dream. How long until they could become Ascenders? The Ultimates also watched the spot with envy, except for Meadow and Xianxia. After all, they could become Ascenders whenever they wanted. Xing. Well, and except these other 2. The Water Ultimate and the White Snake were still fighting. They had no time to be distracted. Otherwise, their opponent might grab this opportunity and kill them. By now, only these two were still fighting while everyone watched. This was their fight and no one would get involved. The fight had been going for quite a while, and the water ultimate became more nervous as the time passed. The white snake had already loaded an incredible amount of light into her attack, and she would soon unleash it. This was now do or die for the water ultimate. If she didn't manage to comprehend a level 3 law, she would die to the white snake. 10 minutes later, it was finally time. The white snake unloaded all her gathered light into a concentrated beam that shot at the water ultimate. The water ultimate had comprehended the law of danger, which was why she knew that the attack was coming. Yet, she also knew that she couldn't evade anymore. Her life flashed before her eyes as all her insights gathered together. And in comparison to the two sea beast ultimates that hadn't managed to comprehend a level 3 law, she achieved it. SSSSSS. The light beam froze and became an icicle that shot through the water ultimate's torso. Yet, since the heat of the light had vanished, the water ultimate managed to survive. Now it was the time for the white snake to become panicked. The water ultimate had comprehended the water equivalent to punishment lightning, which was the sheer cold. The water ultimate turned with cold eyes to the white snake and unleashed a wave of supremely cold energy at her. If she didn't manage to evade, she would die. The wave passed, but the white snake had vanished. Everyone was surprised when they saw that the white snake had vanished. Yet, their senses quickly told them where she was. Quite a distance away, the white snake floated with light shining around her. She hadn't comprehended the light equivalent to punishment lightning, but she managed to comprehend a different level 3 law. This was the law of light speed. This law didn't allow her to truly reach the speed of light, but it allowed her to become incredibly fast. She was even faster than Meadow. Yet this was only natural. Meadow had comprehended the law of supreme speed, which was a non-elemental law. On top of that, Meadow was a plant, and plants weren't the fastest beings. The law of supreme speed didn't cost any energy to perform, which was why it wasn't as fast as the law of light speed. Yet, one could use the law of supreme speed indefinitely until they ran out of stamina, which would take a very long time for beasts. Due to all these reasons, the white snake was now even faster than Meadow. The water ultimate looked at the white snake with narrowed eyes, as she realized that her opponent also managed to comprehend a level 3 law. Yet, instead of continuing to attack, the water ultimate's expression turned to a warm smile. "Congratulations! We can now both become ascenders," she said. The white snake was a bit surprised when she heard the water ultimate's words, but she quickly realized what the water ultimate meant. They had both comprehended a level 3 law, which meant that there was no reason for them to continue fighting. Both of them had already unleashed all their potential and comprehension in the fight. This meant that none of the two would be able to learn another law in this fight. The only payout they would get from killing their opponent would be food, nothing more. Yet why go to that trouble? They could simply kill the striders now, which was way less dangerous. The white snake released a sigh as she relaxed. "Yes, there's no reason for us to continue fighting," she said. Most of the beasts would be confused by the sudden stop of the fight. Weren't land beasts and sea beasts supposed to have a war that wouldn't end until either of the two sides was annihilated? Yet, these beasts just didn't know that this whole war only existed to create as many powerful beasts as possible. After all, the beasts needed a reason to fight each other. No ultimate cared about their side. It was all just a means to an end to get as many powerful enemies as possible. The leadership of neither of the two sides wanted to annihilate the other one. If they did, there would be less strife and danger, resulting in fewer outstanding beasts, which would reduce the number of powerful beasts they could fight. Some lower worlds had a concept which was called a Great Era. This was a time when supreme geniuses suddenly sprang out of the ground one after the other. These worlds thought that something major was going to happen soon, which was why there were so many geniuses. Yet, in truth, this was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Supreme geniuses appeared from time to time, and if enough time passed, there would be more than one at the same time. Then, everyone would get nervous and believe that a major war would happen, which would subconsciously make them act in such a way that the occurrence of this major war was more likely to happen. Now, the funny thing was that these great eras only existed in relatively peaceful worlds and also only in lower worlds. As for worlds like this middle natural world, there was constant fighting, constant strife, and constant danger. Because of that, this natural world was constantly in this so-called Great Era. The beasts didn't fully know all about this concept, but they knew that fighting and death created geniuses, and geniuses were powerful enough to serve as tempering. This was the entire reason for the war's existence. "All right, we're done," Meadow suddenly announced to everyone. This was a great show. Then the small flower turned to the white snake. "Hey, white snake, you will take part in the Ultimates meet in 2 years. First, the white snake was a bit confused by what Meadow meant, but her comrades quickly informed her. Yet the white snake wasn't happy at all. She had just achieved her dream, and now she was being told that she had to wait for over 50 years? That was like receiving a present that one wanted but not being allowed to use it for a year. Meadow saw the eyes of the white snake. "Oh, you want to have a go?" she asked provocatively. The white snake did a simulation in her head of how a fight against Meadow would go, and the result was very devastating. Yes, the white snake was faster than Meadow, but it cost her an incredible amount of energy every time she used her law of light speed. During that fight, Meadow would continue chasing her, and the white snake would be forced to unleash her law again to get away from her. The end result? The white snake would run out of energy in less than 10 seconds. Any other beast that had Meadow's speed wouldn't be such a danger. After all, the white snake wasn't helpless. She could heal herself, defend herself, and also attack with her body. She would only need to use her level 3 law if the opponent used one of their most powerful attacks. Like this, she could gain enough time to gather energy. Yet, even a very casual attack from Meadow would already endanger her life. The white snake had a 0% chance of victory. "Yes, I will take part in the Ultimates meet," she conceded. It seemed like her dream had to wait for a little more than 50 years. "Great," Meadow said. "For the first time, we will have a law exchange that includes the Sea Ultimates. Additionally, we also have several level 3 laws that are being shown." "Ruler, I have a question," the Water Ultimate suddenly said. "Yeah?" Meadow asked. "You have never demonstrated a level 3 law in our past meetings," the Water Ultimate said respectfully. "We haven't questioned that in the past since we thought that you haven't comprehended one. So, my question is, why haven't you shown us your level 3 laws? Bitch, you a beggar or something?" Meadow asked back. "You only give me shitty-ass level 2 laws, but you want to have a look at my premium stuff? The fuck's wrong with you? Show me some good shit first before you ask for me to show you my pristine-ass pussy." A human would have felt humiliated, but for beasts, it was customary to accept the ridicule of the more powerful ones. "I understand now," the Water Ultimate said respectfully. Meanwhile, Sari landed beside Meadow, the 2 Sea Ultimates following her. They felt a bit nervous as they stood beside their enemies, but that was only natural. Clap, clap, clap. Meadow summoned some roots and clapped them together to gain the attention of all the gathered beasts. "All right, the pre-show is over. Now, it's time for the pathetic main event. So, let's not waste any time. Anyone want to fight my boy Gravis for the first place?" she asked. Silence. No beast dared to answer. All these emperors and kings were very experienced and wouldn't fight a freak like Gravis. Gravis had played an emperor to death. What could the kings do against that guy? "Ruler, I think Gravis should be disqualified. Bang. Well, there had to be at least one idiot among thousands of people or beasts. A king had spoken up but was quickly slapped to the ground by a level 3 emperor. "Shut up!" the emperor shouted as he severely injured the king. This was his candidate, and he didn't want his candidate to die to his own stupidity, which was why he had severely injured him to shut him up. If he let Meadow do the punishment, he wouldn't even be able to find a piece of his candidate anywhere. Meadow commented with an annoyed but dismissive tone. She had already grown a bit excited that an idiot had shown himself, but the emperor had put a damper on things. Several more seconds of silence passed. "All right, then Gravis is the winner. We're done here. You can all go," Meadow said casually. Yet, surprisingly, no one actually left. Instead, they looked with complicated and reluctant looks at Meadow. Meadow, Sari said with a chuckle. Yes, we already have a winner. But the competition is also an excellent opportunity for the kings to temper each other. Eh? Meadow said with an annoyed voice. Then she groaned. Fine. Dickhead, she shouted as she turned to the lightning ultimate. You go arrange the competition. I can't be arsed to do that shit. The lightning ultimate bowed respectfully to Meadow. Yes, ruler, he said. Then, he turned to the emperors and kings with authority radiating from his being. Gather in camps according to your region, he commanded. The ultimates, emperors and Gravis watched as the kings split up into 3 regions. The sea ultimates, especially, were interested in this event. They hadn't watched the competition of land kings before. Surprisingly, even though the western region had the most beasts in general, they had the least number of kings. The absence of war did wonders for the growth of average beasts, but their most powerful beasts were less numerous. The lightning ultimate made kings from different regions fight each other. Most of the time, the northern and southern regions fought with each other, with the western region also getting a couple of fights. Of course, there were rules. After the opponents were chosen, they both had to agree if they wanted to fight and if they wanted to fight to the death or not. If one of the two didn't want to fight their chosen opponent, they would lose the round and be disqualified. If both were willing to fight, they had to decide if they wanted to fight to the death or stop when there was a clear victor. Most of the time, the parties came to a consensus, but in the rare cases that they couldn't come to one, a fight to the death would occur. Of course, before the fight started, they both had one more opportunity to pull out. So, as long as one of them wanted to fight to the death, they would either fight to the death or one beast would win without a fight. This rule was in place to see the mindset of the competitors. Someone willing to risk their life for supreme power was worth more than someone who wasn't willing to. Thus, they deserved an advantage in the competition. Multiple days of fighting passed. Around 30% of fights didn't take place since one of the two competitors conceded. Around 50% of fights were to the death, with the remaining 20% just being spars. If this had been a competition between humans, such a ratio would not occur. The ratio for such a competition for humans would most likely be 10% not fighting, 10% fighting to the death, and 80% sparring. Yet, beasts were simply more direct and brutal in their path to supreme power. Of course, if humans could eat other humans to advance their cultivation, the ratio might resemble the beasts' ratio in this competition more. On the last day of the competition, something surprising happened. In the finale, the king from the western region managed to comprehend another level 2 law. With this level 2 law, this king had actually comprehended 3. Even if Gravis counted his punishment lightning as a level 2 law, he would still only know 2. This showed how incredible it was for a level 5 king to have comprehended 3 level 2 laws. Of course, this king won the competition. Who's that? Gravis asked Azure, who had returned by now. This is the favorite for winning the competition, Azure answered. He has been a king for over 2,000 years in an effort to win this competition and visit the ultimate law comprehension area. Of course, this year, he will also go home without being able to get there. Gravis nodded. Spending so long for this law comprehension area. I honestly don't know if it's worth it or not. Azure didn't answer since she also didn't know if it was worth it or not. The king was a brown and mighty gorilla. Obviously, he had an earth affinity. The gorilla consumed the corpse of his enemy and, surprisingly, became an emperor. Apparently, this had been the last corpse he had needed to become an emperor. After he was finished evolving, he looked at Gravis. Gravis only raised a questioning eyebrow. After some seconds, the gorilla sighed and turned away again. He had been tempted to fight Gravis for his spot since he was a powerful emperor with 3 level 2 laws now. With so many level 2 laws, he could even fight level 2 emperors. Yet, for some reason, he felt like he would still not win against Gravis. Because of that, he decided to be careful and not fight him. This had saved his life. One shouldn't forget that Gravis was a level 5 king now, which meant that a level 1 emperor was only 2 levels above him. His will aura and law of suppression would suppress a level 1 emperor by over 90%. This wouldn't even be a fight. Ruler, the competition has ended. The lightning ultimate said respectfully. The small flower nodded. All right, shit's over. You can all fuck off now, she commanded. Wait, Sari suddenly shouted, making everyone stop. What? Meadow asked. We need to announce the ceasefire for emperors, Sari said. A root came out of the ground and slapped it. Right? I totally forgot about that, Meadow shouted. Then she turned to the emperors. All emperors are forbidden from invading the territory of the sea beasts for the next 55 years. Anyone that defies this order has to receive a slap from me. This was the first time that the gathered emperors heard about this since the ultimates only talked to each other. Humans would have asked for explanations and reasons, but beasts simply followed the command of a stronger beast. Because of that, no one said a thing. Then, everyone bowed respectfully to show that they understood and left. When everyone had left, Gravis turned to Azure. I will spend the next 2 years here, in the core of the world. I can find the materials I need to comprehend my next level 2 law here. Azure nodded. I haven't left my throne in a long time, and I have no intention of going back to the Icy Pride Empire until the Ultimates meet is over. Gravis scratched the back of his neck in confusion. Does that mean you'll follow me? No, Azure said. No further answer came. Well, okay then, Gravis said. Then see you, he said as he left. Azure only nodded again. Apparently, she had fallen back into thought. Ruler, I request to leave for a day to take care of some business. Gravis heard the white snake say to Meadow. Sure, sure, Meadow said with a dismissive wave with one of her roots. The white snake had a cold gleam in her eyes when she got the permission to leave. Then she shot into the Grand Lake. Surprisingly, Gravis had a crafty smile on his face. You're too late, he thought. Gravis flew for a couple of 1,000 kilometers and landed in the middle of a mountain range. Whoop! The life ring appeared inside his hand. Then, a second Gravis appeared and entered the life ring. Morris remained outside without any word. The second Gravis landed inside the life ring and looked at the only other living thing inside it, except for the CMO. Just as you've expected, she has left. She looked rather eager to deal with you, Gravis said with a smirk. Logical. My appearance has changed the general philosophy of the sea beasts. The Light Ultimate is a believer in an open war strategy instead of the subterfuge and political path I decide to employ. With my backer dead, I would be a fool to remain with the sea beasts. The beast in front of Gravis said. Gravis chuckled a bit. I wouldn't have expected you to contact me during the competition. You also still remembered my life ring, which is probably the only spot in the world where the Light Ultimate can't find you. I bet she will be quite frustrated when she can't find you, Gravis said with a laugh. In front of Gravis, a small octopus with all kinds of different tentacles could be seen. Some of his tentacles ended in spikes, while others had hands that carried different kinds of weapons. Her frustration is irrelevant to me, Orthar said. Gravis was happy that he could finally talk to Orthar again. Orthar had been his first friend in this world, and he still remembered how alone he had felt when Orthar and Silva had left. Back then, he had felt quite lonely again since he hadn't had any other friends or comrades. Of course, ever since then, he had managed to make a lot of new friends. Azure, Steer, Ferris, and Meadow were all beings that Gravis counted as his friends. Additionally, he also had 3 wonderful children now. You have lived quite a high-profile life, Orthar, Gravis said. I've seen your influence basically everywhere. The warfare amongst beasts is simple, crude, and inefficient regarding the greater collective, Orthar answered. Proving the effectiveness of my strategies was easy and had little noteworthy opposition, except for the Light Ultimate. Gravis chuckled a bit. Makes sense. After all, for beasts, an individual's power has the same importance as the greater collective's goal. Different strategies have their appropriate times to be used, Orthar said. The sea beasts were outnumbered and still managed to survive due to them being valuable to the land beasts. However, betting their survival on the fact that this situation might continue is foolish. Therefore, following the traditional strategy is more akin to stagnation than progress. Orthar had always talked very logically and absent of emotion, which was something that Gravis quite enjoyed. Felt good to hear him talk again. So, tell me, what happened after we parted ways? Gravis asked with interest. Right now, Gravis sat on the floor with Orthar standing or sitting in front of him. It was hard to judge if an octopus was sitting or standing. After the river tribe split up, I have taken most of the sea beasts to the ocean outside the continent. I still remembered the map you have shown me of this world, so I knew that there should be a part of the ocean stretching into the continent. I led the group to that stretch, Orthar said. We met heavy opposition from the tribes when we arrived, but that was only a minor hindrance. The power of the members of the river tribe was beyond any tribe we met, which allowed us to create a stable foothold. My tribe rapidly expanded, and I became more powerful along with it. This had gone on for 5 years until I was leading a level 4 tribe. We wanted to expand further into the continent, but we met a powerful roadblock. Oh? Tell me, Gravis said, excited to hear about Orthar's story. Orthar turned to the direction of the sea inside the life ring. Access to the deeper regions of the ocean had been blocked by an association comprised of several level 5 lords and their tribes. No new tribe was allowed to expand inward. The only way to travel in further was to split up the tribe so that the level 5 tribes could assimilate my tribe. Interesting, Gravis said as he scratched his chin. Such a far-reaching roadblock couldn't have happened if the kingdoms or empires didn't allow it. However, I can see the advantage of such a roadblock. Gravis also looked at the sea in the life ring. The association was probably controlled by one or more kingdoms. After splitting the tribes up into individual beasts, they would get a lot of new members. I expect that this roadblock mainly existed to get lords to live in the contested territories. Correct, Orthar said. Back then, I required level 5 lords for tempering, but if I attacked one of them, the other level 5 lords would join the fight. I had the ability to take on 2, maybe 3, but there were over 20. Attacking would have been suicide. But when attacking doesn't solve the issue, other tools are required. I ordered my tribe to wait and left it. Joining one of the tribes wasn't an issue with my power, and as soon as I had secured my spot, I challenged the tribe leader and killed her. I took her position as the tribe leader and joined the association. Then, I fused my old tribe with my new one and created a tribe more powerful than the other tribes. When the association noticed, they sent 3 of the level 5 lords to force me to hand over 80% of my forces. Of course, all of this was within my calculations. They didn't have the freedom to send many members to negotiate with me. Sending 2 lords would have already been enough in their eyes, but 3 also made not much of a difference. After a long and dangerous fight, I managed to comprehend a second level 1 law and managed to emerge victoriously. By consuming the level 5 lords, I have also become a level 5 lord myself. With my newfound power, the association posed no danger anymore. I invaded the other tribes, killed half of the level 5 lords, and forced the others into servitude. Then, I abandoned 90% of my territories to keep the tribe as small as possible. Making the tribe too big would attract kings. Orthar had chosen a different path to Gravis. Back then, Gravis had let his tribe attack anything wildly, while Orthar kept everything under control and only attacked appropriate enemies. There were a lot more difficult situations and complicated wars that Orthar told Gravis about. With Orthar's knowledge about advanced warfare, he was winning every war. Yet, there was something that Gravis was a bit confused about. Why did you decide to win the battle instead of tempering your members? Gravis asked. Their battle strength doesn't concern me, Orthar answered. The tribe was a tool to increase my own power. The numbers and realm of my servants took higher priority to their battle strength. Gravis lifted an eyebrow. There surely have been members that realized that you were basically forcing them into mediocrity. Inexperienced beasts don't know the negative effect that only fighting against weak opponents has. Yet, your tribe should have been already powerful enough that a significant number of beasts should have realized that. Every member that realized the danger was sent on a suicide mission or was disposed of discreetly, Orthar answered evenly. Gravis blinked a couple of times. Including the previous members of the river tribe? He asked. I killed all previous members of the river tribe before I even met the association, Orthar answered directly. Gravis took a deep breath and released it. Why? I had had this plan before I even reached the ocean, and they were a danger to my plan. Dangers must be dealt with immediately, Orthar said. Gravis looked at the sky. He still remembered a lot of members from the river tribe. He hadn't been very close to them, but such an end was truly sad. Yet, Gravis also remembered that Orthar had always been like this. Orthar had only cared about his own power and used every means necessary to achieve it. One could say that the previous members of the river tribe that had trusted him had never had a future as soon as they followed him. Gravis was not a fan of sacrificing comrades for his power at all. He had always given the river tribe the freedom to choose their opponents and to become powerful. In comparison, Orthar was a cold and logical machine. Yet, Gravis still considered him a friend, even if he disagreed wholeheartedly with Orthar's morals and ideals. So, what happened then? Gravis asked, but his interest had been dampened by Orthar's display of ruthlessness. 1 year later, a level 1 king appeared to deal with the tribe. I couldn't flee, so I was forced to risk everything. This had been the most perilous fight in my life, and I only managed to win after understanding a third level 1 law. After consuming the corpse, I realized that my evolution didn't happen. This corpse should have been more than enough for me to become a king, but my evolution just didn't occur. The mandatory procreation, Gravis interjected. Correct. I hadn't come in contact with kings before, which was why I didn't know about it. The inability to become a level 1 king forced me to reevaluate my plan. So, I fled my tribe and left it to die. Yet, 2 weeks later, a level 3 king found me. That's when my whole life changed. Gravis wondered what would happen next. A level 3 king had obviously been far beyond Orthar's ability to deal with. Right now, Orthar was a level 5 king, but back then, he had only been a level 5 lord. The king had assimilated my old tribe and heard about me. The strategies I had employed interested him, and he caught me alive. He intended to use me as a strategist, and I had no choice in the matter, Orthar explained. As soon as I arrived in his kingdom, I was put under constant supervision. He also didn't allow me to become a king since he knew that I have managed to kill a king as a lord. Of course, I had already created a new plan by then. I gave the king what he wanted and allowed him to win several wars. In just 2 years, he had become a level 4 king due to his victories. When I have gained his trust, I sent him against a seemingly weaker enemy that had hidden connections with more powerful kingdoms. I knew that he wouldn't return alive, so I took a hold of the opportunity. By then, I knew why I couldn't become a king. As soon as he left, I put my plan into motion. In these years, I managed to gain quite a following of powerful kings that were willing to follow me. In their eyes, I would be able to give them endless benefits without being a danger to their lives. Benefits blind beasts to danger. Not only beasts, Gravis said with a sigh. Possible, Orthar commented. As soon as the king left, my forces overwhelmed the loyalists. Every king willing to follow me became more powerful due to that fight. Additionally, a harem of mates was waiting for me, which I had prepared for this day. Just as predicted, the king didn't return. Instead, a level 5 king came and assimilated my new kingdom into his. Of course, this was also part of my calculations. My followers have gotten a taste of the benefits I was able to bring them, which gave me a loyal following inside the new kingdom. My followers kept silent about my power and wisdom, and I joined the kingdom as a normal lord. After a year, my children had been born, and I immediately became a king. That was when I gained my most valuable weapon. The law that every king automatically learns? Gravis asked. Correct, Orthar answered. I comprehended a law regarding the brain that allowed me to manipulate the emotions of others. Gravis took a deep breath. Such a law was devastatingly powerful if Orthar was the one using it. After I became a king, I acted very high profile and spread my wisdom everywhere. The more beasts knew about it, the better. Some years later, I gained an even bigger following but didn't keep it secret. The leading king saw my following and my wisdom and decided to make me a commander of a defensive line, a position that I would normally be too weak for. I contacted the land beasts and offered them incredible benefits. These benefits were worth far more than their services as spies were worth, but that was irrelevant. Most of them would die anyway. If one of them came to claim the benefits, I had my followers kill them. If someone with an appropriate power level arrived, I also used them to temper myself. In 10 years, I managed to create a high number of spies, which gave me intel for any upcoming battlefields. I fought many battles and became a level 3 king. That was when the leading king became careful about me, but it had already been too late. I had been prepared for him and consumed my hidden collection of corpses to become a level 4 king. Then I staged a revolt and killed him. With this, I had become the leader of a level 5 kingdom. At that time, I only needed to keep control over some defensive lines and send some beasts to the empires. The empires didn't care who led a kingdom. They only cared about our services. By now, my knowledge had spread over nearly the entire ocean. Even empires were employing my strategies. And the sea beasts won more battles. And about 50 years later, my plan finally showed results. What was your plan? Gravis asked. The reason why I spread my wisdom over as many sea beasts as possible was to gain attention. At some point, an emperor would want to find the source of this wisdom to gain a reward from an even more powerful emperor. A level 2 emperor arrived and took me with him. This was what I wanted. I knew that my wisdom was too precious, which would force any powerful emperor interested in my wisdom to protect me from enemies that were too powerful. Only when I can guarantee my survival can I think about tempering. This emperor gave me to the strength ultimate. I talked to him, and he realized that it was better to kill the land beasts instead of continuing like this. He feared the time when the land beasts found out that we had 5 ultimates instead of 3. He knew that there was a high likelihood that he would die when that happened. In the beginning, with his backing, I met no opposition. My command stretched over the entire sea beast territories. Our victories in battles increased substantially, but we gained less powerful kings and emperors. That was when the Light Ultimate got involved and tried to dispose of me. The Light Ultimate couldn't kill me directly since my backer's fighting style countered hers. But she employed a great number of emperors and kings to assassinate me. I used the kings to temper myself while I dealt with the emperors by using other emperors. Orthar told his story very directly and without great descriptions, but Gravis could imagine that Orthar probably went through a ton of intense life and death situations. Knowing that someone vastly more powerful than him wanted to kill him probably put him under a considerable amount of stress and pressure. Yet, Gravis knew Orthar. Orthar probably wanted such a situation to occur to become more powerful. Pressure did wonders for becoming more powerful. Instead of tempering himself against land beasts, Orthar tempered himself against sea beasts. He was using the internal conflict of the sea beast camp to his advantage. Isn't that the same thing I did with Shira back in the river tribe? Gravis thought with a smile. That was how the next 100 years went by, Orthar said. I had free access to any law comprehension areas, and my tempering came to me out of its own volition. I just had to wait to become an ascender. Then, the Life Ultimate attacked, Orthar said. Gravis smiled in embarrassment since he had been the one that made the Life Ultimate decide to attack. I guess that Seabass carrying human weapons was your backer? He asked. Correct. I gave him a lot of knowledge about the uses of weapons, and he had noticed that it fit perfectly to his fighting style, Orthar said. Sorry for getting your backer killed, Gravis said awkwardly. Irrelevant, Orthar said. It is simply another destroyed tool. The Light Ultimate comprehended a level 3 law, and she will leave in 50 years. With my reputation, it won't be hard to regain my status. That's good, Gravis commented. Tell me your story, Orthar said. I was sure that when we parted ways you would die. Gravis chuckled a bit. Then he told Orthar his story. Gravis didn't need long to tell his story. Even though he told it with a lot of details, he hadn't had as many extraordinary things happening to him as Orthar. When Gravis compared his story to Orthar, he felt like his story was boring. He had only had some fights, some children, and in the remaining time he had been mostly comprehending laws. His story didn't have political intrigue or grand plans that spanned over many years. All this excitement of having a long-standing plan succeed was absent from Gravis' story. "If I had been in your position, I would have long died," Orthar said. Gravis was a bit surprised when he heard that. "Why?" "There were no times when I needed to use some grand plan to guarantee my survival, while you had to constantly rely on your planning to survive." "That's because of your power, Gravis," Orthar said. "You don't need scheming and planning to survive. If I had been in your position, the very first battle after we parted ways would have resulted in my death. All my planning would have become irrelevant and meaningless when two lords, 2 levels higher than me, had been ordered by their king to kill me." Gravis thought about Orthar's words, and he quickly realized that Orthar might be right. Orthar would have died in Gravis' position. "Okay, that might be true," Gravis said. "But I would have also had problems in your position, Orthar." "I don't think so," Orthar answered, surprising Gravis again. "But I can't scheme like you do to my closeness to the lightning element," Gravis said. "That doesn't matter," Orthar said. "You don't need to rely on scheming if you have enough power. If you had met the association in my place, you wouldn't have needed to employ any schemes. You could have just run in and kill all of them and easily become a level 5 lord. I hadn't had that power, which was why I had to resort to scheming. But what about the kings that had chased you? Even my power wouldn't have been enough to battle a level 3 king as a level 5 lord," Gravis said. "Irrelevant," Orthar said. "Just because you don't use schemes doesn't mean that you are dumb. You are smart, Gravis. If I were able to see the approaching danger, you would have also been able to see it coming and act accordingly. Don't forget that you managed to survive years while the most powerful being in your lower world wanted to kill you. Scheming only helps marginally against an omniscient being that knows your exact power and whereabouts," Orthar said. The things that Orthar said made sense to Gravis, but his feelings disagreed. All these things sounded incredible when spoken out loud, but to him these things only appeared natural. Of course, Gravis tended to believe his head more than his emotions. "I guess you're right, Orthar," Gravis said with a sigh. "Even though my story might not appear as exciting as yours, my path was not without danger." After that, Orthar and Gravis talked for a couple more hours about what they went through and what they had learned. Surprisingly, Gravis didn't learn much at all. It was almost like he already knew every concept that Orthar told him. This felt incredibly weird to Gravis. Gravis had never gone through any grand plans of scheming, but all the careful plans that Orthar described appeared logical to Gravis. "Do you know why I've told you all about these plans in detail, Gravis?" Orthar asked. Gravis scratched the back of his neck in confusion. "Don't you just want to share your experiences with someone else?" he asked. "Irrelevant," Orthar said directly. "Momentary emotional relief isn't conducive to my goal. I had a specific goal in mind." "Okay," Gravis said in uncertainty. "Then why did you tell me?" "To make you realize that it is all your knowledge that allowed me to reach my current standing," Orthar said. "Wait a second," Gravis said. "You are you and you learned a lot of concepts yourself. You're not just some accessory of mine." "Have I?" Orthar asked, but he obviously didn't ask this question in seriousness. "Have you learned any new concepts while I told you my experiences? Have you been surprised by a development?" Gravis stayed silent for some seconds. "Honestly, no," Gravis said. "That was my goal in telling you my experiences," Orthar said. "My plans are beyond the comprehension of nearly every beast in this world. Every beast that would hear my story would become shocked and intrigued by the advanced concepts shown to them. Yet, everything appears natural to you. My goal in telling you my experiences is to confirm something and then show it to you if it turned out to be true," Orthar said. "What did you find out?" Gravis asked, honestly curious. "Your intelligence and wisdom are terrifying." "Gravis," Orthar said, "when I had been a spirit beast, I felt like your words were constantly opening a new world to me. Even now, when you explained the relations between different laws, I felt like my eyes have been opened." Gravis felt a bit uncomfortable due to Orthar's high praises. I am unsure if your vast knowledge about beings and warfare is normal for humans or not, but this human knowledge is very powerful in this world. Yet, that is not what I wanted to confirm since I have already known that, Orthar said. Then, tell me, Gravis said with interest. I wanted to confirm if you have realized the power of the knowledge that you have, Orthar said. Gravis was a bit surprised, not because he hadn't expected that, but because it was evident that his knowledge was powerful. I know that, Gravis said. Yet you don't realize the true extent, Orthar said. You need to realize the true effect that your knowledge has on the world. Without you, the Inferno Emperor would still be the Red King. Without you, I would have died. Without you, this Ferris would die a level 1 Emperor. Without you, the Grand Elder of the Icy Pride Empire would take a lot longer to become more powerful. Every beast that comes into contact with you for an extended period of time has their destiny changed significantly, and the most terrifying aspect about this is that the realm of the beast doesn't matter, Orthar said. I think you're overreacting, Gravis said. Ferris has had over 3,000 years of accumulation. You had been smart ever since I met you, which was my main reason why I chose you as my guide back then. It wasn't my sole contact with the beasts that made them rise in power. That is true to some extent, Gravis, Orthar said. But the hardest part is always the last step. Accumulation can only bring you to the step, but it can't bring you over that step. Taking the last step of understanding a new law is always the hardest. Your knowledge allows beasts to take this step. Gravis wanted to deny Orthar's statement, but he just couldn't find an argument. This made Gravis hesitate for nearly a full minute as he simply thought about what Orthar had said. Was it true? Did Gravis truly have such an effect? Do my words truly have such an impact on the world? Gravis asked. You, giving off a casual comment, has resulted in the death of 3 ultimates, Orthar said evenly. Gravis couldn't argue against that. Why do you want me to realize this? Gravis asked, finally having accepted Orthar's words. Repayment, Orthar said. You have saved my life thrice now and have opened my eyes to the true way of the world. Making you realize the power that you have is just a small form of repayment. Gravis chuckled a bit. That's all? He asked. That's all, Orthar said. You are the only being that I consider a companion, Gravis. I don't have any experience with companions, but repaying your companions' help with your own help is only natural. Isn't it? Gravis chuckled a bit more. Orthar truly had no experience with that. Yet, when he heard Orthar refer to Gravis as his only companion, Gravis got reminded of something. Do you know what happened to Silva? Gravis asked. He still remembered the Viper that had been the commander of the land beast camp inside the river tribe. He wondered how he was. Silva created a peaceful tribe at the edges of the continent. After around 50 years, a kingdom noticed the outstanding battle strength of this tribe and forcefully recruited the members of the tribe. Silva and his tribe died in the front lines between the land and sea beast war. His dream of living peacefully died with him. Gravis took a deep breath to calm himself down. One of his friends, Silva, had been dead for many years now. Gravis had always hoped that Silva would be able to live his life in peace. Of course, that was only because of Gravis' emotions being optimistic. From the very beginning, Gravis knew that Silva had already become too powerful to escape the world. A spirit beast in the ocean would have had no issues in living out their life in peace. Outside the continent, battles were only between single beasts and not between 2 organizations. If Silva had decided to live in the ocean, he would probably still be alive. He wasn't decisive enough in his choice, Gravis said, sadness in his voice. Correct, Orthar said. He wasn't willing to commit to the path to power, but he also didn't abandon it. Land beasts have no issues living inside the vast ocean, and he should have gone to it. Yet, he had decided to live on land. My guess was that he had regrets regarding his path to power. Gravis nodded. I think so too. It was his own indecisiveness that killed him, which is very regrettable, Gravis said as he smiled bitterly. Because now, I don't have anyone that I can blame for his death but him. Gravis took another deep breath. So, every member of the river tribe except you and me are dead, huh? Gravis asked. Not entirely, Orthar said. Oh, Gravis asked. Who's still alive? Liza, Orthar said. Gravis remembered the hyena that had nearly killed Orthar. Liza? She's still alive. According to my spies, she has become a king and serves on a defensive line, Orthar said. Yet, her potential is too weak. Her battle strength has become very average, and she will have a huge issue in becoming more powerful. According to expectation, she won't be able to become a level 5 king. Gravis sighed again. Not everyone reaches the top, huh? Gravis asked. Naturally, Orthar answered. Then silence reigned for some minutes as Gravis thought about his old river tribe. From thousands of members, only 3 were still alive. Yet that was already incredible. The path to supreme power was perilous, and 2 members from an innocuous tribe at the edges of the continent had become powerful enough to contest with emperors. This ratio was already terrifying. Orthar and Gravis talked for a couple more hours, and the mood recovered. Gravis had had a lot of his friends and companions die on his journey. This was nothing new to him. It still hurt when he heard of the death of one of his companions, but he had grown used to it. So, what do you plan to do now, Orthar? Gravis asked. I will remain in your life ring until the light ultimate has left this world. Then I will continue on my path. Yet, I have developed a thought over our conversation that I'm not sure I should share, Orthar said. Oh? Something you're not sure about? Gravis asked with a smirk. I gotta hear this. Orthar remained silent for some seconds, which surprised Gravis. Apparently, Orthar took this thought very seriously. Gravis, Orthar said slowly, beasts are too simple. Ever since I have met you, I have seen the ingenuity and far-reaching mindset humans can have. I have not seen this mindset in any beast, but I feel like I would fit better into a human society. Gravis blinked a couple of times in confusion. What are you getting at? He asked. Gravis, Orthar said slowly as he looked into Gravis' eyes. When you return to your homeworld, can you take me with you? Gravis was taken aback. Orthar wanted to return with Gravis to his homeworld? That came out of nowhere. Gravis fell into thought as he seriously considered this action. It's not impossible, Gravis said. The problem is that living in the highest world is many times more dangerous for you than remaining in a natural world. Honestly, I don't know much about the relationship between humans and beasts in my homeworld. Beasts in human bodies may have been all around me in the city, but it is also possible that there were only humans. After all, I was too weak to feel the power of an immortal or higher. I'm unsure what would happen. It could be that you would be disallowed to live in human society and would be forced to live in the wilderness. Yet, it's also possible that there is no difference between humans and beasts in society. On top of that, the battles between immortals and gods produce shockwaves that can be felt for many thousands of kilometers. Additionally, humans have karmic luck, while beasts don't. I can't tell this to any human since that would destroy their karmic luck, but I can tell you since you're a beast. After all, you don't have any karmic luck to begin with, Gravis said. The matter of karmic luck hadn't been relevant in this world. After all, no being in this world had any karmic luck. Yet, Gravis didn't forget the enormous impact that karmic luck had had when he had been in the lower world. Just because this concept hadn't been relevant in this world didn't mean that the concept wouldn't become relevant again as soon as other humans got involved again. Gravis explained to Orthar the concept of karmic luck and how it might result in his death against a human that would usually die to him. A randomly missing attack or a random interference from outside could make the entire difference between life and death. Orthar also remained silent as he reevaluated his choice. He hadn't known about the concept of karmic luck. In order to become more powerful, it was imperative for Orthar to temper himself. Yet, one couldn't just freely choose their opponent. If a human decided to attack Orthar, he would have no other choice than to fight back. The concept of karmic luck was inherently unfair, and if Orthar wanted to temper himself fairly against beings that also had no karmic luck, he would need to keep away from human society. So, then there would be no difference between here and there. In both cases, Orthar would only come into contact with beasts. This would defeat the entire purpose of him wanting to see human society. Yet, at this moment, something happened that shocked Gravis immensely. He had never expected that something like this would happen. Gravis looked at Orthar as a sense of his was awakened that he hadn't used in over 100 years. In Gravis' eyes, Orthar's body gave off a particular feeling. Gravis knew this feeling. This was the feeling of when someone's karmic luck changed. Right now, in front of Gravis, Orthar received karmic luck from heaven. Gravis' eyes narrowed. "What's your plan, heaven?" Gravis thought. "Why are you giving Orthar karmic luck now?" Gravis very quickly came to a conclusion that made sense. This middle heaven doesn't break the rules. This means that this karmic luck doesn't come from this middle heaven but from the highest heaven. Father and I have already realized that the highest heaven wants as many of my friends to reach the highest world as possible. We're both unsure if the highest heaven wants to use them as hostages later or if it truly just wants to repay me. Gravis stood up and looked at the sky of his life ring. Orthar was confused about Gravis' sudden change of expression and emotions. These emotions made no sense to Orthar and seemingly came out of nowhere. "Is this it?" Gravis asked. "Do you want to show me that Orthar can also temper himself against humans in the highest world? You are ready to sacrifice the inherent advantages that humans have over him to further ensure yourself against me." Gravis looked at Orthar. "Heaven, I'm uncertain of your goal, but if your goal is to make me complacent with the status quo and no longer pursue supreme power, this won't work. If that is your goal, you won't be able to achieve it." Gravis continued looking at the confused Orthar. Yet, Orthar's karmic luck didn't reduce at all. "That's not your goal, huh?" Gravis asked. "Fine, then I'm fine with this. Even if you want to take more hostages against me in the future, in exchange for a future of one of my friends, I'm willing to take the risk." Gravis took a deep breath. "I doubt that you would want to hurt me by deceiving me right now. That's something that the idiotic lower heaven would have done. Not you. It's just not worth it. Additionally, you also know that you wouldn't be able to hide it in front of Father. So, I hope that you keep to your word." "Highest heaven," Gravis said. "Gravis, what's going on?" Orthar asked. Gravis turned to Orthar. "The highest heaven has granted you karmic luck. I have told you of my conflict with the highest heaven. Either it wants to repay me for what it had done to Stella, or it wants you to become powerful so that it can use your life to stop me. Are you willing to follow me to my homeworld, knowing about these possibilities and dangers?" Gravis asked. Orthar didn't even hesitate. "Tempering is always dangerous, as is the unknown. I see no difference in danger between staying here or following you to your homeworld." Gravis nodded. Then he smiled. "Then, I'm happy to have you on board," Gravis said. "It seems like our paths will only split for a short time until I leave this world. Try to become as powerful as possible during that time." Then, Gravis smirked. "And I have just the thing that will help you," he said. "Oh," Orthar said with interest. "Whoop." Suddenly, a small green slime appeared in front of Orthar. "This is the CMO. By watching it, you can comprehend a ton about life laws. From now until the day the light ultimate leaves this world, you should look at it. The more laws you manage to comprehend, the better," Gravis said. Right now, Orthar felt like they were back in the river tribe with Gravis as the leader. Orthar was not an emotional beast, but he couldn't help himself thinking about the past. "I will," Orthar said. Gravis nodded. "Great, I'll leave you to it." Then, Gravis looked at the horizon of his life ring again. "Meanwhile, I will also concentrate on learning as many new laws as possible in the next 50 years. I'll tell you when the light ultimate leaves the world." "Gravis," Orthar said with uncertainty. "It feels unnatural as a beast, but if I am to live among humans in the future, I should get used to it. So, let me try this." Gravis raised an eyebrow. "What?" "Gravis," Orthar said. "Thank you." Gravis left his life ring and searched for powerful materials in the surroundings. Right now, he was beside the Grand Lake, which was the core of the world. The most powerful materials in the world could be found here, and no beast was interested in these ores. Gravis also grabbed some different kinds of powerful wood from Meadow, who just commented that Gravis was tearing her apart. He had a good chuckle at her comments but quickly went back to comprehend materials. He found a ton of powerful materials that he couldn't fully manipulate. After all, a lot of these materials were at the peak law comprehension realm, far too powerful for the current Gravis. He couldn't experiment with them as much as he wanted, but he could at least look at them. Since Gravis was a level 5 king now, he could manipulate initial law comprehension rank materials, which was already a massive step forward compared to his last law comprehension session. Back when Gravis had just killed the Inquisitor, he had thought about the possibility that law comprehension materials would become much more powerful to deal with the powerful level 2 laws that all emperors knew. Sadly, this was not the case. If Gravis forged an initial law comprehension rank material with his hard pure law, he would be able to create a weapon or armor that would withstand the attacks of any level 1 emperor, except their level 2 law. This was an issue since the simple usage of a level 2 law could completely decimate his armor and weapons. His last opponent, the Grey Elephant, was a good demonstration regarding the power of his equipment. Back then, Gravis had created materials that were akin to the theoretical level of Half-Step Emperor, which actually didn't exist. By using his hard pure law, he was able to create something that managed to withstand most of the elephant's physical attacks. Only the all-out charge with his tusks had managed to destroy Gravis' armor. Yet, one had to remember that none of the elephant's attacks had been backed by laws. Metal beasts mainly relied on their metal transformation to unleash their offensive laws. Since Gravis countered the elephant's metal transformation, the elephant could use basically no level 1 law. Any level 1 law from the elephant would have destroyed Gravis' weapons and armor. Now, with Gravis being a level 5 king, he could create actual armor and weapons on the emperor level. With this new armor, the elephant wouldn't have been able to destroy Gravis' armor and weapons, even if Gravis only stood still. This armor could resist the power of any level 1 law. Since the elephant hadn't comprehended an offensive level 2 law but an auxiliary level 2 law, the elephant wouldn't have been able to get through Gravis' armor. Yet, this was only specific to the elephant. If Gravis took his servant, Morris, as an example, the true resistance of Gravis' armor would be shown. Back then, Gravis had specifically created an armor to counter Morris by fusing it with materials that had an incredible fire resistance. This had helped his armor immensely. As long as Gravis had been attacked by fire, his armor had basically been an entire level higher. This meant that if Gravis forged a new armor with initial law comprehension rank materials now, without fire-resistant materials, the armor would be just as good as the one he had used against Morris. Gravis could resist the small fireballs and physical attacks, but Morris' fire copies would melt it with frightening speed. And that was considering that Morris level 2 law was part offensive and part auxiliary. If he had comprehended a purely offensive level 2 law, Gravis' armor would have been destroyed after only a single attack. So what did all of this mean? It meant that equipment forged with materials from a specific rank could only resist attacks created by a level 1 law of the same rank without breaking. This was the base. Yet, why did the highest world have this categorization of weapons and armor? The name of the materials showed that they could resist anyone at the same level as the material. At first glance, this seemed faulty since every emperor had a level 2 law at their disposal. This meant that the equipment wouldn't be able to resist. By now, Gravis had already realized the reason for this categorization. This reason only became logical if one looked at the things Gravis had learned after his fight with the Inquisitor. First clue. This was an elite medium natural world. The beasts from here were way more powerful than the average beasts. Second clue. The hard complex law was a level 2 law, and not a level 1 law. Back then, Gravis hadn't known that. These two clues allowed Gravis to see the reason why the highest world still categorized the materials and equipment like this. In the average and highest world, only peak emperors would learn level 2 laws. In the average or in the highest world, there were no bottlenecks for beasts. In the highest world, beasts didn't need to make 1,000 children to become kings. This allowed them to immediately continue forward with eating more food and becoming more powerful. Due to them having no break, they wouldn't learn as much about laws. In the highest world, beasts didn't need to learn a level 2 law to become emperors. This was an enormous change with powerful consequences. In this world, the average age of a level 5 king that became an emperor was between 800 and 1,200 years. In the highest world, that age would probably drop to something like 100 to 200 years. Level 1 emperors would, on average, maybe know 2 level 1 laws in the highest world. In comparison to this medium natural world, that was absolutely pathetic. There was even a possibility that a new immortal beast hadn't even comprehended a single level 2 law. Every single ultimate in this world could kill such a weak immortal, even though there was a level difference of 2 levels. So, all in all, the categorization of materials and weapons made sense. Since nearly no emperor in the highest world knew any level 2 laws, all the equipment created with initial law comprehension rank materials and the hard pure law would be able to resist the beasts. Additionally, if there were an emperor that understood a level 2 law, the same materials could also withstand their level 2 law. The only difference was that the materials had to be manipulated by the hard complex law, which was a level 2 law. By now, Gravis had inferred that the rank of the materials only showed the potential of what one could create with them. An initial law comprehension rank material forged with the hard pure law could withstand all level 1 laws of a level 1 emperor. If the same material were forged with the hard complex law, it could withstand all level 2 laws of a level 1 emperor. This meant that the categorization of the highest world still held firm and made a lot of sense. It just became less helpful in this world due to the high power of the average emperor. I need to comprehend the hard complex law. Otherwise, my fights might become troublesome, Gravis thought as he poked a stone on the ground. Gravis spent the next 2 years looking at many different materials. Understanding a level 2 law wasn't as easy as understanding a level 1 law, which was why Gravis hadn't managed to understand it until now. The knowledge Gravis had to comprehend was insane. Gravis had only comprehended one level 2 law by himself, which was his law of suppression. He had only managed to comprehend it due to him coming into contact with this concept for his entire life. Understanding a level 2 law was difficult and time-consuming. "It's time," Azure said as she appeared beside Gravis. "Already?" Gravis asked. It didn't feel like he had spent 2 entire years here. Azure nodded. "We must return to the ruler," she said. Gravis sighed to reset his mindset. "Okay," he said with fire in his eyes. The two of them then traveled to the shore of the Grand Lake. Since the Sea Beast Ultimates also took part in this year's Ultimates meet, the venue had changed to be half in water and half on land. When Gravis arrived, he noticed the gathered Ultimates. He saw Meadow, who simply remained silent. He saw Sari talking to the Blue Swallow, the Land Beast's Water Ultimate. He saw the Lightning Ultimate standing some kilometers away from them with closed eyes. These were all the Land Beast's Ultimates since the Metal Ultimate had died while fighting against the Light Ultimate. Inside the water, Gravis saw the Octopus, the Sea Beast's Water Ultimate. Some kilometers away from him, Gravis saw the Gray Lobster, the Sea Beast's Metal Ultimate. At the area where the shore met the Sealine, Gravis saw the White Snake, the Light Ultimate. Right now, all of them were concentrating on their own laws. Displaying these laws probably took up a lot of planning and energy. Meadow noticed Gravis' arrival and turned to the Ultimates. "All right, bitches. It's time to show your massive law dicks to the world. Since I have the biggest one, I will go first," she announced. All beasts looked at Meadow with intensity. Would Meadow show her level 3 laws for the first time? The surrounding kilometers around Meadow were transformed as a forest appeared. Gravis could see many different kinds of plants. He knew nearly all of them, but many had variations on them that he hadn't seen before. Gravis saw plants with different kinds of bark. One exceptionally tall tree even had the same bark that Meadow had shown with her true body. This was the level 3 law of ancient bark, the most powerful material after the level 3 law metal. The forest also had several clearings that were filled with wooden beings, constantly fighting each other. In one clearing, 2 wooden beasts continually flew around each other at insanely high speeds. This was a showcase of 2 beasts fighting with the level 3 law of supreme speed. In a different clearing, 2 muscular, wooden beasts fought each other without moving much. They were simply punching each other, creating powerful shockwaves each time they collided. On top of that, they also had been created with ancient bark. The reason for that was that any other material would be destroyed when confronted with the level 3 law of supreme strength. At the edge of the forest, Gravis saw the same tree multiple times, but with different sizes. The smallest tree wasn't taller than a mortal tree, but the size increased twofold as one looked at the trees right to left. The last one was 100 kilometers tall. As the size of the trees increased, their power also increased. This was the showcase of the level 3 law of size. The last major display in Meadows Forest was an area with multiple plants. The surroundings of these plants shimmered with a white light, and when Gravis' spirit entered this area, he felt like he hit a wall. It was like the white light was able to interact, block, and even attack his spirit. This was the level 3 law of elemental wood. The remainder of the forest showed many other plants performing different actions. Some of them were constantly whipping each other, while others continually created spears. Some weaker, wooden beasts even fought each other with different kinds of fighting styles. There were so incredibly many laws on display here. By now, Gravis was sure that Meadow was showcasing over 150 different laws. This was insane. Even the level 2 laws were in the double digits. The ultimates couldn't take their eyes off Meadow's imposing display. This was unreal even for their standards. Additionally, everyone felt that a flood of energy came from outside and entered the forest. By displaying so much, Meadow was using just as much energy as she could regenerate. Sari chuckled a bit. "I'm next," she said. Sari became 100 kilometers tall. After that, a lot of small, unfertilized eggs left her body as they surrounded her. No new life would be born from these eggs, but all the eggs showed a different kind of life law. Sari had created these eggs to display their life law over the next 50 years. They were using slightly more energy than they passively absorbed, and when the 50 years were up, they would run out of life energy and die. In some eggs, one could see claws being formed and then broken down again. The same thing happened in other eggs with different kinds of materials. Gravis could see organs, muscles, skin, scales, claws, hair, bones, blood, and many more different kinds of living matter being created and broken down again. These eggs showed the growth laws and composition laws of living matter. Some eggs even appeared like they were doing absolutely nothing, but if one looked at them with their senses, they could see tiny organisms, invisible to the naked eye, being created and broken down. Xing. Suddenly, several roots appeared that buried themselves into Sari. These roots tried their best to destroy Sari's body by absorbing the life energy inside her and destroying her insides. The ultimates looked with shock at Meadow. "Chill out," Meadow said. This was Sari's idea since this is the best way to showcase her new law of energy healing. Also, if she didn't supply life energy to me, I wouldn't be able to keep my display up for long. Sure enough, Sari didn't react to the roots. Due to her self-destructive fighting style, physical pain was nothing but a mere nuisance to her. Gravis also noticed that even more energy was moving to this location from all over the world. Meadow and Sari were using up an incredible amount of energy. Gravis guessed that this middle heaven probably had its work cut out for it this time. After all, one shouldn't forget that energy and energy were two different things. The capitalized energy referred to the physical force that made up all matter and elements. The uncapitalized energy was just energy. Cultivators and beasts used the capitalized energy as fuel to make attacks, which would count as uncapitalized energy. Gravis couldn't just use heat to create punishment lightning. Sure, he could use heat and transform it with a contraption to create natural lighting, but he couldn't create punishment lightning like this. The transformation of physical force back into energy required heaven to manually perform it. Something like this didn't happen automatically. This was also the reason why the energy in the lower world, when Gravis had fought the lower heaven, had lowered and even vanished at the end. Back then, the lower heaven had been too busy trying to survive. Transforming heat and movement into physical energy wasn't something heaven could have done in that situation. So, right now, these ultimates were transforming a ridiculous amount of energy into energy, and heaven had to manually transform it back. It was like two people were melting down gold coins into random forms of gold chunks while heaven had to take these random chunks of gold to recreate the molten down gold coins. I'm next, the blue swallow said. She also grew to be 100 kilometers big and summoned a huge amount of water from the Grand Lake. After that, she created different floating pools in the air. Some of them were violently moving around to show the concept of a stream. Others were green to show some law regarding healing. Yet, there was not only water. There were also different kinds of ice and ice storms. Additionally, one could also see different kinds of steam flying around. The most impressive display was a shining, deep blue area. When Gravis' spirit entered this area, he felt like it was about to freeze over. This was the level 3 law of supreme cold. My turn, the lightning ultimate said with authority. Bang! Huge stormy clouds appeared that continually struck the ground with different kinds of lightning. Additionally, different bolts moved and acted differently. Some of them exploded with more power, which showcased the law of explosiveness of lightning. Others didn't make a sound at all, which showed the law of lightning concentration. Some attracted different kinds of or showcasing magnetism. Others moved faster to show lightning's speed. Some others even moved incredibly slowly, probably showcasing some kind of lightning stasis law or something. Gravis didn't know enough to categorize it right now. Sadly, the lightning ultimate didn't have a level 3 law to showcase, which made his show appear much less impressive than the other shows. I'm next, the light ultimate said. Bright light appeared that illuminated everything in the surroundings. The beams moved around erratically and not in a straight line like one was used to seeing. Some of them hit some flowers on the ground, making the flowers grow. Others hit the same flower, making it wilt again. Gravis' eyes shone. Light can also sap life energy? He thought with shock. This was something only darkness could do. Was it possible that light could cross over into the domain of darkness? Lastly, some light beams moved around at insane speeds. This showcased the level 3 law of light speed. My turn, the octopus said. Then, just like the land beast's water ultimate, he created a lot of pools. Yet, many of his pools showcased other laws. Just because both of them had the water element didn't mean that they had comprehended the same laws. Sadly, the octopus also hadn't comprehended a level 3 law. Now me, the lobster said as chunks of or exploded out of the ground. Additionally, he created a wide variety of different kinds of ore. Some ores were harder while some were more flexible. Additionally, the same or under the metal ultimate's manipulation showed different properties. Some or that should be hard and rigid showed an impressive amount of flexibility. Sure enough, there's more to metal than just its composition, Gravis thought as he watched, enraptured. With this, all the ultimates showcased their laws. While they kept the display going, they also watched the displays of the other ultimates with interest. Time starts now, Meadow announced. Then, everything became silent except for the rampaging elements. All ultimates were concentrating on comprehending. An insane amount of energy was pulled into the circle of ultimates from all around the world. Heaven probably had to work overtime. Gravis and Azure stood in the middle of the circle, and they felt like they were bathing in a beautiful rainbow of different elements and energy. Azure wasn't sure where she should begin, while Gravis immediately knew where he wanted to start. While Azure was still hesitating in the middle, Gravis walked closer to the sea beast's metal ultimate. First, Gravis wanted to finish his hard complex composition law. The display of the metal ultimate would make everything far easier for him. After that, he would take a glance at the light ultimate to comprehend light's composition. Gravis was also pretty sure that the darkness composition would quickly follow suit when he understood light. Thus, Gravis began his next 50 years of comprehending laws. The metal ultimate was surprised when he noticed that Gravis paid attention to him first. Didn't Gravis have a lightning affinity? According to reason, he should first take a look at the lightning ultimate's display. The metal ultimate didn't know much about Gravis since they were of different camps. Additionally, he hadn't seen Gravis fight anything. The metal ultimate had seen the competition between the Land Kings, but Gravis hadn't fought in that. Instead, everyone had already accepted that he was the most powerful king. Then, the metal ultimate saw Gravis going through his different kinds of ores and experimenting with them. That was when the metal ultimate finally saw the reason for Gravis' power. Gravis had already comprehended a level 3 law, the law of punishment lightning. This situation felt unreal to the metal ultimate. A king shouldn't be able to understand such an advanced and powerful law. Yet, even though the metal ultimate was very interested in Gravis now, he decided against contacting him. They were from two different camps, after all. Gravis continued looking at the ores, and after some hours, the metal ultimate got used to Gravis' presence and started ignoring him. The metal ultimate needed to use all the available time to comprehend other laws. Gravis stayed at the metal ultimate's side for 14 years until, boom! Finally! Gravis thought with excitement. It took me so long, but I finally managed to comprehend the hard complex material law. Additionally, I didn't even need to temper myself. It just came naturally. This was a pleasant surprise for Gravis since he had expected that he needed to temper himself and comprehend this law inside a battle. Yet, all his understanding just naturally flowed together and created the complete hard complex material composition law. The list of alloys that Father has given me has helped me immensely, Gravis thought. All the diagrams about the makeup of the materials helped me to visualize the movement of the energy inside the complex materials. Without the list of alloys, I probably would have needed another 50 years or so and might even have needed to go through tempering. Gravis had had the hard complex material composition law as his goal ever since he had started his realm stop over 100 years ago. Back then, he had been only 60 years old. Now, with Gravis having spent 100 years in the law comprehension areas, 23 years tempering his will, and 14 years staying here, Gravis was already around 200 years old. He was now just as old as Old Man Lightning when Gravis had met him. Gravis had dedicated 140 years to build a foundation to finally comprehend the hard complex material law. If someone had told Gravis that he would need 140 years to understand this law, he would have despaired back then. His entire life had only been 60 years long, and he would need more than double that again to comprehend a level 2 law? This sounded horrifying. But, by now, Gravis saw that it was only natural that something like this would take that long. In actuality, his progress was quite fast. One level 2 law per 140 years would come up to 10 level 2 laws in 1,400 years, which was about the average age of a level 1 emperor. Yet, level 1 emperors mostly only knew one level 2 law. This showed that Gravis' speed in comprehending laws was insanely fast compared to this world. Of course, since Gravis had no idea how fast humans were in comprehending laws, he couldn't judge his progress compared to them. Humans, logically, should be able to comprehend laws much faster than beasts. Sadly, Gravis didn't know how much faster. "Hey, can I have some of that ore?" Gravis suddenly asked the metal ultimate. The metal ultimate was taken out of his comprehension as Gravis talked to him. He got a bit annoyed by a king interrupting him, but he couldn't be bothered right now. "Take what you want," the metal ultimate said quickly as he went back to comprehending other laws. Gravis smiled. "Thanks," he said, and the metal ultimate got taken out of his comprehension state again as he got confused by Gravis' words. The metal ultimate looked at Gravis with confusion. Obviously, Gravis didn't show any kind of subservience to him with his tone and gestures, but he had kind of showed his subservience by saying thanks. This confused the metal ultimate. Gravis also realized what he had done. Then he scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment. "Oh, sorry. I didn't mean it like that," he said, and that shocked the metal ultimate even more. Why was Gravis saying sorry now? What was going on? Why did Gravis' whole behavior not make any sense at all? Gravis rubbed his forehead in frustration. "You know what? Forget it. Just take it like I haven't said anything at all," he said. Speaking to beasts was weird. The metal ultimate looked at Gravis in confusion some more, shook his head, and then went back to comprehending. He had no time to deal with such useless stuff. Gravis quickly grabbed a massive chunk of different ores. By now, Gravis was 1,250 meters tall, which was more than an entire kilometer. In comparison to the ultimates, he was absolutely tiny, but to him, he felt far too huge. So, even though Gravis took several cubic kilometers of ore, the absence of the ore almost couldn't be noticed. The metal ultimate had produced just way too much ore. Then, Gravis forged his new equipment by fusing appropriate materials together. There were far more complex than pure materials in the world, which allowed Gravis to choose the properties of his equipment with more freedom. Thus, he decided to go all in with physical defense. Gravis' knowledge about the composition laws regarding the elements, together with his spirit and will aura, would counter nearly all elemental attacks. The only things that could truly hurt him would be physical attacks. Additionally, Gravis' saber was forged with absolute attack in mind. He never intended to block any attack with his saber, which allowed him to entirely focus on attack. Gravis looked at his new saber with fiery eyes. This saber is so incredibly sharp that I could probably severely injure a level 2 emperor with only my comparably weak strength. I don't even need to use my punishment lightning anymore to kill a beast 3 levels above me. Gravis' eyes narrowed. This is a problem, he thought. As I am right now, a level 2 emperor won't even be able to put any pressure on me. Yet, a level 3 emperor seems far too terrifying. My will aura is quite terrifying right now, which would suppress a level 2 emperor by over 50%. Yet, a level 3 emperor would only be slowed by around 10%. This is still far too fast for me to even react. I couldn't even attempt to dodge. Additionally, my lightning crescent's power doesn't increase with the quality of the saber. My lightning crescent is just as powerful with this saber as with a stick, assuming the stick can withstand it. This means I literally don't have any possible way to kill a beast 4 levels above me. It's impossible, Gravis thought. Right now, Gravis was precisely in the situation that he had warned his children and his river tribe members about. He was in an awkward tempering spot. Level 2 emperors were too weak, while level 3 emperors were far too terrifying. Gravis had known of the possibility of such a situation occurring for a long time, so he also knew the 3 choices he now had. First choice: try to fight a level 3 emperor and die miserably. This wouldn't even be a fight. The level 3 emperor would just charge at Gravis with their unparalleled speed and slap him into paste. Sure, his armor might be able to resist, but his body would be transformed into chunks inside the armor. Second choice: increase his realm by fighting against beasts 3 levels higher than him until they finally became a challenge again. Sadly, this choice would be like throwing Gravis' advantage away that he had worked so hard for. Third choice: try to fight several beasts 3 levels above him simultaneously. That would still be considered tempering since Gravis couldn't win a one-on-one fight against such powerful beasts quickly. This would make it hard for Gravis to react to their attacks, and they might be able to overwhelm him with attacks. The problem with that choice was finding these opponents. All these options are shit, Gravis thought with frustration. Gravis thought about his situation for quite some time until he finally rubbed his head in frustration. Fuck this. I need to go with the first choice. It appears absolutely impossible right now, but there surely is a way to increase my battle strength even more. So, a beast 4 levels higher than me would have speed that is impossible for me to react to, would create an attack that I can't resist against, and I can't even injure them. This means I need to upgrade all 3 aspects. The best way to majorly increase these aspects is by understanding more level 2 laws. First of all, I need to deal with the speed difference. Right now, I can increase my will aura again, which would put the suppression to 30%. The problem is that I have no way to increase it right now. The only other beast in this world that has comprehended punishment lightning is the Grand Elder, and with me being a level 5 king now, he won't be able to help me. Since he has overtaken the position of the leader of the Icy Pride Empire, he also won't increase his realm for quite some time. So, increasing my will aura falls flat, Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. This means I need speed from somewhere else. Gravis glanced to the lightning ultimate. There surely must be an upgraded form of the level 1 law of lightning speed. Comprehending this law would allow me to react to attacks, at least. This should be my first stop. Then, I need to deal with my attack. Punishment lightning is great and all, but it is only the base form of an attack. I need to manipulate it appropriately to make use of it as efficiently as possible. The lightning crescent has served me well for a long time, but it's a technique I have comprehended in the lower world. There surely must be better and more effective ways to use my punishment lightning. Yet, maybe I don't need to completely change my technique, but upgrade it. Right now, my lightning crescent makes use of my will aura, spirit, and punishment lightning. Yet, it hasn't integrated other laws. Additionally, I haven't comprehended any of the offensive laws regarding lightning yet. Gravis' eyes shone. Lightning is a very offensive element, so it should have plenty of offensive laws. If I comprehend some of these laws, the power of my lightning crescent will rise. However, I'm not sure if that would be enough. Another problem with my lightning crescent is that the power is not concentrated enough. I unleash it in a slash and then it simply explodes. A lot of its power vanishes into the surroundings, and it spreads over my enemy's entire body. If I could concentrate it on one point, its power would rise again. So, for my speed and offense, I need to comprehend more about lightning. I've always put it on the back burner since I could comprehend it anytime I wanted. Maybe I should increase its priority. Gravis thought as he looked at the moving clouds in the sky, which moved around the lower bodies of the ultimates. As for elemental defense, I need to comprehend the light and darkness composition laws. With that, I will be able to weaken all elemental attacks of my enemy. Additionally, understanding the level 2 laws associated with their composition would surely increase their effectiveness even more. As for physical defense, the sharp attacks are already countered very well by my new hard complex law. The problem is the force that the attacks transmit. I can increase my resistance to these attacks with two other things. First, I need to comprehend the soft complex and medium complex laws. Right now, my armor is so hard that if my body gets thrown around inside it, it's like I hit a hard wall every time. An appropriate solution would be to have a hard layer on the outer side, a soft layer of gas in the middle, and a flexible but durable layer beneath all of this. A physical attack would hit my armor and would maybe dent it a little bit. The layer of gas would slowly distribute the force over a wider area, and my body would be softly held in place by the medium material. The next issue would be the internal tearing of my body with such an attack. I probably can't do anything with the body composition law since my body has a different composition. Yet, there are more laws regarding the body. Maybe there are some hardness or flexibility laws. Gravis frowned as he realized the monumental task in front of him. I probably need to comprehend at least 5 additional level 2 laws to allow me to even survive against a beast 4 levels higher than me. With such a big number of level 2 laws, only Meadow would have comprehended more than me, and only Sari would have a comparable number. This means, to jump 4 levels as a level 5 king, I would need to have comprehended more laws than an average ultimate. Someone that is an entire realm above me and thousands of years old. If it is even possible without tempering, I would probably need hundreds of years. Gravis sighed when he realized the time he would need to invest. He would remain a king for probably another 500 years. In that time, his children might even become emperors already. Yet, when Gravis glanced at Meadow, he made his decision. So what? Gravis thought. So what if I'm slow in increasing my realm? A lot of humans my age have probably already become immortals. Taking nearly 1,000 years to reach the law comprehension realm would probably make me an old man. Instead of looking up at the old monsters, I would be the old monster. Suddenly, Gravis smirked. But am I not already an old monster for mortal standards? Some humans would look at Meadow and think that she was pathetic for remaining an emperor for over 50,000 years. Yet, her battle strength is absolutely insane. How would the youngsters feel when someone many times older than them and with a weaker realm would jump levels to kill them? The more powerful my battle strength, the easier it is to survive. Right now, no level 2 emperor would care about me, a level 5 king. I don't even give them any energy when they eat me. On top of that, with them constantly feeling that they are more powerful than me, even tempering against me would feel horrible. Knowing that you are much more powerful than someone but somehow not being able to win is frustrating. Only when the fight is close to an end would their emotions subconsciously realize the danger. An emperor would gain nothing by winning against me. Instead, they would risk their lives for absolutely no gain, and they know that. This is the advantage of having a powerful battle strength. I can choose my opponents since my opponents don't want to choose me. All these youngsters, who look down upon the seemingly weaker old monsters, die with regret as their arrogance becomes their downfall. By progressing too fast, one becomes average at some point, and that's when cultivation becomes nearly impossible. By now, Gravis smiled as he rubbed his chin. All right, I've decided. I will become an old man. Gravis had made his decision to remain as a king until he would be powerful enough to battle beasts 4 levels above him. Of course, he wouldn't truly become an old man. After all, as a king, he already had a longevity of about 3,000 years. He would, at most, count as a middle-aged man and maybe not even that. All right. Now, first of all, I need to finish the remaining elements. Light time, Gravis thought as he looked at the light ultimate. Then, Gravis walked over and started studying the show of the light ultimate. The light ultimate didn't care about Gravis and simply ignored him. She had better things to do than to pay attention to some king. As Gravis looked at the light show, he became quite surprised. I know a lot of these concepts already. I learned a lot about light creation by understanding the composition law of fire. I learned a lot about reflection from the water composition law. I even already understand a lot about the gradual transformation from light to darkness because of the similarities between the transformation from air to wind. Sure enough, the more laws I know, the easier it is to categorize and understand new laws. This is what Azure said when she referred to the law comprehension experience of the emperors. No wonder Ferris managed to learn one law after the other when he started comprehending. Gravis thought. 3 years later. Boom! Boom! Got it! Gravis thought with a smirk. Just as I had expected, the composition of darkness and light are intrinsically connected. By comprehending one of them, the comprehension of the other immediately follows. Now I counter every single element, Gravis thought. 90% of all my opponents will be countered by my composition laws. Only the beasts without any elemental affinity are left. In order to counter them, I would need to learn the composition laws of the body. Gravis frowned. Yet that's a problem. My body is made out of lightning, which makes its composition very different from other bodies. Since it's still a body, the other laws still work with it, but not the composition law. This means that I don't have an easy way to learn the body's composition. Gravis glanced over at Sari. I only have 33 years of comprehension in this area left. Originally, I wanted to look at the medium complex and soft complex laws and finish everything off with some lightning comprehension. Yet, I can find medium complex and soft complex materials nearly everywhere in this location. Additionally, I can also just look at myself for lightning. Gravis narrowed his eyes. Yet, I don't always have an opportunity to inspect bodies. Sure, the CMO can give me insights into the composition of a body, but the CMO is too random, and the knowledge is far too dispersed. Right now, Sari is demonstrating the different laws in an orderly fashion. I can't waste this opportunity. So, Gravis left the light ultimate and walked over to Sari. I thought you would never come, Sari transmitted with a giggling voice. You might not have been my first choice, but your display will help me the most. Probably, Gravis transmitted back with a smile. I'm happy to hear that, Sari transmitted with a smile. What are you interested in? I want to take a look at the composition of the body, Gravis answered. Good choice, Sari transmitted. The composition laws are the basis for all the other laws. When you understand the composition of something, you can look at the other related laws from a different perspective. Gravis nodded. He agreed with that assessment. I placed all 5 of them over there, Sari transmitted as Gravis' senses were pulled to an area with 5 eggs placed closely to each other. Gravis nodded. Thanks, he said. Sari was surprised. Oh, you don't have to go that far. You helped me and I help you. It's natural, she transmitted with a bashful voice. Why is thanking beasts so weird? This is starting to become annoying, Gravis thought with a sigh. Gravis didn't interact with Sari any further and walked over to the eggs. The transparent, unfertilized eggs demonstrated the laws perfectly. Just like the CMO, the things inside the eggs grew and broke down different parts of the body. Yet, instead of it being random, it was very orderly. Surprisingly, Gravis already knew a lot about the composition of the body. Watching the CMO and knowing the growth laws allowed Gravis to see the composition from a different perspective. He may not have understood the base, but he understood the result, which the base would turn into. I notice more and more how my previous experiences are helping me now, Gravis thought. Back then, when I started my first true law comprehension, I had to understand every single small thing. It took me so incredibly long to learn the basics of the materials and elements. Yet, after a long time of getting no concrete results, I started understanding laws faster and faster. For a short time, Gravis looked at the sky as he thought about the difference between then and now. Finally, my experience in regards to law comprehension is just as high as an emperor. It took me 150 years, but I'm finally there. Right now would be the optimal time for me to become an emperor, but with the change of my goal, I can't do that anymore. As soon as I become a level 1 emperor, a level 4 emperor would maybe only give me the slightest of tempering. Yet, fighting an ultimate would become even harder then than fighting a level 3 emperor now, Gravis thought. If I break through now, I will probably never be able to fight 4 levels above me. I need to invest a huge amount of time right now, but it will be worth it, Gravis thought. Then, with renewed motivation, he looked at the eggs. 2 years later. Boom! Organs are done, Gravis thought with a smirk. By understanding the organs, I have a base of understanding the other components even better. 1.5 years later. Boom! Blood is done, Gravis thought. My spirit can't penetrate through living matter because of their will. Due to that, these laws are currently useless to me since I can't get to my enemy's blood and organs. Yet, if I also understand the other composition laws, I can work my way through the layers. 1 year later. Boom! Bones are done, Gravis thought. This is becoming faster and faster as time passes. I notice that many concepts in components I haven't understood yet are already familiar to me. Additionally, I'm becoming very good at analyzing new kinds of compositions. In this branch of laws, I'm starting to become an expert. Half a year later. Boom! And that's the muscles, Gravis thought. Only the skin remains. No time to waste. 2 months later. Boom! And I'm done, Gravis thought with a smirk. 5 laws in only 5 years. That's even faster than Ferris back then. Of course, the main reason for my speed is the orderly display from Sorry, and also that I already have a huge amount of experience in composition. As soon as I step into a different category of laws, my speed will fall drastically again. Anyway, with these composition laws complete, I can counter all the beasts. If my will aura is powerful enough, I can turn their skin into dust, followed by their blood and muscles, and lastly, their bones and organs. On top of that, since the dust still has all their energy, I can just destroy the dust with my lightning and absorb their power. If my will aura isn't powerful enough, I can weaken their skin. That would reduce their defense by an entire level, but not completely. After all, I can't weaken the muscles if the skin blocks my spirit sense. First of all, I would need to weaken the skin, destroy part of the skin with my attacks, and then weaken the muscles beneath the skin. On top of that, even if I manage to leave a cut, I can only weaken the muscles that are exposed by the cut. This means I would need to concentrate fully on only one spot. With just these laws, I won't be able to kill my opponent. However, there's one funny thing, Gravis thought with a chuckle. Ironically, the dispersal of my lightning crescent's energy would be more effective than a more concentrated attack. With my lightning crescent, I would be able to burn off the whole skin of my opponent and would then have access to all their muscles. Gravis started scratching his chin as he fell into thought again. But if my opponent knows the law of skin growth, they would rebuild their skin. Yet, that would cost quite some life energy. Interesting. This would result in a war of attrition between my opponent and me. Gravis looked at Sorry intensely. If I were to fight a level 3 Emperor version of Sorry, this fighting style would result in my death. Her life energy regeneration is insane. For these cases, I would need a more concentrated version of my lightning crescent. Then Gravis turned to the light ultimate. Yet, this tactic would be incredibly effective against beasts with the water and light affinity. They can't just create life energy out of nowhere since they rely on their own life energy and element to heal themselves. An opponent with the earth element also would succumb to this tactic. Their offense is not powerful enough to kill me immediately, and their speed is slow. With my earth composition and body composition laws, I would be able to slowly grind them to death. Meanwhile, offensive elements like fire, darkness, wind, and maybe even metal would kill me in a short time. This means I can't just rely on this new fighting style. Gravis scratched the back of his neck. Well, I guess I have two fighting styles now. As Gravis became more powerful, he noticed that his direction had changed. In the lower world and at the beginning of the middle world, he had chased after a very explosive and fast fighting style. His goal had been to boost his speed and offense to a level where the enemy would die without being able to fight back. Yet, as he fought more and more opponents, he realized that this fighting style wasn't always the best choice. Metal and earth beasts had been his nemesis since their defenses were so high that it became nearly impossible to kill them immediately. Then, Gravis would run out of energy, and the fight would become perilous. Ironically enough, with his new fighting style, earth beasts were now the weakest against him. Now, the most troublesome opponents would be beasts without any elemental affinity. Their superior body would pose a massive issue to him. The other problem was that he wouldn't be able to counter their offense with his elemental composition laws since they had no elemental affinity. The more complex and varied his opponent's fighting style was, the better for Gravis. One could argue that Gravis' direction was not power-oriented. After all, his weapons became more and more situational. Yet, if he had situational weapons that covered every situation, would his strength still be situational? Pure power only carries me so far, Gravis thought. If I only concentrate on the three basic aspects of offense, defense, and speed, I would never be able to fight 4 levels above myself. I need to find specific counters to my opponents to bridge the gap. Gravis glanced at the remaining eggs beside Sari and then at the lightning ultimate. Should I choose something that I can understand very quickly that would shoot my strength upward? Or should I concentrate on something nearly useless that I can't get anywhere else? Gravis sighed. Honestly, that's not even a choice. I've been putting off understanding more about lightning forever, but I can take a look at lightning whenever I want. My survival is guaranteed, which gives me time to understand everything. This means that I have the luxury to waste time. After thinking that, Gravis made his choice. Back then, the sheer number of level 1 laws required for the middle-tier material composition law had thrown him into despair. Yet, without even noticing, Gravis had nearly completed the entire base. He knew the relevant pure laws and even the hard complex law. He knew all the elemental composition laws. He knew the body composition laws, and he also knew the plant composition laws. There was only one thing remaining. Let's take a look at these microorganisms, Gravis thought. I have never truly come into contact with them, but some laws should be able to cross into their territory. Gravis looked at the single egg that demonstrated the creation of microorganisms, which made Gravis frown. According to his logic, there should be at least 3 different kinds of composition laws associated with microorganisms. Yet there was only one egg. Sorry, have you not comprehended the entire composition of microorganisms? Or why is there only one egg? Gravis asked. Sari chuckled a bit. Oh, I understand it. It's all there, she said with a voice that suggested that she knew something that Gravis didn't. I think your understanding about their usage and purpose is faulty. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked for more eggs. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. That might be possible, Gravis said. I haven't come into contact with them yet, so I don't truly know their purpose and effect. Sari giggled some more. Take a look and you will find out, but you will probably need a long time to understand them. They're very different, and if you don't have a powerful base, you won't be able to understand them at all. I would suggest looking at the composition of plants first. Gravis grinned. I already understand all 5 composition laws of plants and all 5 composition laws of bodies. Is that enough? Gravis asked. Sari was shocked when she heard Gravis' words. She wasn't surprised about the number of laws that Gravis had comprehended, but about the fact that he had wasted time to look at plants while still being a king. The laws of plants were about as far as one could go in regards to understanding laws that have no impact on battle strength. These kinds of laws were basically useless. Only emperors that had no idea what to do anymore would consider looking at plants. Gravis could become more powerful without any problems, but he had already comprehended plants. Sari couldn't understand him at all. Well, okay, Sari said. Then you can try to comprehend them. However, it will probably still take quite some time. But if you actually manage to comprehend them, you will reap a ton of rewards. Gravis nodded as he continued to scratch his chin. Would you say it would be worth it to invest all my remaining time here to understand microorganisms? He asked. Yes, Sari answered immediately. If you manage to comprehend them, it will be worth it. All right, Gravis said as he walked closer to the egg. Then I will trust you, he said. Ah, shucks. That sounds lovely, Gravis, Sari said with an embarrassed voice. Take your time, she said. Gravis looked with detail at the microorganisms for the first time. He had seen them here and there, but he had never paid any true attention to them. They had never shown any impact on anything. After some minutes, Gravis found something that was quite fascinating. Interesting. The microorganisms are alive, move around, and consume food, but they don't have a will, and therefore also no soul. Ferris said that the soul is the difference between dead and living things. These microorganisms don't have a soul, which would throw them into the dead category. Yet, they exhibit a multitude of attributes that only living beings have. This is very contradictory, Gravis thought. 5 years passed. 23 years until the time was up. The more Gravis looked at the microorganisms, the more confused he became. By now, he would have comprehended at least another composition law if there actually were another one. Yet, the microorganisms completely stumped him. The concepts behind these microorganisms went against a lot of laws and comprehensions Gravis had achieved in the past. Yet, his past comprehensions had to be correct. Otherwise, they wouldn't have transformed into laws. Gravis narrowed his eyes. I think I understand why Sari said that it would be worth it. The fact that my previous knowledge has transformed into laws shows that my previous knowledge is correct. Yet, the microorganisms in front of me are real, which means they also follow a specific law. This means that there is an entire facet of knowledge that I haven't interacted with yet, which means I should look at them as if I haven't comprehended anything else. I shouldn't try to find outside concepts that make sense in relation to these microorganisms but see them as their own thing. No wonder Sari said that it will take a long time. It's like I'm trying to understand a new law while having no prior experience, Gravis thought. Yet, she also said that it would be worth it. Let's see, Gravis thought as he continued looking at them. 8 years passed. 15 years until the time was up. By now, Gravis was looking at the microorganisms with intensity. His eyes had become bloodshot, and his mind was going wild. It was like he was trying to understand something that was just too complex to understand. Gravis saw more and more facets about the microorganisms that stumped him. A lot of the stuff they did made no sense at all. They were, obviously, comprised of energy just like everything else. Yet, they absorbed and gave off energy voluntarily without any outside manipulation. This was especially strange since that didn't fit living nor dead things. Living things hoarded more and more energy and wouldn't give off as much as they absorbed, while dead things neither absorbed energy nor dispersed it. Yet, these microorganisms absorbed energy and gave off the same amount later. It made no sense. 5 more years passed. 10 years until the time was up. Gravis sighed as he looked at his surroundings. He needed a break. It was like he was constantly fighting an uphill battle, just trying to survive. Yet, no matter how much concentration he put into comprehension, it was like he just had no chance. Sorry, is the composition law of microorganisms a level 2 or level 3 law? Gravis asked. No, it's a level 1 law, Sari answered. Then why is it so hard to understand? Gravis asked helplessly. He had never felt so overwhelmed with a level 1 law. How was this law so complex but only had the power of a level 1 law? Sari giggled a bit. Let me show you something interesting, she said. Gravis looked back at the egg. Then, a lot of the microorganisms gathered together. At once, all of them started absorbing energy. As more time passed, they pressed harder and harder into each other until, "Hope!" Gravis' eyes nearly fell out. The microorganisms broke down and fused with each other. Now, there was only one thing in front of him, and Gravis almost couldn't believe it. A heart, Gravis involuntarily said. Gravis looked at the heart intensely. He was absolutely sure that a heart was not comprised of microorganisms. Gravis understood the composition law of organs, and he knew that an organ was one thing that was made out of energy. Gravis' senses were easily powerful enough to perceive microorganisms, but no matter how closely he looked at the newly created heart, he saw no microorganisms in it. It was like the microorganisms had completely vanished and had become one new thing. Additionally, this thing was now living as it absorbed more energy than it gave off. On top of that, Gravis also felt a very faint will on it. Something dead had transformed into something alive right in front of him. Gravis almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. He knew a lot about composition and about living and dead matter. Someone that didn't know as much wouldn't be as surprised about this development. Yet, to Gravis, it appeared magical that something dead could become something living. When the microorganisms fused together, they not only created a will but also a soul. How was it possible that they created a soul? Gravis had always thought that a soul was something magical that entered a body via heaven or something similar. A lot of people believed in reincarnation and that the souls of dead beings could enter new bodies. Yet, this revelation showed him that this was not the case. The soul was being created by a fusion of microorganisms. This meant a completely new soul that had never seen the world before had been created. There was no such thing as reincarnation in this cosmos. Shocking, isn't it? Sari asked with a smirk. When I've noticed this for the first time, I was also shocked. You should know that Azure's technique of understanding the life laws came from me. I have always comprehended the life laws via creating new children and watching them. The microorganisms are obviously not alive, yet they contribute immensely to living beings. Gravis nodded. It truly is shocking. I guess Azure has already comprehended the law of microorganisms, right? Probably, Sari answered. I don't know for sure, but she had comprehended at least one level 2 law in regards to the body. So, the chances that she has already realized the workings of the microorganisms is quite high. Gravis thought back to how he had watched his children being created. He had kept watch over the entire thing, but his knowledge regarding the composition of the body was not high enough to notice how special something like this was. His children had also once been microorganisms, but Gravis hadn't noticed this peculiarity. The egg, which demonstrated the microorganisms, turned back to its old form after creating life, and Gravis continued looking at it. With this new knowledge, he should be able to look at the microorganisms from a different point of view. 2 years passed. 8 years until the time was up. By now, the microorganisms made a lot more sense to Gravis. He still had no idea how the microorganisms created souls, life energy, or a will, but their actions made more sense. Microorganisms had no kind of life energy inside them. If they had, Gravis should have been able to feel it. Yet, Gravis hit a roadblock again. There had to be some use that these microorganisms had that Gravis still didn't know about. Creating life was impressive, but there had to be more. During that time, Gravis also observed his own body, but he found no microorganisms inside it. There was just lightning that had manifested inside him. Yet he noticed one thing. I think my life energy is a bit different from the life energy of other living beings, Gravis thought. I use life energy to heal my body without transforming into lightning, but it may not be the typical life energy of other beasts. Most of the laws regarding the body still work on me, but not all of them. Maybe this is one of those laws. Gravis thought about this and glanced at Sari subconsciously. Sari is healing herself continually to demonstrate her law of energy healing. This law is obviously far too advanced for me, but maybe I can learn something. Thus, Gravis looked at Sari's body, which was breaking down and healing at a terrifying rate. Gravis' spirit sense couldn't enter into her body, but he could see how the surface wounds healed. With his new knowledge, he looked at the healing body of Sari from a different viewpoint. Instead of looking at the result, Gravis looked at the process of healing. After a while, Gravis noticed something quite peculiar. There were a lot of microorganisms in Sari's body. When he realized that, his eyes narrowed. Sure enough, there is a difference in our bodies that goes beyond the simple law of body composition. She has microorganisms roaming around in her body, while I don't. Gravis continued watching and managed to understand more about the process of healing. Interesting. When Sari's scales get injured, these microorganisms appear and fuse with the healthy scales. This means that the microorganisms are responsible for healing her body. Yet, wasn't life energy supposed to be responsible for that? Gravis continued watching Sari for over a day. There are so many microorganisms. By now, the number of microorganisms that had been used up would already reach several times her body weight. They just don't end. It's like she has an infinite amount of microorganisms that keep healing her body. Is this the law of energy healing? Gravis thought to himself. Hey, Sari, Gravis said. Where do you get this incredible amount of microorganisms from? All of these microorganisms have mass, and their combined mass would be far, far higher than your body's mass. Sari chuckled a bit. That's my law of energy healing, she said like it was obvious. As the name implies, I transform energy into microorganisms that heal my body. As long as the destroyed tissue doesn't leave my body, I use the level 2 law of life energy conservation to break it down again to reuse it. Of course, the law of life energy conservation isn't perfect, and I can't get the full amount of life energy back. That's when my law of energy healing comes into play. I use energy to create life energy, Sari said. Gravis wasn't fine with that answer. Sure, but where do these microorganisms come from? Do you split up the destroyed tissue and create more of them? Now, it was Sari's time to become confused. I don't get your question. Isn't it obvious where the microorganisms come from? She asked. Gravis furrowed his brows. I don't have microorganisms inside my body due to its peculiar makeup. That's why I don't know. Now Sari became shocked. Are you trying to tell me that you don't have life energy? She asked. Gravis grimaced as he became more confused. I do have life energy, but I think my life energy is different from your life energy. My body simply grows by absorbing the saved-up energy inside it. It's weird and complicated. Sari hummed for a bit. So, you don't have our life energy, but your own kind of life energy. That's fascinating. Sari, Gravis said. How are you so sure that I don't have life energy? You just said it yourself, Sari asked, surprised at the question. You said you don't have microorganisms, and every emperor knows that the microorganisms are life energy. Gravis completely stopped moving. What? He asked after some seconds of silence. You really didn't know? Sari asked in surprise. Everybody knows that microorganisms are literally just life energy. Our organs produce them, and they heal our injuries. Gravis' mind was going wild. He most certainly hadn't known that. But life energy has the word energy in it, and energy doesn't have a mass since it's not matter. It can transform into matter, but it is not matter itself. So, how come something that has energy in its name can have mass? Gravis asked fervently. Sari scratched her face with her tail. No, it doesn't, Sari said. These two concepts are related, but energy is not inside life energy. These words confused Gravis fully now. What did she mean that the word energy was not in life energy? It was obviously in it. Suddenly, Gravis' eyes widened in realization. No wonder. We are always communicating with our spirits. Even if we say something, it's more of a thought or concept that is being transmitted over a wide area instead of actual language spoken via our voice. My spirit receives these signals and puts them into words that I am familiar with. So, it's very possible that Sari's word for life energy doesn't have the concept of energy inside it. To her, it might actually be possible that the word for microorganisms and life energy is the same word. The concept of life energy simply becomes the word life energy inside my mind since I have learned about life energy already in the lower world. Yet, the word life energy might not be appropriate, Gravis thought. This means that life energy is not part of energy, but something that energy transforms into. Life energy is not a force, but matter. Boom! Immediately, Gravis comprehended the composition law of microorganisms. Microorganisms were life energy. In normal beasts, their organs produced microorganisms by using energy as fuel. Then, the blood would store these microorganisms, and if something gets injured, their will send the microorganisms to the injured area. Finally, I got it, Gravis thought. Now I know what Sari meant with that. It would be worth it to spend a lot of time to understand microorganisms. Microorganisms are life energy, and life energy is the base of all life laws. Without this law, I can't go far in the life law category. Gravis scratched his chin as Sari looked at him with confusion. Yet, this means that microorganisms are also part of the composition of bodies and plants. This means the composition of these two things wasn't complete before. Every part on its own made sense, but without microorganisms, there wasn't a way to truly combine everything. Gravis smiled. Well, now it makes sense. Boom! Boom! Gravis was shocked when he realized what he had just comprehended. It was this simple? All he had needed was knowledge about microorganisms? Gravis had just comprehended the level 2 law of body composition and the level 2 law of plant composition. Gravis was shocked beyond belief. Level 2 laws had been incredibly distant to him up to now. He had comprehended the level 2 law of suppression, but that had been an outlier. After that, it had taken him about 150 years to understand the hard complex law, which had been his second level 2 law. For so many years, he had only comprehended level 1 laws, but now, he comprehended 3 level 2 laws in less than 50 years. It all makes sense, Gravis thought with excitement. The thing I had been aiming for has finally arrived. When my realm stop had started, I knew how hard it was to understand level 2 laws. So, I simply said that I just need to understand as many level 1 laws as possible. At some point, I would be able to combine some of them. The level 2 composition law of the body is comprised of the composition laws of organs, blood, muscles, skin, and bone. Yet, the law of microorganisms, or more accurately the law of life energy, is what combines everything. These 5 laws, with the help of another law, became one level 2 law. The same thing happened with the plant composition law. The plant composition law is made out of the composition laws of organs, flowers, roots, bark, and leaves. Yet, without microorganisms, it is not a complete whole. Gravis also realized something else. No wonder so few beasts are truly knowledgeable about life laws. Sure, they might know some growth laws here and there, but very few know any level 2 law in the life law category. Getting one's foot in the door in life laws is incredibly hard. In order to understand the composition laws of the body parts and plant parts, one needs to know the law of microorganisms. Without that, it becomes incredibly difficult. Yet, to learn about microorganisms, one already needs to understand the composition laws of the body. Otherwise, the entire concept of microorganisms doesn't truly make sense. Only when someone knows how the microorganisms interact with everything would they be able to understand the microorganisms themselves. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. So, what uses do these 2 laws have for me? I can't use the plant composition law for anything as long as I don't fight a plant. So, this law is basically worthless for my battle strength. The composition law of the body is only relevant to the bodies of other beasts, not my own. When other beasts understand it, they can probably move their power from one part of their body into another. They can probably take some power out of their bones, skin, and organs and push it into their muscles, severely increasing their physical strength as a result. I can't do that with my body since it doesn't have the typical life energy. My life energy is, as the word says, a kind of force, not matter. I don't have microorganisms roaming around my body that heal it. Instead, when something on my body heals, I use up some kind of weird energy that expands my body parts. It's a bit confusing. If I equate the 2 processes with math, a normal being would heal their body by adding something while I multiply something. In the end, we get the same result, but the process is different. I wonder if my body has its own set of composition laws or if my body just has the composition law of punishment lightning. Honestly, I have no idea right now, Gravis thought. Be that as it may, Gravis thought as he shook his head. The important thing now is to find out the use of my new body composition law. With my level 1 laws, I was able to weaken the individual parts of my enemy, but I should be able to do more now. As far as I see, I won't be able to weaken the body of my enemy further, but there is something else I can do. Since I now know the true composition of a body, I can also influence the microorganisms, which means I can influence the life energy of my opponent. As long as their life energy doesn't surface, I can't interact with it due to their body blocking my senses. Yet, if I manage to injure my opponent, they would need to use their life energy to heal themselves. Gravis' eyes shone. If my opponent knows some regenerating life laws, I can severely affect their regeneration. Right now, my will aura is powerful enough that I can turn a level 2 emperor into dust after some seconds due to the composition law of the body. Yet, a level 3 emperor would have a will more powerful than my will aura due to the level suppression. The best thing I can do in that situation is to weaken their body. This would be no different to the individual level 1 laws of body composition. Yet, the difference appears when I have already injured my enemy. With this new law, I can weaken their surfacing life energy, forcing them to use vastly more life energy to heal their injuries. It basically multiplies the cost of life energy when healing. Let's see. If I were to weaken the body of a level 3 emperor with my composition law and then unleash a lightning crescent, I would be able to burn off all of their skin and injure some muscles. Regenerating one's entire skin probably costs around 10% of life energy. With my new law, I can probably push that to 30% or 40%. Gravis looked at some other ultimates in thought. Additionally, if they don't know any life laws, my will aura wouldn't get overwhelmed by the wave of life energy rushing to heal them. They would only have their passive regeneration left, and I'm powerful enough to destroy all their life energy that seeps out. This means that a single cut of mine against an opponent without any experiences in life laws would stay open and unhealed for as long as I remain in their vicinity. This would be a permanent drain of life energy. With enough time in that scenario, I would be able to kill someone like that by only cutting them slightly. After thinking that, Gravis noticed something else. He thought. That sounds very similar to the darkness element. How does that even work? Gravis scratched himself as he went through a simulation of how darkness destroyed microorganisms. It's probably a force that cancels out life energy. One could also call it poison or venom, I suppose. The venom would enter their body via the weapon. Then, the venom would completely ignore the organs and travel across the body via the blood. After that, the venom would probably exclusively target the microorganisms inside one's body until it is fully used up. Then, someone would slowly succumb to old age, basically. Boom! Really? Gravis thought. That's it? That was everything? What the fuck is even the point in learning that law? Gravis just comprehended the law of darkness poisoning, an offensive law for the darkness element. The fuck am I supposed to do with that? I can't control darkness at all. On top of that, since I don't have traditional life energy, the darkness element wouldn't even work against me. Gravis groaned. Well, it's another law. Just take it as some additional experience. Gravis didn't think for long about the fact that he managed to comprehend a useless law. He had more important things to worry about. Alright, with the composition law of the body, my offense has gotten quite the boost. As long as my opponent doesn't also know this law, I have a way to actually injure and maybe kill a beast 4 levels higher. That leaves defense, speed, and a little bit of additional offense for beasts that actually know that law, he thought. Gravis looked at the water ultimates. My next stop will be the soft complex and medium complex composition laws. I need wood, water, earth, and air for that. Let's start with water. Gravis walked over to the 2 water ultimates. With his spirit, he could keep track of both displays and see them as one, making things easier. Most of the displays were about the different offensive, defensive, and healing elements of water, but some also showed variety. The level 3 law of the land beast's water ultimate wasn't truly the equivalent of the higher form of water, but a related offensive law. Water had an intrinsic connection with temperature, and beasts with a water affinity had it easier to comprehend these laws. One could say that the temperature laws were not truly part of water but related. After all, fire also had quite a connection with the temperature laws. One could call them a neutral set of laws. It was just easier for beasts with these affinities to gain insights into them. Yet, the temperature laws were not something Gravis was interested in right now. He was more interested in the different kinds of materials that he could use. There were also liquid kinds of metal that would remain liquid until they were exposed to truly cold temperatures. Since these materials would remain liquid under normal circumstances, they would count as a mix of medium and soft complex materials. The two water ultimates ignored Gravis and let him do whatever he wanted. Even when Gravis took some parts of their special kinds of liquids for himself, they didn't care. As long as it didn't affect their displays, it wouldn't matter. At the same time, Gravis also grabbed some different kinds of earth he could find with his spirit. He was in the core of the world, and he could find most of the special kinds of materials he needed. After that, he started experimenting with them. 1 year later. 7 years until the time was up. By now, Gravis had found quite a lot of materials, and he could also already discern what the use of the soft complex law would be. If these materials were put under a lot of pressure, they will heat up and change their compositions and maybe even their state. With enough pressure, these soft complex materials would become medium complex materials. At least that's how it works right now, Gravis thought. As it is right now, these materials would be useless for my plan. If I were hit by a powerful attack, my outer and inner armor would put the materials under a lot of pressure, which would change them. When that happens, the force of my enemy will find a pathway to injure a single part of my body. The materials must remain gaseous or liquid in order to distribute my enemy's force over a large area. As soon as they turn solid, they won't be able to do that anymore. So, I'm pretty sure that the soft complex law can help me in that department. After all, my soft pure law already has these effects on the soft pure gases and liquids. The issue is that the soft pure law only helps up to a certain point. The law helps me to keep the gases as gases and the liquids as liquids, but not completely. Obviously, there are not as many special kinds of liquids and gases that I can find in the world. I have basically already seen nearly all kinds of gases and liquids, but none of them have the properties I desire. That's where the soft complex law would come into play, Gravis thought. If there are not fitting natural materials, I just need to create them. Together with the increased effectiveness that my soft complex law would have over the soft pure law, I would probably be able to force the materials to stay as they are if I were hit. After 1 year of experimenting with the materials, Gravis had already found out how he could use a law he hadn't even comprehended yet. This was quite a step forward. For more years passed. 3 years until the time was up. Gravis put all the materials away. Why? Because he could no longer comprehend anything new. The liquid component of the soft complex law had been dealt with. Now he needed the gaseous component, which would be air. He had already learned a lot about air when he had visited the law comprehension area for fire. In that area, Gravis had seen a lot of different kinds of gases. Yet, as Gravis thought about it, would the air element actually be the correct element to comprehend gases? Air was just that, air. A beast with an affinity for wind wouldn't be able to control smoke or these other kinds of gases. Yet, fire also wouldn't be able to control them. Are these gases actually element-neutral materials? Gravis thought. Is that even possible? Every material Gravis had come into contact with in the past had an element associated with it. The different kinds of hard pure materials all fell under the metal laws. The liquid metals also fell under the metal laws. Wood, or more accurately bark, was a mixture of water, earth, and the wood element. Air was obviously the wind element. Water was the water element. Earth was the earth element. Yet, these kinds of special gases had no direct element associated with them. Maybe it's like bark, and it needs several elements to be controlled? Gravis thought. Bark can be dead or alive, and that makes a major difference in terms of element association and control. Living bark is part of a living body, and therefore doesn't count as a dead material. It would be like blood and muscles. Gravis looked over at Meadow. Yet, dead bark would have no element associated with it. Meadow can't just make some random piece of bark fly in the air. After all, the wood element doesn't refer to the material wood, but to this weird connection between living beings. Gravis scratched his chin. So, these kinds of weird gases are similar to dead wood. Additionally, without any living interference, I haven't seen any kinds of gaseous complex material yet. They only appear if fire or living beings get involved. This means I need to also look more at fire if I want to understand the soft complex law, he thought. Obviously, I can't finish this law in the remaining time. So, let's make the best of the remaining time. Gravis looked over at the lightning ultimate with a curious gaze. My last stop should be the lightning laws. Gravis walked over to the lightning ultimate for the first time. Gravis already knew that the lightning ultimate was jealous of him, since he had comprehended a law that the lightning ultimate had wanted to comprehend for thousands of years. Yet, that wasn't important right now. The lightning ultimate wouldn't attack Gravis with Meadow present. Gravis looked at the different displays of lightning and how they worked. For the first time, he was actually trying to comprehend lightning. Every time he had some time to comprehend laws, he chose to comprehend other laws since he didn't have access to them whenever he wanted. Gravis was lightning, and since he was lightning, he had an unprecedented affinity towards it. The lightning laws wouldn't be difficult for him to comprehend. The first thing Gravis was interested in was the law of lightning's explosiveness. This was a level 1 law that would simply make Gravis lightning-based attacks more powerful. This was a very straightforward law and shouldn't be difficult for him to comprehend. Gravis looked at the display of the law, and with his unprecedented affinity towards lightning, Gravis immediately noticed a lot of interesting things. The first thing was that the lightning exhibited more power than the amount of energy it had. This was quite peculiar. Gravis looked at the display for 5 days. Interesting, Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. A lot of the power comes from expansion. A normal explosion of lightning would make the lightning expand into all directions, but with this law, it expands more like a wave. The difference between these two kinds of explosions is that the normal explosion has a lot of lightning still in its core, but the law of lightning's explosiveness pulls that lightning towards the outside, making the explosion itself more powerful since it leaves no lightning behind. In terms of normal explosions, this would be like the fire of the explosion vanishing from the place of impact and traveling along with the shockwave. Quite an interesting concept. Boom! Gravis smirked. Sure enough, learning about lightning doesn't take much time at all. With this law of lightning's explosiveness, I managed to upgrade my offense. With my lightning crescent, I am only using a normal kind of explosion, but if I add this concept, my lightning crescent will become more powerful. Great stuff, Gravis thought. Then, Gravis turned to the next display, which displayed the law of lightning gathering. Inside the display, Gravis saw a lot of lightning bolts concentrating into a single lightning bolt and then dispersing again. The display was a cycle of that process. Gravis scratched his chin. Interesting. In the lower world, the lightning cultivators, including myself, used our spirit to concentrate our lightning into a smaller form, making it more destructive. This is basically the same process but without needing any spirit. This means that concentrating lightning wouldn't cost any spirit at all. For beasts, this law would increase their offense as well as their stamina. For humans, it would only increase our stamina since we already have this form of usage. Yet it's still worth looking at, Gravis thought. 3 days later. Boom! And that law is done too, Gravis thought with a smirk. Since I have already compressed a lot of lightning in my life, this law was even easier to comprehend than the law of lightning's explosiveness. This doesn't increase my offense since I can already concentrate my lightning, but it helps in cutting down the energy consumption of my lightning crescent. If I actually had the ability to increase any center of my power beyond 300% of their normal capacity, this would also increase my offense. Yet, that is not possible since my centers of power can't withstand such a strain. Gravis was scratching his chin again as he went through some simulations in his head. Yet, if I use my pulse together with my concentrated lightning, I would be able to unleash a lightning crescent with 300% power while only using around 70% of my actual power. Before I had comprehended this law, I would have been left with 0% energy. Now I would have 30% energy left. This means that I can actually use all my power now since I won't be left completely helpless. Very useful, Gravis thought as he nodded. Then, he turned to the next display which looked incredibly interesting to him. Gravis saw how a lightning bolt hit the ground but didn't explode. Instead, it simply lay there on the ground like some form of crystal. Typically, if lightning hit anything, it would explode with all its power onto the target. Yet, this form of lightning was acting like some kind of stone. When Gravis saw that, his eyes shone. This law is the key, Gravis thought with excitement. My lightning crescent will only help me against enemies that don't have a supremely powerful defense. As soon as my enemy has an element-neutral law that increases their defense, my lightning crescent will become nearly useless. Sure, I can still injure them, but I wouldn't be able to kill them. With this law, I can make my lightning bury itself into the target and explode from inside. With some additional alterations, I can create a variant of my lightning crescent that uses penetration instead of sheer power. Let's get to work. This law proved to be a bit more difficult than the other two, but not excessively so. 1 month later. Boom! Gravis comprehended the law of lightning suppression. Even though the law had the word suppression in it, it wasn't related to the actual law of suppression. One thing was a form of physical suppression, while the other was a feeling or situation. Great! Gravis thought with a smile. This takes care of the penetrative part of my attack. As soon as my attack pierces the body of my enemy, the lightning will be suppressed until it reaches the deepest part and then explode from there with all its power. So, the actual damaging component of my attack has been taken care of. Next thing I need to do is to create something that manages to penetrate the armor of my enemy. If my attack doesn't manage to penetrate the armor of my enemy, it wouldn't be any different from my lightning crescent. Suddenly, Gravis chuckled. Luckily, I already have a good idea. I used a kind of weapon or technique once in the lower world that I should be able to recreate with more effectiveness as long as I comprehend 2 more laws regarding lightning. Gravis immediately walked over to the next display, which was a showcase of the law of lightning's magnetism. Yet, this was not the kind of magnetism a mortal would think of when hearing the word magnetism. In front of Gravis, a lot of scattered materials were floating in the air, surrounded by lightning. Metals, earth, plants, water, all kinds of different things were floating around without being damaged. Usually, lightning would only be magnetic towards magnetic materials, as the name implied, but this law referred to the movement of matter without having to explode it into a direction. In the lower world, all the lightning cultivators used the technique of lightning movement to get around. Their body would float and move forward slightly above the ground. This was an exhibition of the law. Sadly, that technique only worked with the body of the user. If they wanted to move something else like this something else would have to be made out of magnetic materials. This law gives the user the ability to move anything they want without damaging it or using a lot of energy, Gravis thought. This is one of the components I need. 2 days later. Boom! And done, Gravis thought. I've already used this technique many times, which is why it wasn't hard for me to learn this law. With this law, I can create something that moves with more power than my body. Gravis looked over at another display but then turned away. I should know all the components by now, and I don't need to look at this law to comprehend it. Additionally, I won't always have this opportunity to see such vivid demonstrations of the laws. I should try to learn this law myself. Gravis went to the middle of all the ultimates, sat down, and concentrated. He wanted to combine the laws he had understood into the appropriate level 2 law. 1 year later. Boom! Gravis opened his eyes with a smirk. Level 2 law of lightning manipulation done. With this, I can create my new attack. In just 50 years, Gravis had managed to comprehend 4 level 2 laws. As time had progressed, Gravis had gone from being inexperienced in laws compared to his realm to being the most experienced one out of all kings. Back then, Gravis had only known a few level 1 laws and 1 level 2 law. Yet, now, he knew more level 1 and level 2 laws than any king. He probably also already knew more level 2 laws than any level 3 emperor. With the level 2 law of lightning manipulation, I can create an attack that will even kill a beast 4 levels above me. The matter of offense has been taken care of fully. Gravis thought with a shine in his eyes. As long as I have enough power to kill my opponent, I have an opportunity of victory. Yet, without enough speed, I won't be able to secure a hit. Speed is the next thing that I have to look at, Gravis thought. Then, he looked at the light ultimate. The level 3 law of light speed is incredible, but I'm not sure if lightning can become that fast. Yet, lightning is still very fast for an element. So, shouldn't there be a level 2 law of lightning related to speed? Gravis scratched his chin as he fell into thought again. The level 1 law of lightning speed is probably one of the components. Another component is probably the level 1 law of lightning's magnetism. With magnetism, I can add speed onto something else. Another component is probably the level 1 law of lightning's explosiveness. The law of lightning speed uses my own force to increase my speed, while the other two laws use outside force to increase my speed. Gravis glanced at the lightning ultimate again for a short moment but looked away again. In regards to lightning, I don't need much outside help. The displays of the level 1 laws has helped me, but I should concentrate on learning this law myself. Gravis looked around the ultimate's meet and smiled. I think this is as far as I can go with this ultimate's meet. Any other law would probably take more time to comprehend than I have left. For the remainder, I should think about what I have learned and what I should focus on in the future. With that thought, Gravis sat down in the middle again and started thinking about everything he had learned. He had learned a ton of laws in the last 50 years, and he was more than happy with what he had achieved during that time. Like this, the remaining time of the ultimate's meet passed without anything happening. "All right, bitches," Meadow shouted. "Time's up." Arr. All the plants and fighting wooden beasts went into the earth as they returned to Meadow's body. Her roots also retreated from Sari's body as Sari took a deep breath. Even though pain was only a minor inconvenience to her, it still wasn't pleasant to feel pain for 50 years. The other ultimates also dispersed their displays as they relaxed for the first time in 50 years. They had to keep their shows running while concentrating on the other ultimates. This ultimates meet was mainly there for the ultimates to learn from each other. After all ultimates had gained a lot during that time, especially the water ultimate from the sea beasts. The water ultimate of the land beasts knew a level 3 law, and the water ultimate from the sea beasts had concentrated on her performance for the entire duration. The gigantic octopus had learned a lot during that time, and he had also realized that he had truly not even been close to understanding a level 3 law when he had fought Sari. It would have been impossible for him to comprehend this law, no matter how hard Sari would have pushed him. Gravis opened his eyes, stood up, and stretched. This session of comprehension had ended, but a new one would soon follow. Gravis still needed to deal with the speed and defensive aspect of his fighting style. "Hey, Sari," Gravis said. "Yes," Sari asked with a smile. "There's something I want to try out. It's my new attack, and I want you to judge its offensive power," he said. Sari grew intrigued when she heard that. Testing out a new attack? That sounded interesting. "Sure," she said with interest in her eyes. Gravis gestured to the side. "Let's leave for now. I don't want my attack to be public knowledge. I have no idea how the world will change with so many ultimates dead and ascending." Sari agreed quickly, and the two of them left. Meadow simply let them go as she looked at the other ultimates. "So, who wants to ascend first?" she asked. Without waiting for another second, the light ultimate shot at one of the striders. Apparently, her interest in becoming an ascender was the most powerful. Meadow didn't mind the light ultimate's actions since it was only natural to feel like this after so many years of stagnation. Sadly, even though the light ultimate was the first to attack, she wasn't very fast in killing the striders. With her level 3 law, she had the ability to close in on the strider before receiving any injury, but she still needed to load up enough energy to kill it. Because of that, quite an awkward scene appeared. The light ultimate immediately charged at the strider but stopped before it, not doing anything. Yet, the ultimates didn't really care. They had already waited for many years. A couple of hours more wouldn't make much of a difference. Several minutes passed in which the light ultimate was only loading her attack. The other ultimates that had comprehended a level 3 law readied themselves for their fights. Suddenly, Meadow turned around and looked in a different direction. She continued looking in that direction for over 2 minutes until she turned back. Then, She glanced at the lightning ultimate for a second and huffed. Surprisingly, the lightning ultimate had also looked in the same direction as Meadow. Since Meadow was a flower, one couldn't read her expression, but one could very well read the lightning ultimate's expression. It was shock. The lightning ultimate was shocked. His normal senses didn't extend that far into the distance, but his sensitivity towards lightning was impressive. Just now, he had felt an incredibly powerful explosion of lightning. He didn't feel nor hear it, but he felt the subtle movement of energy and lightning in the air. The explosion he had sensed felt like a level 3 emperor had just unloaded their entire storage of punishment lightning. This was the power of an all-out attack of a level 3 emperor with the help of a level 3 law. Something like this would turn any level 3 emperor into dust. Had that one ape from the Icy Pride Empire just attacked someone? The lightning ultimate couldn't think of another beast that knew punishment lightning that could unleash such a powerful attack. Some minutes later, Gravis and Sari returned. Gravis was beaming with excitement as Sari smiled at him. "I felt it," Meadow transmitted to Sari. "But I haven't seen it. How strong was the attack?" she asked. Sari chuckled a bit. "He managed to penetrate a few of my scales and left some minor burns on my muscles." Meadow was shocked when she heard that. "Stop shitting me. Are you for real?" Meadow asked. "He did that as a level 5 king?" Sari nodded with a smile. "The power of his attack also shocked me. I think this is probably the single most powerful attack anyone has ever created in this world. It isn't easy for him to hit with the attack, but if he manages to do it, he will kill anyone that's 4 levels higher than him." Sari looked at the Grand Lake. "I have seen the Inferno Immortal, and I'm certain that if Gravis were a level 4 emperor, that attack would kill him instantly. Of course, he has to hit first. The attack takes quite a lot of wind-up time." The small flower turned to Gravis. "Fuck, dude. That's really impressive," she said. Gravis only continued smiling. "I'm quite happy with it. This attack is the pinnacle of what I can achieve in terms of offense since it combines all of my offensive laws into one. Sadly, I'm still not fast enough to hit a beast 4 levels above me." "Are you actually intending to jump 4 levels above yourself?" Meadow asked. "That's something not even I can do. I can barely achieve 3 levels, and 4 are simply impossible." Gravis scratched his chin. "If I can push my offense to such a limit, I may also be able to push my speed to the same level. Of course, I can't do that yet, but I intend to stay a level 5 king until I can do that." "Shit, son. Do you have any idea how long that will take?" Meadow asked. "A couple 100 years probably," Gravis said. Then he smirked at Meadow. "Actually, it was you who gave me that idea." "Shut the fuck up. Now you're blaming your shit decision on me," Meadow said with some mock offense. "Yeah, I will do just that, and there's nothing you can do about it," Gravis said with a chuckle. "But seriously, I saw your idea of remaining in this world to hone your battle strength, and I felt like it was a brilliant idea. The more powerful I become now, the better my chances of becoming more powerful will be in the higher world." Whack! Gravis slightly got thrown to the side by a root. "I have become immune to your pathetic attacks, boy," Meadow said. "Your level 3 law of being a little bitch doesn't work on me anymore. Your offense lacks variety." Gravis only chuckled. He enjoyed talking to Meadow. Meadow had deflected his compliment, but she couldn't hide her embarrassment in front of Gravis. He knew that his comment had touched her. "Just wait," Gravis said as he dusted himself off. "At some point, your slaps won't work against me anymore." Meadow huffed. "Don't act like you don't enjoy it when I slap your shit," she said. Gravis only smirked. "Just wait some 100 years," Gravis said with a smirk. Bang! And just then, the light ultimate killed her first strider. The strider fell over as the earth trembled under its mighty weight. The ultimates didn't really care since the light ultimate basically already lived in a different world. She would soon leave this world and never return. Yet one of them felt something different. "Sorry, but I can't wait anymore," the blue swallow said as she stood up. Whoosh! Then, she shot at another strider. In comparison to the light ultimate, the water ultimate killed the strider far faster. Her law of supreme cold didn't need any charging time, and she took it down in a matter of seconds. After some minutes, the water ultimate had already killed her third strider while the light ultimate was still busy charging her next attack. All this excitement brings me back to my youth, Sari said from the side. I think I will partake in the festivities for once. Bang! Sari also shot at another strider. Since heaven always kept the number of striders topped up, there was no competition between the different ultimates. There were enough striders for everyone. Sari closed in on her first strider, and her body started to turn into dust. Yet, her level 3 law of energy healing allowed her to heal herself faster than her body was breaking down. Sadly, since she still needed to physically beat down her strider, the water ultimate was still faster. This was the difference between having an elemental affinity and not having one. The instantaneous power output with an element was higher than without one, but the energy and stamina consumption was also far higher. The water ultimate from the sea beasts, the lightning ultimate, and the metal ultimate looked on in envy as the 3 other ultimates killed one strider after the other. Half of the ultimates, excluding Meadow, were about to achieve their lifelong dream. They would reach the next world. When would it be their time? As far as the ultimates knew, something as significant as this had never happened before. There had always been an equilibrium between the ultimates. There had always been more land beast ultimates than sea beasts ultimates, which was the biggest reason why the sea only made up a quarter of the central territories of the world. Yet, these past few years, everything had changed. In the beginning, there had been 10 ultimates in total. One of them had become the ruler of all beasts, no matter if they were land beasts or sea beasts, which left 9 ultimates. The metal ultimate of the land beasts had died to the light ultimate, which left 8 ultimates. The strength ultimate had died to Sari, which left 7 ultimates. The darkness ultimate had died to the Inferno Emperor, which left 6 ultimates. Now, 3 of these 6 ultimates would leave the world soon. Then, for the first time in forever, there would be more ultimates on the sea beast side than on the land beast side. In just 50 years, a supreme ruler had been crowned, and nearly all other ultimates vanished. Right now, the ultimates were not sure what would happen to this world. Yet one thing was for sure. Things would not return to how they were in the past. Boom! The water ultimate ate her 8th strider and became the water immortal. The blue swallow transformed into a young, adult, blue-haired woman. Whoop! Yet, she quickly returned to the form of a swallow. Apparently, she was not the biggest fan of having a human body. The water ultimate looked at all the gathered beasts with a smile. Take care, everyone. We don't know if we will again be on opposing sides in the next world. But if we aren't, I would ask for you to search for me. After all, we all came from the same world, she announced. Then, she looked upwards and accepted the pull to the higher world. She could have remained here for another month, but there was nothing that kept her here. After some seconds, a portal appeared above her, and she flew through it, leaving this world forever. The 3 remaining ultimates watched with envy as she vanished into the next world. They had no idea if they would ever manage to reach this place. Taking the last step towards Ascension was just far too difficult. Some minutes later, Sari also became an immortal. She transformed into a middle-aged, beautiful lady with luscious, long green hair. Due to her cultivation technique, her body had also been shaped appropriately. Her assets could make her a man-eater. Sari smiled a heartfelt smile as she felt her new power. Then she turned to Meadow. See you in 50,000 years or so, she said. For you, it will only be 5,000 years. Gravis suddenly interjected. What do you mean? Sari asked. The time dilation between this world and the higher world is 10 to 1. 50,000 years here are only 5,000 years in your world. Keep that in mind when you search for Meadow, Gravis said with a happy smile. He wanted to inform her so that the 2 of them wouldn't miss each other. Sari was surprised that Gravis knew such things, but she felt like she could trust him. She had no idea how he could know that, but she decided to believe him anyway. Then it will be 5,000 years. Who knows? Meadow commented. Maybe you will be more powerful than me in 5,000 years. For once, Meadow didn't use her crude humor. She was probably reluctant to let her best friend leave this world without her. Yet, she wouldn't sacrifice her advantage over that. Maybe, Sari said. I will look for you when it's time. Until then, take care. Okay? She said. You too, Sari, Meadow answered. Then, Sari turned to Gravis and winked. Call me, she said with a giggle. Gravis' body shivered when he saw a beautiful, naked lady winking at him. And when Sari saw that, she giggled again and left through the portal. Ha! I knew you were a little bitch, Meadow said to Gravis. Fuck you, Gravis groaned. He was not interested in having a relationship yet, but that didn't mean that his primal urges hadn't surfaced for a short time. Of course, that had only been very brief. 2 hours later, the Light Ultimate also became an immortal. She transformed into a bright, blonde-haired teenager. If one looked at her, one would think that she was some kind of holy daughter as she exhibited an aura of righteousness and peace. In comparison to the others, the Light Immortal didn't immediately leave. Instead, she looked at Meadow. Instantly, her holy aura of peace turned into a holy aura of retribution. It was like a holy god had become angry and was about to rain judgment upon the sinner. Meadow noticed that. Oh, you want to have a go? The Light Immortal didn't want to go just like that, apparently. Gravis guessed that she was probably angry because she had to wait for more than 50 years for her ascension. Now that she had the power of an immortal, maybe she felt like she had a chance against Meadow. Gravis was pretty sure that the Light Immortal actually didn't have a chance. Gravis had felt Meadow's battle strength, and he knew that it was more than enough to triumph over an immortal that had only comprehended a single level 3 law. The Light Immortal heard Meadow's words and narrowed her eyes. It depends on your next words, Emperor, she said with righteousness. My words, Meadow commented. How about these words? You're a cunt. That doing anything for ya? The body of the Light Immortal shook when she heard these words. A mere emperor had just insulted her, and she couldn't accept something like that. Yet, how old was the Light Immortal and how much experience did she have? The Light Immortal wasn't some newborn beast that never went through any tempering. She was very good at judging the power of an enemy. She had to be, otherwise she would have already died. When she thought about the power that Meadow had shown, she only felt a pit in her stomach. She knew that she had a chance of winning, but it was only that, a chance. Additionally, fighting an emperor wouldn't even feel any good. Knowing that one was several times more powerful than their enemy and still not being able to win was frustrating and humiliating beyond belief. So, even though the Light Immortal thought that she had a shot at victory, she decided against attacking Meadow. It wasn't worth the risk. How do you intend to distribute the lands and seas in this world? The Light Immortal asked with power. There is only one land ultimate left, and there are 2 sea ultimates. Gravis lifted an eyebrow when he heard her. That's what she wanted? In comparison to most other beasts, the Light Immortal said, I care for my side. Thus, I want to know how you intend to redistribute the lands with the new power dynamic. Meadow looked around at the present ultimates and thought for a bit. After some seconds, she groaned. Oh, fuck this, she said with frustration. I can't be bothered with some stupid shit like this. How about this? The ultimates simply don't interfere in anything anymore, and only the other beasts get involved in the war. Does that sound good? Obviously, the Light Immortal wasn't happy when she heard that. When you land beasts had the upper hand, you ultimates constantly involved yourself in the scuffles. Now that you are weaker, you want that no ultimates get involved. Really? That's your problem? Meadow groaned. Fine. Then I abandon my title as ruler and become an ultimate of the land beasts. Then we have a 2 versus 2 situation. You fine with that? The 2 sea ultimates took deep breaths while the Light Immortal gritted her teeth. This would be even worse. What could the sea ultimates even do if Meadow got involved? You are obviously not on the level of an ultimate, the Light Immortal said. You can't involve yourself in these scuffles. Sure I can, Meadow simply shot back. Imma, just do it. What you gonna do about it? You wanna give me some high-quality light? Shit, son. I haven't had some good photosynthesis in a while now. The Light Immortal grew frustrated beyond belief. To her, this whole situation felt unfair. Meadow had all the power, and she didn't want to follow proper etiquette. Of course, the light immortal forgot that she was currently 2 levels higher than Meadow. The irony of her thinking that this was unfair was, sadly, lost on her. Fine, the light immortal said after some seconds. The ultimates will no longer involve themselves. Cool, less work for me, Meadow said. Then, she turned to the 3 remaining ultimates. All right, bitches. You heard us. No more meddling in the playground of the kids. If you want to crack some heads, you better go visit another ultimate. The ultimates weren't happy with this situation. The 2C ultimates felt like they should have all the power now, but due to Meadow, they couldn't show their power. Meanwhile, the lightning ultimate felt like shit since there were 2C ultimates left. If he wanted to temper himself, he would need to fight both of them at once. In his eyes, this would be suicide. Sadly, precisely this mindset was the reason why the lightning ultimate was in the position he was currently in. Sari had been ready to fight 3 ultimates at once to understand a level 3 law, while the lightning ultimate didn't even dare to fight 2. Chances were high that the lightning ultimate would never become an immortal with this mindset. Gravis shook his head when he saw the lightning ultimate's expression. He was very good at judging other people and beasts, and he could take a good guess at what the lightning ultimate was currently thinking. Gravis found it sad that someone with the lightning element had such a mindset. Lightning was aggressive and would attack anything. Lightning wouldn't fear any retaliation and destroy its opponent. Yet, the lightning ultimate had not only grown complacent, but he had also grown envious of others and feared danger. Yet, this was something that could happen if one wasn't influenced by the elements. Back in the lower world, due to the peculiar cultivation technique of the cultivators, their mindsets had been severely influenced by their elements. When Gravis had returned to the highest world, he had heard that such a situation wasn't common. Back then, he had been told that there was a cavalcade of elemental cultivation techniques that didn't influence the mindset of the cultivator with the element's temperament. Thus, there were deceiving lighting cultivators, pure-hearted darkness cultivators, oppressive wind cultivators, and a lot more seemingly contradictory people. The more powerful beasts became, the less their mindset would be influenced by their element. They became smarter as they grew in power, which allowed them to ignore instincts and value their logic above their emotions. One could say that one had more freedom of choice this way, but more freedom also came with more risk. If one didn't properly use this freedom, their path to power could become crippled due to their unfitting mindset. "Keep to your word, Emperor," the light immortal said to Meadow. "If I hear that you broke your word, I will find a way to return to this world and kill you." "Yes, yes, shut up and leave," Meadow said nonchalantly as one of her petals waved in dismissal. The light immortal grew even more furious since Meadow didn't take her seriously whatsoever. Yet, instead of attacking, she simply flew upwards into the sky and vanished. She had to leave before she would make a mistake she would regret. The other 3 ultimates were unhappy due to their own reasons, but there was nothing they could do. Meadow was, by far, the most powerful being in this world, and they couldn't contest against her. If they liked it or not, they had to follow her. Some seconds later, Meadow looked at the 3 remaining ultimates and sighed. Man, the ranks of the ultimates has become a sausage fest. The 3 ultimates weren't sure what she meant, but Gravis had to laugh loudly when he heard her. It was true. All 3 remaining ultimates were male, and all ultimates that had managed to ascend had been female. Now, there were only guys left. The ultimates looked at each other for some more seconds, thinking about what they should do. Yet, in the end, nothing happened. After a while, the sea ultimates started to go back to their territories. "Wait," Gravis suddenly said, stopping them. The 2 sea ultimates had seen Gravis a couple of times, but they didn't know him. It was already a surprise that Gravis had been present during all of this. Obviously, as a king, Gravis had no right to be present when the ultimates talked to each other. Yet, even though he had been present for something he had no right to be part of, he even dared to stop them in their actions. "I have something that you might like," Gravis said with a smirk. The 2 ultimates sneered. What could a king possibly possess that they desired? Whoop! Yet, their eyes quickly widened in shock. Water ultimate, metal ultimate, Orthar said in greeting. Oracle, you're still alive? The water ultimate asked in surprise. I've thought that you would have already died. Logical, Orthar said. The light ultimate disagreed with my philosophy and wanted to kill me. Yet, her thought process was too obvious, and I managed to find refuge somewhere she couldn't find me. The two ultimates looked at Gravis with wonder. How had Gravis been able to summon a beast out of thin air? Had their oracle found refuge with this mere king? How had this king been able to hide the oracle from the light ultimate? Gravis only grinned. Surprised? Like I said, I have something that you will be interested in. I didn't disappoint, did I? He asked. The metal ultimate fell into thought while the water ultimate had relaxed. His rage of being stopped by a king had transformed into gratitude. Your surprise has not disappointed us, he said. We will not forget your deeds. If there is something you need, you may visit me. Will do, Gravis said with a smirk. Orthar had been kept up to date with the ongoings of the outside world. Gravis constantly informed him about things that were talked about and what had happened. Therefore, Orthar knew about the new power dynamic of this world and saw his chance. The water ultimate turned to Orthar. We are glad to have you back in our ranks, Oracle. As things currently stand, you are our best shot at gaining more territory. Of course, your contributions will be rewarded accordingly. I will retake my position as Oracle now and lead the sea beasts, Orthar said, surprising Meadow and the Lightning Ultimate. This mere king was about to claim leadership over the entire sea beast faction. We await your success, the Water Ultimate said, surprising the two of them even more. An Ultimate had just said that they would follow a king? What was going on? Oracle, the Metal Ultimate said after staying silent for a while. In the past, I have been against your strategies regarding warfare, but with this new situation, my mind has changed. This is the best opportunity we will ever have to reign supreme over this world. Therefore, I am in support of you now. Orthar nodded. There is a saying I have heard from a wise beast once, Orthar said, obviously referring to Gravis without showing it. Enemies and friends are temporary. Only benefits are permanent. I won't hold a grudge for your past actions. Gravis had said that saying once to Orthar, but not in a positive way. In actuality, Gravis was not the biggest fan of this saying. He had told it to Orthar in the context of how the sects in the lower world had operated and how he hadn't been a fan of that mindset. Of course, that was from a cultivation standpoint. In terms of economics or politics, that saying probably displayed the most optimal mindset. Maybe this saying actually had its place in the world. Wise words, indeed, the Metal Ultimate said. I will follow this mindset and act accordingly. I also await your success. With that said, Orthar and the two Sea Ultimates returned to the Grand Lake. Gravis and Orthar didn't say goodbye since there was no point in saying it. Their paths had already become connected, and Orthar would return to the highest world with Gravis. This was only temporary. Orthar would become more powerful with the sea beasts, while Gravis would become more powerful as a neutral party. Yes, that was right. Gravis had already decided to leave the land beast camp. Gravis still held his loyalties to his children Azure and Steer, but that was it. Their companionship wouldn't change just because Gravis left their faction. Right now, Gravis was powerful enough to kill a level 2 emperor with ease. Only level 3 emperors could kill him. Such power was more than enough to roam around as a neutral party. As Orthar and the Sea Ultimates left, Gravis looked over at the silent Azure. She hadn't said anything in a while as she simply watched the Ultimates decide the fate of the world. Gravis was used to seeing a world change drastically, but this was something new to Azure. For Azure, she had just witnessed how the fate of the world had been drastically changed. The status quo would violently shift, and war would break out with more ferocity than ever before. The level 4 emperors had rarely fought, fearing that an ultimate would arrive and attack them. With the ultimates no longer being allowed to interfere in the fights, these level 4 emperors had nothing holding them back anymore. The level 4 emperors would soon attack the most valuable territories of the enemy, and a sea of blood would flow. Azure's insides shook as she felt like she was dreaming. All of this felt surreal to her. There was no grand discussion or arguing. There was no fanfare. Everything had only been said quietly with some beasts present. With but a mere few words, millions and billions of beasts would die in rapid succession. Everything had been casual and straightforward. Just because Meadow hadn't wanted to deal with the political situation, the whole world would be thrown into turmoil. Just a mere decision made out of laziness had changed the entire world. Was this power? Was this what it meant to be powerful? Any action of someone powerful, be it deliberate or by accident, would change the fate of so many beings? "Hey, Azure," Gravis said from the side. Azure was taken out of her thoughts as she looked at Gravis. Right, wasn't it Gravis who had started everything? The carelessly spoken words of a king had resulted in the number of ultimates going down from 10 to just 3. How could something like this have happened? Yes, Azure asked, still lost in thought as she tried to come to terms with the profound changes. "Do you think the Grand Elder has become a level 3 emperor already?" Gravis asked. Azure was surprised that Gravis had asked such a question. Something this grand had just taken place, but Gravis was only interested in the Grand Elder's power? Didn't he see the profound changes that would result from this talk today? Nevertheless, Azure answered, "That was our plan. Becoming a level 3 emperor is necessary to hold enough sway over the land beasts. He should have become a level 3 emperor by now." Gravis smiled. "Great. Then, I will return with you to the Icy Pride Empire and ask him for another session of will tempering. After that, I will come back here and comprehend as many laws as I can." Azure was still shocked by Gravis' nonchalant reaction to this situation. The whole world had changed, but Gravis seemingly hadn't even noticed. "Do you not know what results would come out of this year's Ultimates meet?" Azure asked. "So?" Gravis asked back. "That has nothing to do with me. I'm here to become powerful, not to change the world into something I want." "I guess you haven't seen something like this before?" Gravis asked. Azure sighed. "No. Were you born in this world? Or have you ascended from a lower world?" Gravis asked. Azure wasn't sure what Gravis was trying to get out of this question. "I have never been in another world." Gravis nodded. "That's what I have thought. When you see more powerful beings, you see what devastating consequences even casual decisions can have on the world. This gives you a feeling of reverence towards power." Then Gravis looked at the sky with a smile. "Yet, as soon as you reach this power yourself, you see how unimportant such decisions actually are. I have learned that, when you are truly powerful, every action of yours will influence the entire world. Every action comes with positive and negative consequences for a huge number of beings. Yet, if you want to shape the world into something you desire, you need to keep overlooking it. Otherwise, the world will return to its old situation. And as soon as you do that, your path to power will end," Gravis said. "You are older than I and have more experience, but I have been in this situation before while you have not. Don't try to think about what will happen to the world, but think about what you want to accomplish." Gravis smiled. "You'll see. Sooner or later, you will also be as powerful as Meadow. Don't get hung up on the current situation and look forward. What's the point in the world changing? Your own goal, reaching supreme power, has not changed. Therefore, your world didn't change." Azure remained silent as she listened to Gravis' words. "My world didn't change, huh?" she repeated quietly. "Dude, you sound like an old beast," Meadow suddenly said from the side. "You becoming a hermit? You do know that you can't have sex then, right?" Gravis only laughed. Gravis and Azure talked some more, and after a while of talking, they decided to return to the Icy Pride Empire. While they had been talking, Gravis had also told her about his decision to leave the camp of the land beasts. Azure thought it was a good idea since he was powerful enough to protect himself and wouldn't be bound by any obligations. Additionally, being a neutral party also gave him more freedom to choose his way of tempering. Of course, the bad aspect of that decision was that one needed to be powerful enough. If one were too weak, any beast could just kill them without any repercussions. There were a ton of beasts just waiting for a tempering opportunity. If a solitary king went into an empire, they would be attacked by several other kings that would all want to fight them. Even if one was powerful for their realm, choosing neutrality would still be dangerous. If one of the most powerful kings decided to go solo, they might not be attacked by kings but by an emperor first. Of course, these emperors wouldn't be interested in the corpse of the king, but they would be interested in using this king to temper their soldiers. Maybe the emperor would send 5 other kings at him. Maybe the emperor would halt the fight if one of their beasts would die. In the end, it didn't matter what this king would do. Eventually, they would be ground into nothingness. Because of these reasons, one first needed to be a powerful emperor to consider going solo. Yet, one also had to remember that it wasn't mandatory to attack a neutral beast. They could also just trade or talk. The only difference was that one party wouldn't have any backing. They could only rely on their own power. Of course, Gravis was already powerful enough to go solo. If he had still been a level 4 king, it would have been risky since he would have had the power of a level 1 emperor, which wasn't that safe. After all, there were plenty of level 2 emperors. Yet, with the power to immediately decimate a level 2 emperor and with a slight chance of winning against a level 3 emperor, Gravis should be safe. Therefore, with all things considered, it was a good idea for him to leave the camp of the land beasts. After some time, the two of them returned to the Mountain of Pride in the Icy Pride Empire. Right now, instead of Azure, the Grand Elder was sitting on the throne. However, he couldn't be called the Grand Elder anymore since he had taken up the position of the actual emperor. Steer, the emperor, saw Azure and Gravis return and greeted them with a polite smile. "Welcome back. How were your gains?" he asked. Gravis noticed that Steer acted differently than usual. It wasn't that he had changed, but that he was exhibiting an aura of royalty. The way he sat and talked gave others the feeling of justice, friendliness, and fairness. The contrast between when Azure had been the empress and the current Steer was stark. Azure had always appeared taciturn, cold, prideful, and reserved. It was like she had been an ice queen. Yet, in human terms, Steer appeared like a king that would often visit the farmers to check if they had any issues. He appeared like someone that valued the prosperity of his kingdom above his own. Of course, that was only a feeling and didn't reflect the truth. Steer simply acted like a proper ruler should act, but as soon as he would see his chance to become more powerful, he would return to his old self. Obviously, Steer was more suited to be a ruler than Azure. Additionally, Gravis noticed something else that made him feel exhilarated. Sure enough, Steer had become a level 3 emperor. This meant that Gravis could push his will aura to the maximum once again. With that, he would be able to suppress a level 3 emperor by 30% instead of 10%. That was a huge difference. "A lot has changed," Azure said to Steer. "Oh," Steer uttered with a smile as he put his fingers together and leaned back on the throne. "Tell me about it." Thus, Azure started telling Steer about everything that had happened. Steer couldn't have been prepared for the violent changes the world would soon feel, and the more Steer heard, the more solemn he grew. After Azure was finished telling Steer everything, Steer stood up and paced around the top of the Mountain of Pride as he stroked his long beard. "This is troublesome indeed," Steer said. "Our first 4 defensive lines are very valuable territory, and our soldiers might need to be redistributed. Yet, these 4 defensive lines are under the leadership of the level 4 empires, which disallows me to make any changes to them." Steer paced around some more. "We might actually need to station level 4 emperors there, but the level 4 emperors are all leaders of their own empire. I'm uncertain if they would be willing to stay at the front lines with their status." Steer continued pacing. "But if they aren't ready to station themselves at the front lines, a random level 4 emperor could take out all 4 of the core defensive lines. If that happens, we will lose half of our elders, which would result in the weakening of our empire." "What's the problem?" Gravis asked with a raised eyebrow. "As long as you and Azure are still here, the empire won't fall." "Do the lives of the elders even matter?" Steer smiled bitterly. "Gravis, managing an empire is different from managing a tribe," he said with a teaching tone. "An empire is not only there to serve as a springboard for the emperor. We are all in this together, and if the empire grows more powerful, the emperor will grow more powerful with it. Putting my own goals above the good of the empire would result in a short-term power gain, but it would cut off the long-term power gain. We require powerful beasts to keep the kingdoms in check and to resolve problems that they can't resolve themselves. In exchange, we receive the rights for their law comprehension areas. With fewer elders, the empire would be less powerful, and for safety reasons, some kingdoms might defect to another empire. As soon as the kingdoms see that the empire has taken a large hit, they might suspect that the empire would soon fall. The empire obviously won't fall since Azure and I are still here, but that doesn't matter. The kingdoms believe what they want to believe and will act upon that belief. If the kingdoms defect to other empires, we will lose access to valuable law comprehension areas. Among these law comprehension areas will be areas that several elders are very interested in. When they see that they no longer have access to such a fitting area, they might also defect to other empires. In the end, we will only have a handful of elders left with nearly no law comprehension areas. Remember Gravis, Steer said. When you cultivate, the image others have towards you is unimportant, but if you want to create and maintain a large force, your image becomes very important. Cultivation relies on yourself, while an empire relies on others. If you build a force with the philosophy of cultivation, it will break apart very quickly, Steer explained. Gravis listened intently. Most of the time he knew a lot of the concepts that others talked about, but this time he had learned something new. Steer's teachings resonated with him as he thought back to the river tribe. Steer was right. If a cultivator had a lower realm than an opponent, the opponent often wouldn't be interested in them. Yet, land and resources would always be valuable even for more powerful forces. If Gravis had been alone and had killed so many tribes back then by himself, no level 4 lord would have ever paid him a visit. After all, Gravis had nothing of value. Yet, since his tribe had been the aggressor, multiple level 4 lords had arrived back then, dooming the entire tribe. I have led my tribe incorrectly, Gravis thought. I have done exactly what Steer had said I shouldn't do. I have pushed the tribe to its absolute limit until it broke apart. In just a short while, the whole tribe became incredibly powerful for our area, but it also broke apart very quickly. Gravis bowed politely. Thank you, Steer, Gravis said. Steer only chuckled slightly. Your exotic conduct is truly refreshing, Gravis. I presume that you intend to leave the camp of the land beasts since you referred to me with my name? He asked. Gravis nodded. Yes, but before I leave, I would like to request something from you. Of course, if it's too much to ask, I will repay you. Steer only smiled as he looked at the horizon. I presume you want to go through another session of will tempering, right? He asked. Gravis nodded. Steer turned back as he smiled at Gravis. Your wisdom has allowed me to become more powerful. Making you more powerful in return comes naturally. You don't need to worry about repaying the Empire. After all, it is us that should repay you. Remember this, Gravis? Steer said as he walked closer. If Azure or I had killed you back then to get your secrets of how you were able to understand a level 3 law as a lord, both of us wouldn't be as powerful as we are today. We might have been able to find something valuable in your head with some laws regarding the mind, but that would have only given us the knowledge that you have had back then. Ever since then, you have learned a lot more and have grown wiser. The things you have told us voluntarily are already worth more than what we could have found back then in your head by force. This is what I mean. Don't chase short-term gain by sacrificing long-term gain. If you ever decide to create another power, remember my words, Steer said as he put his hands on Gravis' shoulder. Gravis nodded. I will remember your words. Steer smiled. All right, then let's start with your will tempering. I will immediately start with 30%. Is that all right with you? Go, Gravis said with icy eyes. Then, Gravis fell into an abyss of pain again as his body started to get torn apart again. Azure continued talking to Steer as they planned the future actions of the Empire, while Morris simply continued standing behind Gravis in respect. He had always been behind Gravis in silence. It was not the place of a servant to speak when their master was speaking. 20 years passed. Gravis spent all of his time in incredible pain as he pushed his will aura as far as it could go. Steer sat on his throne while Gravis stood beside him with Steer's hand on his shoulder. As the days passed by, more and more reports from the defensive lines reached Steer. Just as expected, the sea beasts were going wild. After all, it was far easier for them to take more territories than for the land beasts. But weren't there more land beasts? Why was it easier for the sea beasts to claim more territory? The reason for that was their smaller territory. The most powerful beasts in the sea beast camp lived much closer to each other than the land beasts. If a level 4 emperor of the land beasts arrived to claim a territory, another level 4 emperor from the sea beasts would also quickly arrive, and with them probably several others as well. Emperors were wise and experienced, and the land beast emperors knew that such a situation would occur, which was why they followed a different tactic. Instead of taking the initiative to attack the sea beasts, they kept a lot of their powerful forces hidden behind the defensive lines to catch a valuable opponent off guard. Sadly, there was a problem. The sea beasts had Orthar. Under Orthar's command, the sea beasts seemingly only attacked the defensive lines that had no powerful backing, and if they attacked such a defensive line, the sea beast would have an even more powerful backing following them. More than one level 4 emperor had already died from the land beasts camp, while only a single one died for the sea beasts. The sea beasts were definitely winning the war. Gravis was mostly busy trying not to die, but he could still pay some attention to the reports of others. When Gravis heard the devastating news of the war, he asked Steer where his children currently were. Steer told him that his children were currently inside some law comprehension areas since they had earned enough contribution points. For the next 70 years, they wouldn't join the front lines. After Gravis heard that, he released a sigh of relief. His cultivation was important, but his children were just as important to him. As kings, fighting in such a chaotic war would be incredibly dangerous. Tempering was one thing, but the biggest battles were between powerful emperors. Any of his 3 kids could die without having a chance to even fight back. This would not be a good death for a cultivator or beast. Yet, Gravis was actually worrying over nothing because there was something he didn't know about. This thing was also Orthar. Orthar had already ordered every sea beast that if they saw any of Gravis' 3 children, they were not allowed to attack them as long as the sea beast was 3 or more levels above them. If one of Gravis' children died in tempering, there would be no problem, but if they died without being able to fight back, there would be issues. The first reason was that Gravis was Orthar's friend. Orthar didn't care much for others, but he cared for Gravis, and he also knew Gravis' personality. Just because Orthar didn't care about his offspring didn't mean that Gravis also didn't. If Orthar was responsible for the death of one of Gravis' children, their relationship would sour. There was even a possibility that Gravis might kill Orthar. The second reason was Gravis himself. Orthar was sure that Gravis could accept it if one of his children died in tempering, but if he judged a death to be unfair, the sea beasts would have a massive problem on their hands. Gravis had continually informed Orthar about everything that was happening, including his plans of fighting a beast 4 levels above himself. Right now, Gravis had a slight chance against a level 3 emperor. That, by itself, wouldn't be so bad. Yet, Orthar knew that Gravis could simply hunt down a random level 2 emperor and become an emperor himself. At that point, Gravis could annihilate any level 4 emperor with but a mere thought. At that point, Gravis would become the most powerful beast allowed to participate in the war. Gravis would probably kill the killer of his children and even the commander above them that gave the order. In the end, it would be like exchanging the life of an enemy king for one of their level 4 emperors. Not even an idiot would accept such a trade. So, even if Orthar weren't Gravis' friend, he would still give the same order. Angering Gravis would cost them far too much. Killing Gravis would also be stupid. The sea beasts would need to send at least a level 4 emperor to ensure success, and if they succeeded, what then? Their level 4 emperor would have gone so far into enemy territory that they likely wouldn't return alive. In the end, the sea beasts would have sacrificed the life of a level 4 emperor for the life of someone that didn't even involve himself in the war. They would gain literally nothing. Gravis no longer counted as a king. Right now, Gravis counted as a level 2 emperor ascender. Give him some food and wait for him to go. That was the policy that the beasts had towards ascenders. Lastly, Gravis was also good friends with Meadow. Meadow likely wouldn't involve herself if Gravis died. But one never knew. Even a 1% chance was already far too high. Angering Meadow would be the worst thing the sea beasts could do. Because of all these reasons, Gravis actually didn't have to worry about his children. They were safer than any emperor or king in the world. Of course, they could still die to tempering, but that was normal. Some years after Gravis started his will tempering, he heard the news from some spies that one of their medium-tier defensive lines would be attacked soon. Such defensive lines were generally protected by level 4 and level 5 kings. Yet, when Gravis heard that, he got an idea. He knew Orthar, and he was sure that the land beasts had been fed this piece of intelligence on purpose. Either absolutely no one would attack or an emperor would attack. So, Gravis ordered Morris to help the defensive line. Gravis didn't do that because of his allegiance to the land beasts but because of Morris. Morris was Gravis' servant, and the more powerful Morris was, the better. In the best-case scenario, Morris would be an immortal when Gravis returned to his homeworld. Gravis already had several plans for his return, and a servant would do wonders. Morris quickly left to help the defensive line, and after some months he returned. Morris was still a level 1 emperor, but he had managed to comprehend an additional level 2 law. Morris hadn't been in the middle of the Ultimates meet, but since he had been Gravis' servant, he had been allowed to watch from a distance, together with the level 4 emperors. During that time, he had accumulated a lot of knowledge, which broke through after an intense fight against 2 level 1 emperors. Yes, the sea beasts had sent not 1 but 2 emperors. If Morris hadn't managed to comprehend his new level 2 law, he wouldn't have returned. The same scenario repeated itself a couple more times in the years, and sooner than later Morris had become a level 2 emperor. Right now, with Morris having comprehended 2 level 2 laws, he was above average for a level 2 emperor. He was still not as powerful as Gravis, but he was close behind him, as it should be. The rewards for the victories went to the Icy Pride Empire. After all, it was the Icy Pride Empire that had sent an emperor and managed to win the battles. This gave the Icy Pride Empire some advantages, and Steer was happy with the development. See? Even now, helping you has already helped our empire, Steer said, giving Gravis another example of how Steer's seemingly selfless help had ended up helping him as well. As Gravis stayed at the Mountain of Pride, he learned a lot about leadership. Steer was a brilliant ruler and managed to keep the Icy Pride Empire afloat in such chaotic times where one empire after the other fell to the sea beasts. As other empires fell, the Icy Pride Empire received more powerful refugees and territories. In just 20 years, the number of elders had shot up by 50%. After 20 years, Gravis stopped his will tempering. Right now, my will aura should be as powerful as the one of an immortal. Yet, I haven't felt a barrier. This probably means that my current will aura won't have a significant change until it reaches the power of an immortal king. Gravis sighed. Sadly, I have reached the end of my easy will tempering. Steer won't become a level 4 emperor for a long while, and I have also reached the maximum I can achieve with my current realm. Even my next tempering experience won't increase my will as long as I don't increase my realm first. Thank you for your help, Steer, Gravis said politely. Don't worry about it, Gravis, Steer said with a chuckle, amused at Gravis' weird conduct. You should follow your path and comprehend as many laws as you can. When you are done, visit us. Maybe, when you return, the world will have changed immensely. Gravis also smiled. I will, he said. Then, Gravis floated upwards and looked one last time at Steer and Azure. Take care, you two. I don't know when I will return to the outside world, but I hope that both of you are still alive then. Azure nodded. I will also temper myself. Your mindset has infected me, and I'm willing to risk my life to become more powerful. Maybe, before you return to the outside world, Steer and I have already become ascenders. If that happens, we will pay you a visit before we leave. Gravis smiled and nodded too. I wish you the best. Take care, Azure said. After that, Gravis left towards the core of the world. He would remain at the very core, where only the Ultimates and Meadow lived. No other beast was worthy of staying there, but Gravis had proven his worth. And if the Lightning Ultimate disagreed, well then Gravis would just kill him. Gravis left the world behind as he flew into the center of the world, the area where the Grand Lake was located. As he continued flying, he looked at everything around him. He passed over several empires as he saw the beasts getting ready for war. The entire feeling of the world had changed. Before the ultimates meet, the world emanated a feeling of opportunity. It felt like a lot of beasts tried to reach for supreme power as they all wanted to increase their power. Additionally, there had been no urgency in regards to the sea beasts before the ultimates meet. Now, the feeling had changed to one of nervousness and uncertainty. The goal of most beasts had shifted from reaching supreme power to trying to survive. The land beasts had never been under a real threat from the sea beasts. Lords might not have known that, but most kings knew about the truth. But now, everyone knew that they could actually die. A lot of the land beasts, which hadn't been willing to fight on the front lines, felt overwhelmed with fear and stress. They had intended to become powerful by doing odd jobs, like escorting weaker beasts, breeding powerful offspring, teaching battle tactics, or just wanting to stay alive. They never had to fear the sea beasts since the sea beasts would never be able to extend their reach that far into the land beasts' territory. Yet, everything had changed. Now, even these beasts needed to fear for their lives. Gravis noticed all of these subtle things with his spirit and shook his head. Was it fair? Was it fair that someone that didn't want to fight had to fight to survive? No. Yet what could one do about it? If it was fair or not didn't matter. The truth was the truth. Sometimes the truth was very unfair and cold. If these beasts from the lower worlds had remained in the lower worlds, most of them could have lived their lives out in peace. After all, the lower world didn't have as many beasts willing to sacrifice nearly everything for their own power. In comparison to the beasts from the lower worlds, the beasts that had been born into this middle world had it worse. They never even had a chance to choose. The kings and the emperors wanted to become more powerful, and to achieve their goal they needed other just as powerful beasts, and to get these beasts there had to be war. The only way to distance oneself from this uncertain conflict was to flee to the vast ocean. Yet, in the vast ocean, the lords and kings wouldn't find any other beasts they could talk to or mate with. Sure, a powerful lord could get all the mates they wanted there, but mating with spirit beasts felt beneath them. After all, most spirit beasts couldn't even transmit concepts with clarity. Even though, from a human standpoint, beasts would appear to be the same thing as animals, this actually couldn't be further from the truth. Starting at the Unity realm, all beasts were smart enough to plan, share concepts, share experiences, and learn from each other. Because of the absence of this ability for weaker beasts, every lord or more powerful looked at these beasts like they were animals. Just like a normal human had no intention to mate with a dog, a lord or more powerful also had no intention to mate with a spirit beast or weaker. So, as everyone was confronted with their choice, nearly all of them had decided to remain. It was either a lonely life of solitude or an uncertain life in company. The feeling of company came together with intellect since it being learned by exchanging concepts with other intelligent beings. If one were not in contact with other intelligent beings, one wouldn't be able to learn much. It was basically a survival instinct. The fact that the whole world was filled to the brim with tribes, kingdoms, and empires showed how much beasts valued company and a place they could call home. Gravis noticed all of these changes and mindsets and felt bitter. It wasn't that he felt for these beasts, but that he felt like he had to say goodbye to the world that he knew. Gravis had no idea how long he would stay in the core of the world. It could be 100 years or several hundred years. Right now, the world was on the cusp of changing. Territories would shift, empires would fall, new empires would rise, and the mindset of the land beasts would change. If nothing of this happened, Gravis wouldn't have felt so forlorn. The world would remain the same. Yet, being absent for the most significant change and not being there to witness it, felt like this was the last time Gravis would see the world he had been part of for hundreds of years. By now, Gravis was around 220 years old, and he had come to this world when he had been just 23. This meant that he had been in this world for nearly 90% of his entire life. Gravis knew that the world he would return to would not be the same world he had left behind. Only the core of the world would remain the same. The ultimates would not fight, and the Grand Lake wouldn't undergo any changes. After all, this was the territory of the ultimates. Not being allowed to interfere in the war didn't mean that they had to keel over and die if someone attacked their property. Gravis arrived at the Grand Lake and looked around. Silence. Absolute silence. Every beast was used to the constant background noise of weaker beasts fighting. Every tribe, kingdom, and empire had an insane amount of weaker beasts living in their territories. The lords and more powerful simply didn't interact with these beasts. Just like a human didn't consciously take note of ants along a walkway, the lords, kings, and empires didn't take note of the weaker beasts. They simply existed in their territories and did their thing. These weaker beasts lived in the same space as the more powerful beasts, but they didn't live in the same world, metaphorically speaking. The absence of the constant noise of weaker beasts scuttling around, fighting, mating, shouting, roaring, and all other stuff, elicited a weird feeling of alienation from Gravis. The last time he had been here, everything had been filled with kings and emperors that wanted to comprehend laws. Now there was silence. This was the first time Gravis had been truly alone in about 200 years. The last time this had happened was when he had disbanded the river tribe. After that, he had stayed with the Red King, Azure, Steer, Ferris, Meadow, and his children. There had always been at least one being Gravis knew and could talk with, even if one of them couldn't be considered a friend. Gravis took a deep breath as he took in the feeling of the silent atmosphere. This is a living world. Yet, this feels like a dead world, Gravis said to himself. Seconds in silence passed as Gravis lingered on his words. There was no response, only silence. Gravis spent several hours in silence as he just took the atmosphere in. To him, it felt abnormal that he only heard the sound of the wind. Of course, there was still the sound of some small insects moving around, but that couldn't be compared to huge beasts constantly clashing. The quiet sound of nature felt strange to him. Many humans love to go into nature and just stay there in silence, but it was a different thing if someone lived basically their entire life with a constant background noise of excitement and bloodshed. Even though the quiet sound of nature showed life in its most basic form, in comparison to the normal world, it felt dead. The complexity of life had regressed and returned to its basic components here. Gravis couldn't even see any demonic beasts. The only things he saw were some weak, mortal animals and mortal plants. One would think that this didn't sound logical. After all, weren't beasts drawn to areas with more energy? So, shouldn't there be a ton of beasts here? Yet, if one thought that they hadn't considered the broader picture and history of this world, in areas with more energy, more powerful beasts would live. Living besides these powerful beasts would be a sure death sentence. Just the careless movement of the lightning ultimate going for a stroll would create shockwaves that would tear everything apart in a huge area. So, then why were there mortal plants and mortal animals? The reason for that was instinct that had been created over millions of years. The most powerful beasts had always lived here since this was the place with the most energy. These powerful ultimates wouldn't allow other emperors to stay in their territories. Kings and lords also weren't allowed to stay here. Yet, after millions of years of beasts living here and dying out of carelessness, an instinct had been created unknowingly inside them. This instinct told them that an area was dangerous if they could see no powerful lords, kings, or emperors. To demonic beasts, energy beasts, and spirit beasts, beasts of the three higher realms felt like gods. These godlike existences were more powerful than these weak beasts by far. Yet, even these godlike existences didn't dare to stay here. Thus, the weaker beasts that were still strongly influenced by their instincts felt scared and nervous when they didn't see any kind of powerful god occasionally. This meant that something even more powerful than a god resided here. Therefore, living here was dangerous. The weaker beasts didn't realize this fact consciously but subconsciously. It was their instinct that activated a fear response inside them and made them avoid this area. The mortal animals didn't have this instinct. The mortal animals were so fragile that it was incredibly dangerous and challenging for them to live in any area with beasts roaming around. Therefore, the death rate of these mortal animals wasn't as high here as outside. Because of that, the reverse happened. The mortal animals here had developed an instinct that told them to avoid the outside. Thus, a mortal paradise had formed in the core of the world, which was the best area for beasts to reside. It was quite contradictory in nature. Or maybe I'm just overthinking things, Gravis thought. Maybe there are no beasts because the ultimates methodically eradicate every beast in their area. Honestly, I don't know. First, I should get used to this new area. As long as I forget the outside world, I can comprehend more about my laws. Maybe being in tune with basic nature will help me in my comprehension. Yet, Gravis felt nervous when he had that thought. But if I forget the outside world, will I stay the same when I return? I know that I will always be me, no matter how much I change. But is this a change I am willing to make? Gravis thought. The outside world is stressful and full of bloodshed. Beasts die, and I am in constant danger. The times when I didn't feel like I was in danger only felt like this in relation to the normal, elevated feeling of danger I feel constantly. There is always a possibility that some powerful emperor kills me without being able to react. Now, in this place, there's truly nothing. No emperor would dare to attack me due to my relationship with Meadow. In this place, the only thing that can kill me is myself. If I forget the outside world and get used to this harmonious silence without any danger, I might lose my drive. This peaceful world doesn't make me feel rage, helplessness, frustration, fear, suppression, or anything else. But aren't these the exact feelings that drive me forward? If I don't feel these generally accepted negative feelings, will I still have something that drives me forward? After hundreds of years of quiet peace, will I still have the heart to risk my life for tempering? I don't fear that staying here will kill me, but that staying here is too good. If I become happy here, I won't see a reason to continue cultivating. I have already stayed in this world for around 90% of my life. This world feels more like home than my actual home. Gravis looked towards the sky in silence. I don't remember Father's voice. It has been so incredibly long. I don't remember my father's voice. I don't remember Mom's voice. I only have a weird inkling of how my father's face looks like. Same thing for Mom. I don't remember how Orpheus looks or sounds. I remember how humans act, but by now, their conduct also feels distant. I am so used to how beasts act that it would feel weird to be among humans again. Is this what you meant, Mom? Gravis thought. Back then, you have seen that I have grown distant to you because of only 7 years apart. Back then, I felt like the person I have met was different from the person I have left behind, even though you have not changed at all. After all, for you, only a couple of days had passed. My perception and growth have changed me, making me see people I have known previously differently to before. Gravis looked to the ground. In the lower world, I could still vividly remember all your faces and voices. I still felt a connection. But now I feel nothing. I feel like I should love and long for your company. Father, Mom, but it just isn't there. I should be excited to return home, but I'm just not. The highest world feels like an alien world. I have only seen parts of the city and the outside of the city, but I basically know nearly nothing else about my homeworld. Is the highest world truly my home? I don't know anymore, Gravis thought. In this world, I have my children, Azure, Ferris, Orthar, and Steer. In my homeworld, I have Father, Mother, and Orpheus. Several minutes in silence passed. I don't know, Gravis thought in confusion, alienation, and pain. Then, a long period of silence passed as the unchanging world continued existing. Hours passed. Nothing changed. There was just silence, peace and quiet. A world without worries. A world without danger. Nothing. Boom! After some months, an explosion suddenly occurred, which took Gravis out of his thoughts. He had thought about his situation and his decision in detail but couldn't come to an answer. Surprisingly, the sudden explosion even startled him. Gravis had always been careful and had always been ready to be attacked, which was why he never got startled by anything. Still, with the quiet atmosphere of nature as a constant companion, Gravis became careless. Gravis looked over to where the explosion came from, and his eyes widened at what he saw. One of the Striders had just been killed by a powerful explosion of fire. Someone was about to ascend? Gravis quickly connected the dots and sighed in relief. Then he smiled. On top of the Strider stood a red wolf with dominance. The wolf was still very energetic and still had a lot of power left over after killing the Strider. Ferris, Gravis transmitted to the wolf. Ferris looked up, then looked around in confusion, and finally found Gravis. Ferris instantly beamed with excitement and shot directly at Gravis. He was so fast that Gravis couldn't even react. Pack! Ferris reached him and accidentally pushed him away with his paws, resulting in Gravis shooting away. Whoops! That was not on purpose, Ferris quickly said as he arrived beside the downed Gravis. Gravis only had to laugh at Ferris. Ferris truly hadn't changed one bit. "I'm happy to see you, Ferris," Gravis said as he righted himself again. Ferris' tail wagged happily as he smiled with excitement. "Same to you, Gravis," he said. "How have you been? Have you learned more laws? How many laws have you learned?" Gravis chuckled a bit. "I learned some laws. Come on. Let's sit down and talk for a bit." "Sure thing, Gravis," Ferris said as he sat down. Then, Gravis and Ferris talked about a lot of stuff over the next day. After Ferris had left Gravis, he had roamed around, just looking for an opponent. First, he went to the sea beasts and rained carnage down upon them. It didn't matter if a beast did something to him or not. To Ferris, all other beasts that were not companions were just food. With this, he fought a ton of sea beasts until he became powerful enough to fight level 4 emperors. At that point, he ate enough from the sea beasts until he became a level 4 emperor himself and then some. Yet, at that point, it became very difficult for Ferris to find any level 4 emperor sea beasts. It was like they were all hiding from him. He couldn't even find the ultimates from the sea beasts. So, Ferris simply decided to go to the land beasts. It didn't matter that he had once been part of the land beast camp. He was no longer part of that camp, which meant that he could kill and eat them without any bad feelings. Yet, that was the moment when the ultimates meet started. At that point, all the level 4 emperor land beasts had been gathered in the core of the world. Ferris knew that he couldn't just attack someone there. He could fight one ultimate, but 2 or more would be an issue. So, Ferris decided to wait. After the ultimates meet had been over, Ferris found 2 level 4 emperors from the land beast camp and ate them. With this, he would only need 4 more to become a level 5 emperor and leave this world. "But guess what?" Ferris said. "When I searched for my next opponent, the lightning ultimate visited me." Gravis raised an eyebrow. That should have happened about 15 years ago when Gravis had been tempering himself with the help of Steer. "What did he want?" Gravis asked. "He was angry that I was weakening the land beasts so much and told me to go hunt sea beasts," Ferris said with his usual excited voice. "Then I said that I will do whatever I want and that I don't want to hunt sea beasts right now." "Man, you should have seen him," Ferris said. "He got super pissed. I guess he had some built-up anger that he wanted to release. So he directly attacked me." Gravis narrowed his eyes when he heard that. "What happened?" he asked. "I ate him. Isn't it obvious?" Ferris asked with a confused voice. Gravis blinked a couple of times. "Ha!" he uttered. "That actually is obvious. Yeah. Anyway, he was really delicious and he allowed me to become a level 5 emperor. After that, I went to some law comprehension areas that I still hadn't finished yet to comprehend some more laws. Then, yesterday, I went to the Icy Pride Empire to visit you one last time, and I have been told that you were here." Gravis smiled when he heard that Ferris still wanted to visit him, even though his dream was so close at hand. Yet, his smile transformed into a smirk. "Then, why did you kill a Strider?" Ferris scratched his ear in embarrassment. "Well, when I saw the Striders, I grew excited and wanted to see if I can kill one. I swear, I would have searched for you after that," Ferris said with a defensive tone near the end. "I believe you, Ferris," Gravis said with a chuckle. Fate can be unpredictable, Gravis thought. If Meadow hadn't stopped the lightning ultimate back then, I would have killed him. Then, he no longer dared to do anything against me. Even when I comprehended his laws, he only ignored me. I was fine with that, and I wouldn't have killed him just because of that. Yet, even though he had dodged a bullet, he just had to seek out another one. He was probably frustrated that 2 other emperors know the law of punishment lightning while he doesn't. Then came his conflict with me, and lastly came his embarrassing fight against Meadow. He probably had a belly full of anger. He saw 3 other ultimates and the Inferno Emperor becoming immortals while he was stuck here. Then, after all of this, he saw another ascender that was about to overtake him. He probably wanted to prove to himself that he was not worthless and that he was still a powerful ultimate. Sadly, he had to attack Ferris, who is already very powerful, even for an ascender. Gravis looked at Ferris with shining eyes as Ferris looked with confusion at Gravis. The Inferno Immortal has advanced too fast. He has probably comprehended a level 3 law and maybe 2 or 3 level 2 laws that increase his offense. Yet, as long as he only concentrates on the fire laws, he will be stuck at some point. In the next world, the Inferno Immortal must concentrate on different laws to supplement his fire laws. Yet, the pressure I exhibit on him won't allow him to stay still. If he doesn't change his way, he will be stuck in the higher world. Yet, Ferris has thousands of years of law comprehension experience. He knows all kinds of laws from different categories, and his foundation is beyond solid. Additionally, Ferris knows how important it is to gain experience with laws. Gravis smiled. Ferris is more powerful than the Inferno Immortal. What's wrong, Gravis? Ferris asked. You look troubled. Gravis shook his head to regain his bearings. Sorry, I was only in thought. Oh yeah, right. You said that once before, Ferris said. Well, anyway, that was my story. What happened to you? Gravis took a deep breath and started to tell Ferris his story. Gravis told Ferris about what had happened at the Ultimates meet, and Ferris became shocked beyond belief as more time passed. Apparently, he hadn't known about anything that had been going on. He had seen Meadow's display, but he didn't go there because of all the Ultimates. Ferris had no idea that he had just killed the last ultimate of the land beasts. He thought that there were still the 3 other ones, not counting Meadow. So, I killed the last land beast ultimate? Ferris asked. Gravis nodded. Wow, Ferris said. That's awesome. I'm responsible for the world changing. That's so cool. Gravis chuckled a bit. You don't care about what will happen to the land beasts? Ferris looked at Gravis with genuine confusion. No? Should I? I'm not part of the land beasts anymore. Gravis chuckled some more. You're right. It doesn't matter. Then, Gravis remembered something. By the way, what did you think about the lightning ultimate when you saw him? He asked. Ferris sneered. As soon as I saw him, I immediately disliked him. His whole demeanor and being just rubbed me the wrong way. He felt like the sneaky snaky kind. I don't like the sneaky snaky kind. Gravis nodded. As expected. Ferris has an excellent intuition regarding other beasts. Then, Gravis told Ferris about the ruler change in the Icy Pride Empire, and Ferris wasn't surprised at all about that. After that, Gravis came to the heavy part. He decided to tell Ferris about his problems and what he was currently thinking about. After Gravis was done, silence reigned. I don't get it, Ferris said in confusion. I don't get the problem. Gravis sighed when he heard that. I didn't expect you to. You know that I'm a human and that I think differently from beasts. I just wanted to share my problems with someone else. No, Ferris quickly answered. That's not what I meant. I can just replace your family with some dear companions like you, for example. I get what you mean with wanting to stay with your companions, but I don't get how this decision can be so hard. It seems pretty obvious to me. Gravis chuckled a bit. Tell me, Ferris. He didn't expect much from Ferris' input, but he was still interested in what Ferris was about to say. I mean, who cares about the world? We need to change worlds anyway, Ferris said. First of all, if you want to stay here, you must stop cultivating and die here. That's already a big sacrifice. Then, I also don't get your attachment to this world. It's just a place. Earth, fire, water, air, and stuff is cool and all, but the higher world also has all these things. Lastly, I don't get why you call this world your home. That makes no sense, Ferris said. Gravis frowned. What do you mean with it makes no sense? I lived here for 90% of my life. Isn't a place where you stay for a long time your home? Ferris shook his head. No, he said directly. My home is where my companions are. If I become too powerful and must leave my companions behind, I just have to search for new ones. You said that you came from a different world than this one, so you should have had no one when you arrived here. But now you have a lot of companions. You can just do the same thing in the next world. Besides, Ferris said carelessly, aren't all of your companions about to ascend soon anyway? When I'm gone, Azure is gone, Steer is gone, your one octopus friend is gone. Who will be left? So, your home is not even staying in this world, but moving to another one. Gravis remained silent as he listened to Ferris. Inside, Gravis felt shaken. How had he not seen that? How had he not seen something so obvious? Yes, leaving his companions and family behind would be horrible, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't leave him behind. Gravis was sure that his companions wouldn't abort their cultivation just to stay with him. Gravis also didn't want them to. He wanted them to become powerful. His children, they would either die or also ascend. They had already shown quite some talent regarding laws. At some point, they would also learn a level 3 law and ascend. Would they stop for him? Of course not. Additionally, Gravis also didn't want them to give up their dreams because of him. Gravis looked at the Grand Lake. I'm so stupid, he thought. Yes, my home is currently here with my family and friends, but my home won't stay here. All of my companions will become more powerful in the future and leave this world. So, even if this is my home, it is only my temporary home. Then Gravis looked at the sky. My true home is the highest world because most of the beings I care about will end up there. Even though I don't care much about my friends from the lower world anymore, we still have a connection. Maybe they have changed beyond recognition, but I still want to see them again. Ferris, Azure, and Steer are seedlings of heaven. This world specifically exists to create food for the highest world. Their next world probably poses nearly no danger to them since they will be the most powerful beasts in there in regards to battle strength. All three of them will end up in the highest world with a high probability. All my temporary homes will converge in the highest world, which is my permanent home. I'm truly stupid, Gravis thought bitterly, but also with relief. The difficult decision had become easy. Sometimes the correct answer was the most obvious one. Overcomplicating issues could make them harder than they actually were. And I've wasted 3 months on this stupid shit, Gravis thought with frustration. I shouldn't stay here and mope around. I should comprehend laws so that I can achieve my goal and return home. So what if I don't remember my father or mother's face and voice? I can just relearn them. Ferris, thank you, Gravis said with a heartfelt voice. Your advice has saved me from making a wrong decision and wasting unnecessary time. Now, Ferris became even more confused. You're weird. You're so super smart normally. Shouldn't you have already realized all that I've said? Am I the smart one now? Ferris asked. Gravis chuckled a bit. I'm not smart, and you're not stupid. We just have different experiences that have taught us different things. Your knowledge about home and companions is simply better than mine. So, yes, in this case, you are the smart one. Cool, Ferris said. No one has ever called me smart. Feels unreal. You have become an ascender while nearly all other beasts can't accomplish that. This basically makes it impossible for you to be stupid. Even if you sometimes talk like you have no idea about anything, you still have a ton of knowledge hidden away, Gravis said with a chuckle. Hey, Ferris said. That sounds like an insult. I don't talk stupid. Gravis had to laugh at that. Gravis and Ferris spent some more days together until Ferris decided that it was time for him to leave this world. Yet, the goodbyes were not painful. They were simply two friends who have met outside their homes but would return home later together. Ferris ate all the striders he needed and transformed into a young teenager with curious eyes. The human bodies of beasts were created on how the beast perceived themselves. Apparently, Ferris thought of himself as a curious teenager with a lot of energy. See you later, Ferris said with a wave. See you soon, Ferris, Gravis said. Then, Ferris ascended to the next world. Yet Gravis was not distraught. Now, he had realized that this world wasn't his home and that Ferris won't be the first being that would leave him behind for now. Azure had said that she would start tempering herself crazily as soon as Gravis went into seclusion. With her knowledge about laws and Gravis' influence, she would probably learn a level 3 law soon. Then, Styr and Azure would quickly become level 5 emperors and ascend. This would probably happen before Gravis even left his seclusion. At that point, only Orthar and his children would be left. Gravis could see his home moving, and instead of feeling like he was left behind, he was happy. He would see all of them or most of them again in the future. With newfound motivation, Gravis finally started to concentrate on learning laws. Gravis' first stop was to understand the soft complex materials. He needed to get his defense in order and complete the complex laws. Right now, he had enough time to entirely focus on them. He had nothing to do but comprehend laws, and this would be the perfect time to comprehend laws that required a lot of time. Since Gravis had already comprehended the water part of the soft complex laws, the next thing he wanted to check would be the liquid metals and fire. Sadly, Gravis couldn't find the liquid metals very quickly, so he decided to mine. He dug a hole in the ground and used his composition law of the earth to stabilize it as much as possible so that it didn't simply collapse. With his power, digging far into the earth was not hard at all. In no time at all, he was already several kilometers underground. As he dug further and further down, he felt the gravity around him increase. It was also getting hotter, but none of the two things were an issue for his power. After digging for 1,000 kilometers, Gravis could really feel the effects of gravity and heat. At this depth, even a lord would have problems surviving. Yet, he continued digging. At 5,000 kilometers, even some kings would have issues surviving. At 10,000 kilometers, Gravis felt like he was close to his breaking point. The heat warped the surroundings as he was surrounded by a ton of magma. Gravis didn't really care about the hole and let the magma just flow out in a volcanic explosion. Hundreds of kilometers of the area around the hole were destroyed, but that didn't matter. As he reached this depth, he looked around for interesting materials. The magma itself was already an interesting material since it was very different from normal fire or earth. It was like a combination of fire and earth, which interested him quite a bit. For the next 20 years, Gravis checked out all the interesting materials in the ground. He also found his liquid metal, but it was hard to discern which of the metals was actual liquid metal and which material was simply so hot that it melted. Yet, in these 20 years, Gravis made quite some headway. In actuality, boom! Interesting, Gravis thought with a smirk. So, even magma has a kind of composition law. This is interesting indeed. Magma does not count towards any of the material composition laws. Additionally, it also doesn't count towards any single element. This material does not conform to any category of law I know. I wonder how that works, Gravis thought as he looked around. Well, if it doesn't fit into any category, it's probably a new category that I don't know yet. I think it's some kind of elemental fusion law, maybe? Though, since I can't control earth nor fire, it's hard to find out. Gravis scratched his chin but suddenly stopped. Wait, there was something before that fit that category. Gravis' eyes shone. Steam. Steam is also a fusion between water and fire and doesn't conform to anything. That one lord with water affinity managed to comprehend it back then and control it. Ferris also managed to comprehend it. Does that mean that one only needs to have one affinity of a material that has two or more to control it? If a water affinity beast and Ferris can control steam, a fire affinity or earth affinity beast should be able to control magma. Of course, only if they know the applicable law. Gravis looked at the magma and tried to manipulate it. He couldn't transform or control it, but he could destroy it with his composition law. Suddenly, Gravis' eyes widened. He had expected the magma to turn into dust or energy, but it actually turned into something else. In front of Gravis, for just a split second, he had seen a solitary fire and a rock. Yet, as soon as they came into contact with the surrounding magma, they turned back into magma. Whoop! Gravis grabbed a chunk of magma and returned to the surface. When he arrived at the surface, he summoned the chunk of magma. Error! The surroundings blurred as the hardened magma on the surface turned liquid again. This chunk of magma was so incredibly hot that it burned things even kilometers away. Then, Gravis turned the chunk of magma back into fire and earth. Now, since there was no magma around, the split parts of the magma stayed. Gravis could see a violently burning fire to his right and a robust rock to his left. After he saw this, he scratched his chin in thought. He thought. I wonder. SSSHHH. Gravis used his composition law of earth and fire to turn the two components into energy. Sure enough, turning the components back to their base turned them into energy. So, fire and earth are made out of energy. Magma is made out of fire and earth. This is insane, Gravis thought. Gravis had thought that magma was simply molten stone. After all, if something was heated enough, it would turn into a liquid or gas either way. Magma hadn't seemed remarkable in any way since it was just another state of stone. Yet, Gravis had been mistaken. Apparently, there was more to the materials than he had thought. Gravis thought about what he had learned for a while and then thought about the uses that controlling such a law would bring. That's actually insanely useful for a fire or earth cultivator, Gravis thought. Magma isn't as powerful offensively as fire, and it also isn't as powerful defensively as earth. Yet, controlling it allows the cultivator or beast to rectify their weaknesses. Fire has nearly no defensive capabilities. The best it can do is evade or destroy an attack with an attack of its own. Controlling magma would allow the fire cultivator or beast to create a barrier of magma around them. It would be similar to the earth shield that the Inquisitor has used against me, just not as powerful. Earth, on the other hand, nearly has no offense. The only offensive method that Earth has are spires and stones, but that's about it. An attack with a spire or stone would count as a physical attack, similar to punching or biting someone. Yet, if the spires or stones were replaced with magma, an elemental attacking component would be added to the attack, making it harder to defend against it. So, we already have two mixed elements that exist. This probably means that there are way more, Gravis thought. Then, Gravis looked at the world again as he tried to imagine how a combination of different elements would look like. Water and earth make mud. Wind and water probably make some kind of storm. Lightning and water? I actually don't know. Water and metal? Not sure, but it could be liquid metal, I think. Fire and lightning? Could be maybe some kind of hot lightning or something, not sure. Lightning and earth? I think it has something to do with charges and unloading, maybe some kind of loaded earth. Wind and lightning could just be a faster version of lightning but with a weaker offense. Metal and lightning could have something to do with electricity. Fire and wind could be heat. Metal and fire make just a heated version of metal. I make that stuff all the time to forge my equipment. This probably means that metal and fire just create something that is part of the hard complex law. Earth and metal also sound like they would produce something that is part of the hard complex law. What about wood? Wood is a connection between souls. Normally, I wouldn't have any idea what would happen, but luckily I have precedence case. Ferrous. Ferrous has learned something about the soul. The wood element is also intrinsically connected to the soul. Maybe, with understanding the composition of the wood element, I can gain insights into the soul and then combine the soul with different elements. Gravis continued scratching his chin. Speaking of, could it be that the wood element is a base form of the soul or something? The wood element is very connected to the life laws. Maybe the wood element is the gateway to learning about complex life, not just simple biological life and life energy. Gravis frowned. I don't think that the wood element can be fused with other elements just like that. I probably need to upgrade it to soul first. What about light and darkness? Realistically, I couldn't imagine anything that could fuse with these two elements. Yet, there may be some very advanced forces and materials that contain the forces of light and darkness. Yet, I'm pretty sure that these forces are beyond my current scope of understanding. They are probably for the future. Gravis recounted his thoughts. That leaves me with 11 level 1 laws of potential elemental fusions. These are obviously part of the composition law category. I just hadn't been able to see it before. They probably require an understanding of the different elements to truly understand and use them. In the past, I have already theorized that 8 of the 9 elements would fuse into 2 level 2 laws, which would be the force elemental law and matter elemental law. Back then, I also theorized that these 2 level 2 laws would make the level 3 law of the elements. Yet, it also seems rather barren. I only need to know 2 level 2 laws to understand a level 3 law. Gravis' eyes shone. I probably also need the complex elemental laws. These fusions are all level 1 laws, and with 11 of them at once, I could probably create another 2 level 2 laws. Then, these two fuse with the level 2 pure elemental laws to create the level 3 law of the elements. Gravis looked at the ground with fiery eyes. Let's get right to it. Gravis changed his goal from the soft complex law to the mixed elemental laws. The soft complex law took parts of different elements and was a level 2 law. If he managed to understand the mixed elemental laws, understanding the soft complex law would surely become even easier. Understanding level 1 laws is far easier than a level 2 law. So, let's check them out. Gravis thought as he thought about how to procure different elements to experiment with. I have enough metal. I have enough earth. I also have enough lightning. That already covers 3 of the 6 elements I need. Air and wind shouldn't be a problem. I also have a ton of water in the Grand Lake. As for fire, I just need to split up the magma to create a powerful fire. Let's check out steam first since it seems to be the easiest one to create. Thus, Gravis returned underground and retrieved a ton of magma into his spirit space. Inside his spirit space, he split the magma apart into fire and stone. Gravis had complete control over his spirit space, which allowed him to preserve the materials as they were. Then, Gravis summoned some fire and threw it into the Grand Lake. Immediately, an explosion of steam appeared, and Gravis looked intently at the process. He spent the next year like this. This is truly fascinating, Gravis thought. I've always thought that the heat of the fire would simply transform water into steam, but the fire actually fuses with the water to become steam. This goes completely against common sense. Gravis spent another 4 years trying to understand steam until, boom! Got it! Gravis thought with excitement. Sure enough, understanding a level 1 law is far easier than understanding a level 2 law. If I wouldn't have such a crazy amount of experience with different kinds of laws, understanding this law would have taken me many decades, maybe even a full century. After all, it has absolutely no affinity with me. Gravis was happy that he managed to take another step into the mixed elemental laws. Yet, what he didn't know was that his constant experimentation with steam created powerful rainstorms around the world since he had created an unreal amount of steam. Lots of mortal plants and animals drowned in these storms. But even if Gravis knew that he was responsible for it, he wouldn't stop. He had accepted that his efforts in trying to understand more laws would have tremendous effects on the weaker beings. There was no way around it, and he prioritized his own power over the well-being of mortal beings. By now, the Grand Lake was constantly raining. It hadn't stopped raining for the entire 5 years Gravis had been here. When he had been in the lower world, Gravis could have never imagined that he would grow so apathetic towards life. Yet, as one grew older and became more powerful, one also got used to these kinds of things. Next law, mud, Gravis thought. Gravis grabbed a ton of dry earth and threw it into the Grand Lake. Luckily, since the Grand Lake was full of sea beasts, no mortal fish were there. The waters in front of Gravis turned muddy as he retrieved several tons of mud to look at them. Another 5 years passed. Gravis had been in seclusion for 30 years in total. Boom! Got it! He thought with a smirk, the water in front of him being beyond muddy. Of course, Gravis was smart enough to clean the water of the earth periodically. He still remembered that the Striders were not big fans of their water being stolen. Gravis was not powerful enough to contest with a Strider yet. Gravis split the mud apart, threw the water back into the Grand Lake, and created a mountain of dirt beside him. The terrain around him had been altered significantly. Without knowing it, Gravis was exhibiting a very human trait. Nearly all beasts didn't change their environment when they comprehended laws. They simply looked at something and tried to understand it without changing its composition or actual position in the world. Ores would remain where they were. Fire would only be created very localized. If beasts wanted to comprehend water, they would simply go to a lake or the ocean instead of creating it. Gravis was a human, and he wanted to see how things worked and interacted. Instead of simply looking at things, he destroyed them, fused them, and split them apart. This violently affected the terrain around him. Yet, this destructive behavior towards the environment also was a much more effective way to comprehend laws. This aspect was one of the reasons why humans were better at understanding laws than beasts or plants. Next law, water and metal. Gravis thought as he summoned some metal. Yet, as he looked at the metal and the water, he grew uncertain. How am I supposed to fuse these two things? He thought in confusion. I have neither control over metal nor over water. I'm also unsure what would come out of this. Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. Fuck it. I'll just use force. Then, Gravis used his spirit and pressed the metal and water together as hard as he could. Gravis had to use an insane amount of concentration and spirit, but after a while, he was able to see a very subtle change. I can't see it with my eyes, but I can feel the changes of the water and the metal thanks to my relevant composition laws. The water and the metal are becoming lighter. It's like parts of them are vanishing. After around an hour, Gravis managed to see the change with his eyes, and he became shocked and frustrated. Am I stupid? How have I not seen this coming? Gravis thought in frustration. Using brute force had worked, and Gravis successfully created the element that came out of a fusion between water and metal. It was liquid metal. The thing I have been searching for was just something that I could have created myself. Gravis thought with a bitter chuckle. Anyway, let's get to it, but this law will probably take longer than the others since it takes quite some force to create this material. And with this, Gravis spent a long time on this law. In fact, he spent a total of 30 years on it. By now, he had been in seclusion for 60 years. Boom! But he managed to comprehend the law. Finally! Gravis thought as he slapped his thigh in excitement. That took forever. Boom! Gravis' eyes widened as he comprehended something else. Well, that came out of nowhere, he thought. I've just comprehended the soft complex material law. I thought I would need to dedicate some time specifically for that. Yet, it also makes sense that I understand it now. I know the water component. I know the air component. I know the liquid metal component and, surprisingly, even steam is part of the soft complex law. Gravis scratched his chin. Wow, it took me forever to get to the level 2 laws, but now I already know 6 of them. Wait, I now know the hard complex and soft complex material laws. Additionally, I know about mud and magma now. The pure elemental composition laws are also all there. On top of that, I also know the composition law of bark. Scales and skin are part of the body composition law. Shouldn't that cover all of the... Boom! Gravis smirked. Medium complex law done. Now, I know 7 level 2 laws. Additionally, my defense should be taken care of now. That only leaves speed. Gravis looked at his surroundings and his smirk intensified. But fuck that. I already committed to spending a lot of time here, and I will use all of it. First, I'll finish the mixed elemental laws. After that, I'll try my hands on the level 2 laws of the pure elemental and mixed elemental laws. I'm not even halfway done, but that's good. The harder it is to understand these laws, the less other beings know them. Right now, all these mixed elemental laws seem useless, but if I can fuse them together with the other composition laws in the future, I can make a level 4 law. Gravis chuckled a bit. You all only want to comprehend a level 3 law. Yet, I have my eyes on a level 4 law. Let's get right on it. Gravis now knew 7 level 2 laws. An insane number for anyone in this world to comprehend. Meadow had only comprehended a 2-digit number of level 2 laws while Sari only had known about 9, as far as Gravis knew. Right now, in this world, Gravis was probably the person or beast with the highest number of comprehended level 2 laws except for Meadow. Even if he decided to ascend right now, his knowledge about laws was still far greater than nearly any ascendant. Yet, did that mean that Gravis should stop comprehending laws? Obviously not. Now, he had the opportunity and time to comprehend laws. Maybe, if he went to the next world, he wouldn't have the luxury of time anymore. Maybe there would be immortal kings or immortal emperors that would keep all the good law comprehension areas under control. Maybe these same people would force Gravis into work so that he would have to earn his comprehension time. Gravis realized that this opportunity to comprehend as many laws as he wanted without having to fear any enemy was rare. Because of these reasons, he decided to make the best of it. Next on the list are the remaining mixed elemental laws. Let's start with wind plus water, which should create rain or some kind of powerful storm. Gravis immediately grabbed a ridiculous amount of water and flew with it into the sky. He was not interested in creating normal rain but in creating a powerful and violent storm. He didn't want to mix air and water. He wanted to mix wind and water, which was a difference. SSSHHHH. Gravis violently split the water apart and made it move through the air in a circular motion. Over the following minutes, nearly all the water seemingly vanished as it turned into steam. Yet Gravis didn't stop. He just continued whirling everything violently to create as much wind as possible. Gravis had no control over wind, which was why he needed to physically shove it around with his spirit. The end result was the same as when a beast with a wind affinity created wind, but the process was different. One could liken the creation of wind to trying to make a massive beast move. Someone with the wind affinity would be able to talk to the beast and convince it to move by itself without having to put much force into it. Meanwhile, Gravis was basically shoving the beast violently. Both scenarios ended up with the beast moving, but one of them cost far more energy than the other. Additionally, if Gravis hadn't been powerful enough, he wouldn't even be able to create wind powerful enough that it would fuse with the water. After some minutes, Gravis had created a mighty, many kilometers wide whirlwind that started traveling away from this region. Gravis looked at the whirlwind with fascination as he noticed some peculiar things. Sadly, he still needed more tries to confirm his thoughts. 5 days later. Sure enough, just like with the combination of metal and water, there is something else going on. Initially, I had believed that the water would simply break down into the steam and be carried by the wind, but that's not the case. Surprisingly, the wind doesn't carry the water but gets absorbed by it. The water is absorbing the wind, which creates an interesting fusion. The water seemingly becomes lighter, which makes it move faster with the same amount of force. Yet, the water also gets part of the offensive capabilities of wind. Gravis tore off a branch from one of the few remaining trees in his surroundings and threw it into the whirlwind he had just created. In no time at all, the branch was torn apart and turned into dust. Usually, if we only had violently moving water, this branch would have first been torn into pieces and then would have slowly been ground into small splinters. Yet, this is not what's happening here. The branch is actually not really being torn apart. The water and wind are not tearing at it but cutting it. The round droplets of water seem to have some cutting capabilities. Their form does not show these cutting capabilities since they are still in the form of droplets, but it's still there. Gravis scratched his chin. The water has absorbed the cutting capabilities of the wind element. Yet, with its round form, it logically shouldn't be able to cut. Does that mean that the offensive component of wind is not based on the concentrated wind blade's shape but on the inherent wind energy? This needs more testing. Over the next 5 years, Gravis created a terrifying amount of whirlwinds that tore through the land. Of course, the Grand Lake was safe from the whirlwind's power. Any one of these storms that went towards the Grand Lake would just hit one of the legs of a strider and be turned to nothing. The striders were simply too massive. Luckily, this attack was not powerful enough to even be considered as an attack by the striders, which was why they didn't react at all. It was just some weather to them. Gravis had been in seclusion for 65 years now, and his surroundings had been changed tremendously. The surrounding 500 kilometers had no more life living in them. One could only see a terrifying amount of crevices that had been carved by the whirlwinds. The idyllic forest and shore had transformed into a wasteland. Yet Gravis didn't care. Right now, he was like an innocent kid that was simply experiencing the world. All these new concepts intrigued him, and he wanted to understand them no matter what. This continuous understanding of new laws didn't feel like work to Gravis. It was more like playing. Back when he had become a Unity Realm cultivator for the first time, he had already been surprised and intrigued by the world. Back then, he had just looked at the surroundings, even though his fight against heaven had been at the door. As soon as someone reached the Unity Realm, they came into contact with the laws. Their mind would expand alongside the breakthrough and would finally be powerful enough to understand the incredibly complex laws. Gravis' first look at his surroundings back then was the first time he had been able to feel the workings behind the world. Now, Gravis had enough experience to categorize the different workings of the world, which allowed him to quickly discern complex associations. All the concepts were related. The only difference was how related they were to each other. Initially, light and darkness seemed to be polar opposites, just like fire and water. Yet, with enough knowledge, one could see that even opposing laws could be combined and work together. Right now, Gravis was in the energetic prime of comprehending laws. Even though he had already spent over 200 years in total understanding laws, this was just the beginning. He was still new to the whole law concept but already knew enough to effectively and efficiently discern the rules and play the game. He was like a person that was hooked on a new, complex game they finally managed to learn and comprehend. Of course, this was not something that everyone had. A lot of people didn't enjoy the process of understanding laws, felt like they had to study something. Additionally, a prolonged period of concentration would exhaust people. One could liken this mindset to physical training. Some people didn't enjoy doing sports or training but did it anyway because of the benefits it brought. Yet, the process of training itself felt like a chore to them. Meanwhile, there were those people that loved the feeling of using their entire power to achieve feats of strength they had never been able to achieve before. The training itself was fun for them. Gravis was part of the second category of people. He not only profited from the results he managed to achieve by comprehending so many laws but also enjoyed the process. Even if he didn't gain anything out of comprehending laws, he might still do it regardless since it was so much fun for him to find out solutions and concepts that he hadn't been able to see before. This mindset and personality were among the most important things that one needed to have to become powerful in their cultivation. Comprehending laws didn't exhaust these people, so they could do it endlessly without a break while always remaining in their peak mental condition. Boom! And I got the composition law of the storm, Gravis thought with a smirk. Yet, without even considering taking a pause, Gravis immediately looked at the hole he had dug back then with fiery eyes. Next thing, wind and fire. Gravis surprisingly spent 15 years trying to understand the combination of wind and fire without any success. This shocked him quite a bit since he believed that he already had a lot of knowledge in regards to mixed elemental laws. Gravis could infer a lot of things from the fusion, but it just didn't end. By now, he had learned more about this combination than two other similar laws would have combined. It was like this law was far more complex than the other ones. This can only mean that this law is a level 2 law. That's quite surprising, actually. I thought that all mixed elemental laws would be level 1 laws. Apparently not, Gravis thought. Then, Gravis thought about the other mixed elemental laws and found something that was actually quite similar to the law he was trying to comprehend right now. I think I get it, Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. This is not a mixed elemental law. Apparently, not all of the elements can be mixed to create a mixed elemental law. Instead, some of them go into completely different directions. The fusion of metal and fire is a good example. The fusion of metal and fire, as well as the fusion of metal and earth, create hard complex materials. Therefore, by understanding these two fusions, I gained insights into the hard complex law. I just haven't looked at it from this angle but from a different one. The question during all of this was, what did the fusion of wind and fire create? Surprisingly, it was just very hot wind. At first glance, this seemed like it couldn't be any more straightforward, but that was not true at all. In actuality, what the fusion created was something not more complex but more basic than the laws of wind or fire. It's just heat, Gravis thought. Whenever I combine other elements, I see them fuse together and become more complex with attributes from both elements. Yet heat does the opposite. The burning aspect of fire is gone, as well as the cutting and moving aspect from wind. It is simply a hot space, which only exhibits one aspect of the fire laws. Gravis scratched his chin as he made some connections. I have seen that the elements change the more powerful a beast becomes. The light element of the light ultimate or light immortal has transformed from a very defensive one into a very aggressive one. This probably means that other elements could also change their properties as they become more powerful. It could very well be that the laws of heat would become the next stop for beasts with the fire affinity. This would transform their concentrated, explosive attacks into a domain. Instead of dealing a devastating strike immediately, they slowly melt the opponent over a long period of time. Of course, I know that there are also stronger versions of fire. The Inferno Immortal, as his name suggests, knows about the level 3 Inferno law, which is the equivalent to my punishment lightning. He still fights in a very explosive manner. Does that mean that one can choose their future development? Gravis thought as he looked at the sky. The light immortal didn't need to go on an offensive route. There surely is a better version of the light element as well, which would probably concentrate even more on defense and healing. Gravis thought about this for a while and came to an interesting hypothesis. I think there are at least two paths one can take, one of complexity and one of simplicity. The pure elemental laws can probably become so powerful that they are even a force in the highest world. This means that everyone can still follow their pure elements without having to fear for their future. Yet, there are also ways to gain more and more general powers. The Water Immortal has comprehended the law of supreme cold, which is obviously not the level 3 equivalent of punishment lightning. After all, cold is only one aspect that is related to the water laws. Gravis ruffled his head in frustration. This makes it so much more confusing. Which one is the complex and which one is the pure path? The complex path takes more general approaches to the workings of the world, while the pure path takes all attributes of a single element. So, doesn't the pure path seem more complex actually, since it has more attributes? Yet, straying away from one's element seems to incorporate more concepts not related to the element, which would also make it more complex. Fuck, this is confusing. Maybe I shouldn't call it pure and complex, but something else. I think calling them a generalized path and specialized path seems more fitting. The comprehension of more general kinds of concepts, like heat and cold, for example, has a prevalence in more parts of the world than the specialized path, which only comprises of a single element. Let's see. The effects of a more generalized path would also equalize the three battle aspects of offense, defense, and speed. A fire cultivator or beast normally has a powerful offense, weak defense, and average speed. Yet, if they switch over to heat, they would have an average offense, average defense, and average speed. It basically goes from 312 to 222. At least, that's how it is for fire and heat. If I take water and cold as an example, it would start with 132 and become a 312. Right now, the Water Immortal's comprehension is still weak enough that the defensive aspect of her water is powerful enough to make her defense average. Still, the stronger she gets, the weaker it will become. At some point, if she doesn't manage to understand the level 3 equivalent of water to my punishment lightning, her defense will drop immensely. At that point, since she is focused on the cold laws, she would have a similar battle strategy to a current fire user, which would be a powerful offense but weak defense. That's actually quite interesting. It's surprising how one can start with one aspect and then completely shift into another. Gravis scratched the back of his neck. Though, all of this will only work if one doesn't have enough time to comprehend laws. If the Water Immortal takes her time to comprehend the level 3 law of water, she can use the defense of that law and the offense of her law of supreme cold. Yet, understanding that law takes time. If she is in a very competitive environment, she would need to concentrate on enhancing her main law to survive, which is the law of supreme cold. Then, a couple of hundreds or thousands of years later, she might have progressed so far along the path to power that understanding the level 3 law of water wouldn't even help her a little bit. Gravis scratched his chin as he smirked. I think I found out another aspect that makes for a solid foundation. Right now, my own battle style is an absolutely overwhelming offense, overwhelming defense, and high speed, which would be 443. Yet, if I were to immediately become an immortal right now, it would be 322 since my law of punishment lightning helps me more in my offense than my material laws help in my defense. So, by understanding the fusion of fire and wind, I can gain insights into the concepts of heat, which may be useful for my battle strength. The concept of heat does not need a specific element to interact with it, making it a more general kind of law. Wait a second, Gravis thought as he narrowed his eyes. If I had no other useful laws, but would be able to comprehend the laws of heat, wouldn't then my battle style be identical to the battle style of a fire cultivator that also took this path? Additionally, water cultivators, and actually any other elemental cultivator, could also use the laws of heat. So, the laws of heat and cold actually don't need a corresponding fitting element to be used, which means that everyone can use them. The ones with the fitting element just have it easier to understand these laws, which makes them more likely to use them. So, in the end, I'm reaching a crossroads where the battle styles of different elements can converge. Gravis furrowed his brows. Does that mean that the battle styles of different beings are no longer defined by their element but by their chosen battle style and specialization in the future? Maybe, in the highest world, different elements are no longer differentiated between each other since there are so many generalized sets of laws that can be used as the main focus of a battle style. This means that every cultivator, no matter which element they follow or if they follow no element at all, can basically choose nearly every available path the laws can take. Well, except for the element-specific ones. Gravis scratched his chin as he looked into the sky. Does that mean that, for a lot of people, the elements are only a base to establish a path of understanding? After they made quite some headway on this path, they can choose something fitting to their personality and battle style and concentrate on that. The very thing that has defined how my enemy acts and how effective I am against them seems to be changing. There's a high possibility that I will have absolutely no idea about the battle style of my opponent if I only look at their associated element. That's rather wild, Gravis thought. After thinking about the future battle styles Gravis would encounter for a while longer, he decided to get back to understanding more about the law. He had found the law of heat, and he wanted to comprehend it now. The fact that it was a level 2 law only meant that it would take more time to learn, and right now Gravis had nothing but time. 15 more years passed. By now, a total of 95 years had passed since Gravis had entered seclusion. Gravis had spent a total of 30 years on the level 2 law of heat but still didn't manage to comprehend it. The law of heat didn't have any level 1 laws as prerequisites to understand it, making it much harder to learn. After all, he had to understand everything at once without any kind of checkpoints along the way. Yet, on this day something happened. No, Gravis didn't manage to comprehend the laws, but someone came to visit him. Gravis was taken out of his experiments as he felt 2 beasts nearing him. Both of these beasts, surprisingly, were level 5 emperors. On top of that, the 2 of them were not sea beasts but land beasts. Steer, Azure. Gravis transmitted to them as he saw them getting closer. Steer and Azure quickly arrived in front of Gravis as they looked at him. Gravis seemingly had not changed a single bit. However, his battle strength seemed to have elevated a little bit. It wasn't much, but there was a difference that they could feel. Yet, just this small bit of battle strength increase already surprised them. Gravis already had the most powerful battle strength the 2 of them had ever seen, but he still managed to push himself even further. Increasing such a ridiculously high battle strength even more was beyond difficult. Gravis had already known several level 2 laws and 1 level 3 law. Any level 1 law wouldn't be able to increase his battle strength at all. After all, when one understood so many level 2 and 3 laws, a level 1 law wouldn't really be a help. Yet, Gravis' battle strength had increased even in this circumstance. This meant that he probably learned at least 1 more level 2 law, which was crazy. Gravis was only around 300 years old by now. Even understanding a single level 2 law in 300 years was absolutely crazy. Sure enough, you didn't disappoint, Azure said neutrally. Gravis knew that they could feel his battle strength. I should be the one that said that, Gravis said with a smile. You already managed to comprehend a level 3 law? He asked. The fact that both of them were level 5 emperors meant that they were ready to ascend. This could only mean that Azure also managed to learn a level 3 law. Azure nodded. I managed to upgrade my level 2 law of pride to the level 3 law of higher pride, Azure said. Gravis was a bit taken aback. That's possible? He asked. Of course it is, Azure answered like it was apparent. You also didn't know? Steer commented from the side with a smirk, making Azure furrow her brows. Additionally, Steer winked at Gravis. Gravis had to chuckle a bit but immediately went back to the topic. So, it's possible to upgrade some laws without having to understand new laws? Gravis asked. Not all of them, But there are some, Azure answered like she hadn't just been found out. I've thought that my law of pride already encompassed all facets of pride, but that was not the case. There are more facets to the law of pride, which I hadn't been able to see until I felt my pride being shattered. Gravis narrowed his eyes. What happened? Azure was a bit confused by Gravis' reaction. Nothing really. Now, it was Gravis' time to be confused. But you just said that your pride has been shattered. So, how did that happen? He asked. Surprisingly, Azure got a bit angry when Gravis asked that. Isn't it obvious? She asked with a cold voice, not wanting to say the reason. No, Gravis said. It's not. Azure furrowed her brows, but Steer only chuckled a bit. Apparently, since he no longer had to play the role of the Grand Elder or the Emperor of the Icy Pride Empire, he seemed much more relaxed and open. She means you, Gravis, Steer said. Gravis blinked a bit in confusion. What? Why? He asked. Azure only looked to the side with a pout. Seeing that she didn't answer, Steer took it upon himself to answer Gravis' question. Your arrival has changed the world, and your influence has made emperors rise to become ascenders. Ferris, someone much older than both Azure and I, managed to become an ascender. Normally, that wouldn't be a huge shock, but he managed to comprehend a level 3 law after only having been with you for 5 years. Do you still remember the time you came back for the first time after starting your realm stop? Ferris had left as a normal elder and returned as an ascender after only being in contact with you for around 5 years or so. Gravis scratched the back of his neck in confusion. Yeah, sure. But Ferris already had a terrifying amount of comprehension hidden inside of him. Instead of reacting to Gravis' comment, Steer continued talking. Then came the Inferno Emperor, someone who had only spent 5 years with you. He is younger than both Azure and I, yet managed to rapidly overtake us. Then came your one octopus friend, Steer said with a smirk. Orthar, Gravis asked in shock. How do you know about him? We did our research of your past, but we didn't know that this incredible leader of the sea beasts was your friend until you returned him to the sea ultimates after the ultimates meet. Yet, as soon as we knew that he was your friend, we realized how incredible his accomplishments were. Steer explained. You should know that the mates to the Empress back then were not chosen lightly. We also needed to check if you were a spy or not, which was why it was required of the king that brought the mate to tell us everything they know about the potential mate. So, in short, the Inferno Emperor gave us all the information of your river tribe. Back to the original topic, Steer said. Your friend has become the leader of the sea beasts in just 100 years or so, which was even more incredible than the earlier 2 examples. Yet, how much time has he spent with you? Maybe a few years. Gravis thought back. It might not even have been a single year. Honestly, I'm not so sure. Steer nodded. Then came the Life Ultimate, which had managed to comprehend a level 3 law after only having talked for you for a bit. Okay, the first examples I get, but sorry has nothing to do with me, Gravis said with a frown. Also, I still don't get your point. What do you want to say? Steer chuckled a bit. What I'm trying to say is that you should look at this from Azure's point of view. Additionally, I'm also a good example. Gravis frowned a bit more. However, slowly he realized what Steer was referring to. Who was the beast that Gravis had talked to the most over the years? Honestly, it was probably Azure. Ever since Gravis was a level 3 lord, he had gone and talked to Azure time and time again. He often came to visit her and shared all his experiences. Sure, one could say that Gravis had spent more time with Ferris, but most of the time, Gravis had only been silently comprehending laws alongside Ferris. He didn't nearly talk as much with Ferris as with Azure. So, from Azure's point of view, every surrounding beast that came into contact with Gravis overtook her in power, while she, the one that spent the most time with him, didn't manage to learn a level 3 law. It was understandable how one could doubt themselves in such a situation. I mean, I get your position, but you have this whole thing backward, Gravis said. It's not me that's making all these beasts learn about laws and become powerful. It's mostly my mindset that influences their mindsets, resulting in them getting more powerful by themselves. You are giving me far too much credit. Instead of looking at Steer, Gravis looked at Azure. Azure didn't look back. "I know that now," she said quietly, like she didn't want to say that. Gravis massages the bridge of his nose in frustration. "Really?" he asked without amusement. "You've attributed the success of my friends solely to me, and simply waited for my influence to infect you without you having to do anything?" Suddenly, the air turned cold. "Be careful how you speak to me, King," Azure said with quite some amount of pride. Gravis sneered. "Oh, fuck off. That doesn't work on me," he said. Azure glared at Gravis for some more seconds, but when she saw that Gravis didn't falter, she pouted again and looked to the side, the air returning to normal. Such a display would have never happened when Azure had still been the Empress. She was really a different beast, now that she no longer had to act like a ruler. Gravis still remembered how she had tortured him with all her complaining back then. Most of the time, Azure seemed to remain taciturn, but when she felt like it, she could also act like a seemingly normal beast without all this pride nonsense. Silence reigned for some seconds. "How are my children?" Gravis suddenly asked. Of course that question had to come. Azure groaned when she heard that question. Gravis always asked about his children whenever they met, which started to become annoying. "They are still alive, but the world is chaotic, so I have no idea how long that will keep going," Azure said. Gravis felt neutral about Azure's word. On one hand, she said they were still alive, but on the other hand, she said that they could very well die soon. "How is the world?" Gravis asked. "Chaotic," Azure said. "The sea beasts are gaining more and more ground as the years pass. Their total territory has increased by 50%. Right now, the sea is covering a third of the continent." Yet suddenly Azure smirked. "But they won't increase their territory anymore now." Gravis knew what Azure was referring to. "You mean because of you too?" he asked. Azure nodded. "We ate quite a lot of their powerful emperors. The number of their level 4 emperors is far lower than the number of our level 4 emperors. Just keeping their territory stable is requiring them to use all their power." Yet, Gravis didn't share Azure's opinion. She clearly didn't know Orthar and his talent for strategy. As long as the land beasts didn't attack the sea beasts with a full-on assault, the war would continue. Even if Orthar only had a third of the enemy's forces, he would still be able to order them to such a degree that they would still emerge victoriously. But Gravis didn't want to tell Azure and Steer that. After all, if they realized that they underestimated Orthar, they might feel bad for the land beast camp. Killing Orthar would be impossible for them since they were level 5 emperors now, and Meadow said that level 5 emperors were not to involve themselves in the war. Azure and Steer didn't know of Gravis' thoughts, so Azure continued telling Gravis about the state of the world. The Western territories have already become involved in the war, but just as expected, they didn't make much of a difference. Because of their relatively peaceful lifestyle? Gravis asked with a raised brow. Of course, in comparison to human standards, the Western Territory would count as a war-torn land, but for beast standards it was basically a paradise. The Western Territory only fought itself when one emperor wanted more territory. Yet, there was a big difference to such a gigantic, long-fought war. Azure nodded. Most of them only become fodder to the sea beasts, making them even powerful. Including them in the war has not only not helped us but made it even harder. Because of that, only level 3 and 4 emperors are allowed to help us. Additionally, they are under severe restrictions and can only fight when the council allows them to. The council? Gravis asked with a raised brow. The leadership of the land beast camp, Steer commented from the side. Now that the ultimates are no longer allowed to interfere in the war, the level 4 emperors created a council that decides the war strategies. Gravis furrowed his brows. What ultimates? He asked. Now it was Steer's time to furrow his brows. The lightning ultimate, he said. The lightning ultimate is dead, Gravis said, shocking both Azure and Steer. When Gravis saw their reaction, he knew that the news of the lightning ultimate's demise had not reached the outside world yet, even after 95 years. That was quite surprising to him. You didn't know? He asked. Steer looked at Azure as she looked back. Then Steer turned to Gravis. Did you kill him? He asked. Gravis shook his head. No, it was Ferris. Steer, and surprisingly even Azure, sighed in relief. That's good, Steer said. What's with that reaction? Gravis asked. The Lightning Ultimate has a lot of followers, Azure answered. If you were the one that killed him, some level 4 emperors might decide to kill you. Right now, you don't have the power to resist a level 4 emperor. Gravis looked like he had just heard something ridiculous. That guy had followers? He asked. When Steer saw Gravis' expression, he had to chuckle a bit. Yes, he might not conform to your or my mindset, but many beasts search for powerful leadership. The Lightning Ultimate was powerful, and his arrogance demonstrated his power to the beasts, which made a lot of them follow him. Gravis huffed but kept silent. He didn't get how some beasts could think like that, but there was no sense in getting angry over it. Stupidity was just stupidity. So, our children are now fighting on the front lines? Gravis asked Azure. Probably, Azure said. I didn't check. Gravis still couldn't get used to Azure's disregard for their children, but he didn't comment on it. What about the Icy Pride Empire? He asked. It's now the Metal Mountain Empire, Azure answered. As soon as Steer and I left the Land Beast camp, the council sent a new level 3 emperor to rule the empire. Of course, a beast with metal affinity was chosen due to my mountain of pride. The metal affinity beasts had always desired to stay on a huge mountain made of metal. Makes sense, Gravis said. However, he didn't feel particularly great about that fact. His home, the Icy Pride Empire, had completely changed with the departure of Azure and Steer. This basically meant that the Icy Pride Empire had completely vanished in Gravis' absence. Gravis, Steer, and Azure talked for a couple more hours, but then it was time for them to leave. They wanted to reach the next world as soon as possible. Their battle strength was not as powerful as Ferris' battle strength, but the next world shouldn't be as dangerous as this one. After all, this world was meant to create powerful beasts for the highest world. Steer and Azure quickly killed their striders and became immortals. Steer turned into an old man with white hair, while Azure surprisingly turned into a young woman with icy blue hair. According to human standards, she looked to be in her 20s. Gravis had expected Azure's human form to appear older since she always acted so taciturn and distant, but apparently he was mistaken. It seemed like Azure considered herself to be rather young. I can feel it, Azure said as she took a deep breath. This form makes it even easier to understand laws. This confirmed Gravis' suspicion that humans had a closer connection to the laws. However, he was unsure if he had that connection. After all, his soul was human, but his body was that of a beast. Don't take too long, Gravis, Steer said with a smile. Otherwise, we will reach your home before you, and when that happens, it would be awkward to visit you when you're not currently home. Gravis chuckled. I'll try my best, but I can't promise anything, he said. I wish you the best on your journey. Steer smiled as he wished Gravis the same and left the world. Azure also turned to Gravis. Surprisingly, she smiled at him. See you soon, Gravis, she said. Then she also left. Gravis was a bit surprised and scratched his chin. I wonder, have I ever seen Azure smile before? I only saw her smirk or smile in disdain. Apparently she can also smile. Who knew? Silence returned, and after some minutes, Gravis sighed. Ferris is gone. Steer is gone. Azure is gone. The Icy Pride Empire is gone. This world is slowly becoming lonely. Only 95 years of my seclusion have passed, but one friend after the other is leaving the world. Now there's only Meadow, Orthar, and my 3 little kids. Meadow won't leave in quite a while, and Orthar will leave with me. As for my 3 children, I don't know. Anything could happen. Meadow, are you there? Gravis suddenly asked. Bitch, I'm everywhere, Meadow immediately answered. Gravis had to chuckle when he heard her again. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why should I? Meadow answered. You're cultivating. Interrupting others in their cultivation is shitty. Gravis chuckled some more. Like I'm doing now? Yeah, Meadow said like it was obvious. Like you're doing now. So, could you do me a solid and shut the fuck up? Sorry, Gravis said with a smile. Also, you have your accessory to talk to if you feel lonely, Meadow said. Accessory? Gravis asked in confusion. Yeah, that guy at the edge of your clearing, Meadow said. Gravis turned around and looked behind him. There, he saw Morris in the distance. Gravis blinked a couple of times. Huh, I forgot he existed. Gravis scratched his chin as he looked at Morris. He honestly had totally forgotten him. With Morris' new mindset, he wouldn't dare to speak up by himself without having a good reason to, which made him remain silent at a distance. Have you watched me for the past 95 years? Gravis asked Morris. Yes, master, Morris said deferentially. Did you, at least, learn something? Gravis asked. Morris nodded. I have learned a lot about the laws, master. Your mastering of the laws has given me insights into my own laws. Your continual creation of heat, especially, taught me a lot more about fire and how to use it. Gravis sighed. Man, and I nearly had a bad conscience about boring you for so long. But, hey, it's good that you learned something during that time. Yet, I don't want to unnecessarily bore you, Gravis said as he fell into thought. After some seconds, a light gleam appeared inside Gravis' eyes. Morris, Gravis said with authority. Master, Morris said, realizing that Gravis had an order. Join the war from the side of the land beasts camp and become a level 3 emperor, Gravis ordered. I will, master, Morris said as he immediately shot away into the distance. He didn't dare question his master's orders. Gravis rubbed his chin in satisfaction as he set another plan into motion. This will become interesting, he thought. Then he turned back to the Grand Lake. I should continue with the law of heat, Gravis thought. And sure enough, Gravis went back to creating more heat. 15 years later, Gravis had been in seclusion for 120 years, his longest seclusion yet. Boom! Finally! Gravis thought with excitement. It had taken him a full 45 years to understand the law of heat, but in the end he succeeded. Another level 2 law was added to the ever-growing pile. This will be of some help, Gravis thought. With this law I can weaken someone else. The heat will make it difficult for my enemy to regenerate themselves, and they need to continually keep their defenses up. At least that's how it would go against someone 3 levels above me. In order to use that law effectively against someone 4 levels above me, I would need to keep them weakened with my other composition laws. Sadly, keeping this law running requires energy, which is not a resource that I can use lightly in such a terrifying fight. So, I guess that this law won't help me that much, actually. Yet, Gravis thought as he trailed off, his gaze wandering to the sky. Then, Gravis shook his head wildly. No, not yet. One thing after the other. Let's first finish the other mixed elemental laws. After that, I can take a look at the more exotic laws, Gravis thought as he smirked. Only the mixed laws involving lightning remain. This will be very fun, Gravis thought. Bzzzzz. Gravis summoned some lightning in his hand and gathered some earth in the other. Then, he pushed them together, which was the same way he had learned about the law of liquid metal. And the stone broke apart as it was destroyed by the lightning. First, Gravis frowned, but then he realized the issue. Punishment lightning is a level 3 law, while this is only the most normal kind of earth, which represents a level 1 law. My punishment lightning is too powerful for a fusion. Gravis smirked. Well, I already understand the composition law of lightning, so I can just use destruction lightning, Gravis thought. Bzzzzz. The punishment lightning transformed into destruction lightning as Gravis pushed the two things together once again. Sure enough, this time the stone wasn't destroyed. Instead, the stone started to change subtly. After some seconds, all the lightning vanished as the stone remained. Yet, with Gravis' affinity towards lightning, he could still feel the lightning. Currently, the lightning was inside the stone. However, the stone exhibited no sign of having lightning inside of it. Gravis scratched his chin as he inspected the stone. The lightning was inside the stone, but the stone was not hurt in any way. This was quite surprising to him since the power of the two components had been about the same. With destruction lightning's destructive nature, the stone should have turned to dust. Yet it remained unharmed. Gravis grabbed the stone and threw it at a mountain. Boom! The stone exploded, and with it, an explosion of lightning suddenly appeared. There hadn't been much energy inside the two components, which didn't make the explosion powerful enough to destroy the mountain, but it made quite a big hole. Gravis' eyes shone when he saw that. That's useful, he thought with excitement. I can think of some uses for that. I could throw a lot of normal stones with some of these stones mixed in between. My opponent won't be able to feel the lightning inside of it and will be quite surprised when one of the stones suddenly explodes with lightning. Yet, even though Gravis found something rather exciting, he only sighed. Sadly, I can't use punishment lightning in the fusion. Even if I transform all my punishment lightning into destruction lightning and use all of it at once, it wouldn't even scratch my opponent. The power of destruction lightning is simply too weak. Wait a second. I wonder, Gravis thought as he grabbed another stone. Bzzz. Then Gravis did the same thing again but with life lightning. Sadly, the life lightning only made the stone harder, for some reason. It didn't actually get saved in the stone like destruction lightning. That's boring, Gravis thought with a frown. Even if I continually infuse this stone with life lightning for years, it will only become harder. Sure, I could maybe create something even harder than my weapons, but stone is not as flexible as metal. As soon as I strike someone once with the stone, it will just splinter. Gravis crossed his arms in an evaluating expression. I mean, it could be useful to transfer my brute force to something else over a distance, but my power is not nearly enough to injure an opponent I actually care about with that. It can basically just count as a slightly more powerful punch with a longer range. Gravis had to chuckle as a funny image appeared inside his head. Honestly, being able to save life lightning into a stone would have been way too funny. Just imagine throwing a stone at the head of one of your companions to heal them. That would be the most passive-aggressive way of healing a companion. Anyway, enough of that. I should try to comprehend this weird kind of loaded earth or loaded stone, Gravis thought. Gravis spent the next 3 years comprehending the stone, and surely enough, it didn't take as long as the other laws. Boom! As I've thought, Gravis thought with a smirk. As soon as something involves lightning, it's far easier for me to understand. This was my fastest law yet ever since I entered my seclusion. Then Gravis grabbed some metal and did the same thing with metal and lightning. After one try, Gravis saw the result, which was just a piece of metal that had lightning saved inside of it. Gravis' brows furrowed. Wait, isn't that just the same as the runes I use on my equipment to make it store lightning? Boom! Gravis blinked a couple of times. Sure enough, it's just the same thing. So, I was basically already using this law without knowing it, huh? Well, now I know, I guess. In order to learn this law, Gravis had only needed a couple of seconds. This was, by far, his fastest law yet. Wonder if the other ones will also come so quickly. Gravis scratched his chin in satisfaction. He wondered if the other laws would also come to him so quickly, but he doubted it. This law had only been a coincidence since he had basically already comprehended the law without knowing when he created his equipment. Next on the menu, water and lightning. Gravis thought as he grabbed a ton of water. Bzzz. Sure enough, his punishment lightning destroyed the water again. Because of that, he decided to use destruction lightning again. In comparison to the fusion with the stone, the fusion between lightning and water came very naturally. It was like the water naturally combined with lightning. After only a second, Gravis looked at a sphere of water that had lightning going through it. Interesting. The water doesn't break down my lightning but disperses its form. Instead of having the typical bolt form, the lightning inside the water is distributed throughout it. Every part of water has the same amount of lightning. Gravis also saw some lightning bolts leaving the water and striking the surroundings. As soon as the lightning leaves the water, it returns to its usual bolt-like form. Yet, while inside the water, it automatically fuses with it. This is a bit different to the fusion between earth and lightning. Loaded stone has the lightning stationary saved inside it while the water keeps the lightning flowing. One keeps it stationary while the other acts like some kind of domain that keeps the form of lightning changed. Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. 2 years later. Gravis had been in seclusion for 125 years. Boom! Gravis smirked. Sure enough, this law was quite easy. The fusion between water and lightning appears to be very natural. Additionally, it also works with life lightning. Yet, the water also changes the form of the life lightning. How exactly did life lightning work? Light infused the microorganisms inside one's body with more energy. This made every microorganism have a greater effect than usual. Yet, if the body ran out of microorganisms, the body would still be without microorganisms. One could say that light multiplied the healing ability of the life energy inside one's body. Water directly transferred microorganisms from the user's body to the target body. This was why one could get healed without end by water, but with the same efficiency. The microorganisms did not receive increased strength from water. This also made it more difficult for water cultivators and beasts to heal themselves. They were better at healing others than themselves. Yet, that didn't mean that water was useless when healing oneself. Due to the element of water, the beasts with such an affinity had an extra storage space for microorganisms. The life energy resided inside their energy, a place where normally no life energy could be stored. As for life lightning, it worked basically identically to light. In the lower world, there had been quite a big difference between light and life lightning. Back then, light required the user to use their own life energy to stimulate the life energy in the target. Meanwhile, life lightning had been able to transform energy into the same kind of healing effect. Obviously, life lightning was far superior to light in these conditions. Yet, that was only so because the light element in the lower world didn't even count as a level 1 law. Meanwhile, life lightning typically required someone to have understood the composition of lightning, which was a level 1 law. Because of that, it was natural that life lightning had been superior to light in the lower world. Of course, as soon as beasts reached the unity realm, they automatically understood the level 1 law equivalent of their element. This also meant that the usual kind of light element in the middle world had the same effectiveness as life lightning. Both of them used energy to stimulate the life energy in the target. So, the question was, how did water change life lightning? It was rather simple. The energy inside the life lightning fused with the water and created pure life energy. This meant that new microorganisms would be created inside the water sphere. The healing effect of this kind of fusion was not really higher than pure life lightning, but it had different uses. When someone was running out of life energy, the loaded sphere of water infused with life lightning would be able to grant the target more life energy. Then, one could use pure life lightning to increase the effectiveness of the added life energy. Just like with nearly everything else, this thing wasn't more powerful but became more useful in certain situations. Now, since Gravis knew the law of loaded water, he could choose either or both ways to heal someone. This meant that, as long as Gravis had energy, he could heal someone indefinitely. It's also more energy efficient, Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. When I'm already low on life energy, it takes a lot to heal myself to full health. Yet, if I simply infuse some microorganisms into my body and then increase their effectivity, I can cut down the energy cost by half. But instead of being happy, Gravis only smiled bitterly. Sadly, I already know the 5 laws of body growth. This already increases my healing efficiency by a lot. So, at best, using this law can cut down my energy usage when healing myself by 25%. Then, Gravis remembered something. Speaking of, I should get on that law. 5 years later, 130 years since the start of Gravis seclusion. Boom! And done. Level 2 law of body growth has been finished. Gravis thought with excitement. Gravis had just remembered that he should have all the prerequisite laws of understanding this law. That was why this level 2 law came rather quickly, only needing 5 years. That's my 9th level 2 law. Now, I should know about as many level 2 laws as sorry. Yet, I'm only a level 5 king, Gravis thought with a smirk. What was the use of Gravis' new law? The use of this law was debatable. According to what the user preferred, this law could either have very little use or great use. I wonder how it feels like, Gravis thought. Well, let's try it out. Srrr. Hhh. Gravis' body started deforming as scales and bones broke. A lot of dead material fell off his body and gathered on the ground, creating a small mountain. One shouldn't forget that Gravis was over a kilometer tall. Flesh, blood, bone, organs, scales, and everything else that was inside a body fell to the ground and gathered. Yet, only some seconds later, something new was revealed as more body parts fell off Gravis' body. Pinkish-white skin could be seen as it touched the sunlight for the first time. After that, hair could be seen as Gravis' old skull fell to the ground. Some seconds later, everything was finished. In the air stood a human. Yes, with this law, Gravis could change the entire form of his body into something else. The only prerequisite was that everything of the old body had to fit in the new one. Right now, Gravis was back in a human body. His hair was black, a color that he preferred. He had never been a fan of his old, weird eyes and his white hair. He liked his original body far more. The shape of his body was athletic with toned muscles. Gravis opened his black eyes and looked at the surroundings. While he did that, he smirked as he used his spirit to inspect his new looks. Even though his eyes and hair had returned to normal, something else had changed. Gravis' hand went to his chin, but instead of feeling skin, he felt hair. Gravis combed his new goatee. Additionally, his face had also changed. Before Gravis had become a beast, he had looked more like an old teenager or very young adult. But right now, Gravis looked middle-aged. Gravis now had the face of a handsome man in his younger 40s. His demeanor radiated a charismatic maturity. Gravis had changed immensely ever since he had come to this world. He had entered as a young adult but became a more mature person as more time passed. He now had children that were many times older than he had been when he came to this world. His hellbent obsession with becoming as powerful as quickly as possible had also changed into a more secure approach. Now, he prepared himself very well for his future fights to get the most out of his battle strength as possible. Due to all of this, Gravis no longer felt comfortable in the body of a young adult. He was a mature, experienced adult now. If one saw him, they could tell that Gravis and Orpheus were related. Gravis' face looked very similar to Orpheus' face when he smirked or smiled. Orpheus also had the look of a middle-aged man, which also fit his personality rather well. Looking good, Gravis thought to himself with a smirk as he looked at his face. Yet, he narrowed his eyes quickly, a cold gleam coming out of them. His narrowed eyes no longer gave the feeling of an angry teenager but of a judging clan patriarch. As soon as Gravis' expression changed into a cold one, he looked very different from Orpheus. With this expression, he looked much more like his father, the opposer. The only obviously noticeable difference was the facial hair since his father was always clean-shaven. I'm still over a kilometer tall, Gravis thought. As long as Gravis was so big, he didn't truly feel like a human. Another problem was that his battle strength was severely affected by this new form. This new form of his had basically crammed everything of his old body into this one, making it feel bloated. His normal form had much more space with a longer and broader neck and wider chest. His arms were also much bulkier than normal. Additionally, one shouldn't forget that his legs had a very different shape. Gravis' whole body felt bloated like his insides and muscles wanted to spill out. He was pretty sure that the skin on his arms would explode if he tried to punch something. Moving his legs also felt awkward with the stretched and constrained muscles. Lastly, one shouldn't forget that a human's body was not as combat-focused as Gravis' beast body. Right now, properly fighting in his human body felt very uncomfortable. Well, it was nice to look at myself as a human again. Surprisingly, I also don't feel like my connection to the laws has been increased. I think it's not the human form that increased the connection, but a human spirit. I expect that since I already have a human spirit, I already have this closer connection to the laws. Gravis looked at the ground. I shouldn't forget that I managed to learn a ton of laws in only about 300 years or so. This is obviously far too abnormal for a beast. I'm probably pretty good at learning new laws, but I doubt that I am the best one out of all beasts with that huge of a margin. My guess is that I already have the closeness to the laws that normal humans have. Well, no sense in staying in this form, Gravis thought. Bzzz. Gravis transformed into lightning and transformed back. His lightning immediately created his usual beast body again, since this was his proper body. As soon as Gravis returned to his old body, he stretched himself in comfort. This feels much better, Gravis thought. I will get my real human form either way when I become an immortal. At that point, it shouldn't feel awkward and bloated anymore. Gravis cracked his neck as he readied himself to get back to work. Back to the mixed elemental laws. I'm still missing two. SSSSHHHH. Gravis violently moved the air around to create a mighty wind. Then, he threw some destruction lightning into the wind and looked at what would happen. At first, nothing special happened, but after a while, the lightning seemed to become fainter. Meanwhile, the wind also changed. It slowed down a bit, and it became harder for Gravis to move it with his spirit. Yet, since Gravis had control over one of the two prerequisite elements, he could control the new kind of wind with his affinity. The new kind of wind moved around as a white hue could be seen. Gravis scratched his now hairless chin in thought and inspected the new kind of wind. Interesting. It's moving slower than the normal kind of wind, but it feels more powerful. Let's try it. Gravis willed the new kind of wind to shoot at a mountain. Bang! The wind hit the mountain, and the mountain was cut into two pieces. After cutting through the mountain, a lot of energy left the new kind of wind, but there was still a lot of energy left in the wind. Gravis willed the new kind of wind to return to him and inspected it. Just as I've thought. The power of the destruction lightning has been incorporated into the wind's cutting power, enhancing it. This means that this kind of wind is slower than normal wind but more powerful. On the other hand, it's faster than destruction lightning but not as powerful. Just like with the other mixed elements, it combines the attributes of both of them. Let's get right to it, Gravis thought. 5 years later, Gravis had been in seclusion for 135 years. Boom! Got it, Gravis thought. My speed is also increasing as I understand more laws. His speed was increasing. But didn't he also take 5 years for nearly all the other mixed elemental laws? That was not entirely true. If one thought back to the fusion between metal and water, one would realize that this one had taken 15 years. The reason for that had been that the creation of liquid metal had taken a lot of time. Gravis could only properly learn about the element when he managed to create it. The same thing was true here. Creating the cutting wind, as Gravis called it, also took some time. Yet, instead of needing 15 years, he only needed 5 years this time. One reason for the faster speed was that he was very familiar with one of the two elements, while the other reason was his experience in the other mixed elemental laws. Only one more, Gravis thought as he grabbed some magma. Then, he broke it apart into stone and fire and threw the stone to the side. After that, he started fusing the fire with his lightning. SSSSS. Something quite peculiar happened. The fire seemed to burn the lightning. Slowly, over time, the lightning changed its color until it had a reddish hue. Gravis willed the new kind of lightning to move around and inspected its properties. Interesting. This is very different from the other mixed elements. Instead of combining the different attributes, it basically weakened nearly all attributes but increased the offense. Gravis searched for a mountain, which was not so easy since he had destroyed a lot of them already. After some seconds, he found a mountain 100 kilometers away and used the new kind of lightning to attack it. Boom! An explosion mixed with fire and lightning appeared. The red lightning bolt had been far slower than usual, but it had an insane attacking power for a level 1 law. The entire mountain and its surroundings were decimated. If there were a level 2 law equivalent of an element, this would probably be it, Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. Of course, that's only when I look at it from an offensive standpoint. It has no kind of defensive properties, and its speed is even slower than fire. But, hey, if someone can hit with it, it would exhibit the destructive power of a level 2 law. 3 years later, Gravis had been in seclusion for 138 years. Boom! And with that, I'm done with the mixed elemental laws, Gravis thought with satisfaction. I learned 10 mixed elemental level 1 laws and the law of heat by experimenting with the elements. Let's see which ones I can actually use. BZZZ, BZZZ, BZZZ. Gravis summoned different spheres of destruction lightning and willed them to change. One of them transformed directly into a white wind. Another one automatically absorbed the moisture in the air until it was surrounded by water. Another one absorbed heat from the atmosphere until it became incredibly hot as the surrounding atmosphere further away became freezing. Earth shot out of the ground as it fused with another bolt until the lightning bolt seemingly vanished. The last lightning bolt got absorbed by a piece of metal, but lightning bolts were still coming out of it. Gravis looked at the 5 different kinds of mixed lightning in front of him. A fast blade, a sphere of lightning encased by water, a slow but overpowering explosion, a hidden lightning bomb, and a medium that can unload lightning. 5 different kinds of weapons. On their own, they are not powerful, but if I use them appropriately in conjunction, they create a great asset of different weapons. The cutting wind was a fast attack for fast and less defense-oriented opponents. The loaded water would mainly be used for healing, which took care of regeneration. The heated lightning would be effective against slow and defensive opponents. The loaded stone would be useful for fleeing, surprising, or stunning an enemy. The lightning metal would be used as an opportunity-oriented attack when the opponent let their guard down. Gravis looked at his new weapons in satisfaction. Sadly, they're not very useful since I can't use punishment lightning with them. Yet this is only the start. Every level 1 law is a gate to a cavalcade of more powerful laws. Next, I should try to understand the level 2 law associated with the mixed elemental laws. I'm sure, with so many level 1 laws as a requirement, the level 2 law of mixed elements is far more powerful than a normal level 2 law. With that, Gravis tried to comprehend the level 2 law of mixed elements. Yet, he had no idea what was in store for him. Gravis entirely concentrated on the level 2 law of mixed elements as time passed. 10 years after starting his comprehension, he saw that he had learned a lot. 20 years after starting his comprehension, he saw that he was still learning a lot. After 30 years, he was still learning a lot. By now, Gravis frowned. He had comprehended 10 level 1 laws, which should all be associated with this law. Why was there so much to learn? After 40 years, Gravis was still absorbing a seemingly endless sea of knowledge. How powerful was this level 2 law? After 50 years, Gravis felt like he was getting somewhere. After 60 years, Gravis realized that he had been mistaken and that there was still so much more to learn. Was this truly a level 2 law? After 70 years, the gathering of knowledge still didn't end. Could a level 2 law even have so much knowledge? Why was there so incredibly much to learn about it? After 80 years, Gravis finally saw the full scope of the law. It was humongous. After 90 years, Gravis felt like he was truly closing in on the end. After 100 years, Gravis thought he was nearly there. After 102 years, Gravis reached the threshold of understanding the law. Only one more step. After 112 years, Gravis stopped comprehending. This is not a level 2 law, Gravis thought. This is definitely a level 3 law. There's no mistaking it. I have been at the threshold of understanding it for over 10 years, but I've made 0 progress during that time. I'm just missing that one last step until everything makes sense. I know that I have the ability to understand level 2 laws without having to resort to tempering, but I just can't get this one to work. Additionally, the ridiculous amount of knowledge I need on top of already having understood 10 related laws is not something that a level 2 law should have. Gravis opened his eyes, dispersed the different kinds of mixed lightning, and looked into the sky. I finally reached this point, huh? Gravis thought with nostalgia. Back then, understanding a level 3 law was so far out of my reach. Even level 2 laws seemed to be almost impossible to understand. The hard complex material law by itself has taken forever to learn. But now, I'm on the cusp of understanding a level 3 law. I can feel it. I am ready to understand the law, but without a push, I'm not able to take the last step. When I understand this law, I will count as a proper ascender. When I manage to understand this law, I will have managed to learn a level 3 law all by myself. My experience in understanding laws is no longer below average, or above average. Right now, I have even more experience than the ultimates. Only Meadow has more experience in regards to laws than me in this world. Well, she and heaven, I guess. Gravis remained silent as he looked at the sky. I have been in seclusion for 240 years, but I don't feel like I got rusty in battle. I think I have been battling for so long that I have no problems with staying so long without one. Gravis took a deep breath as he relaxed and laid back on the ground. I should take a break from comprehending laws. Like this 2 hours passed. Bang! Gravis jumped up again. I can't sit still. I want to take a break. But I want to learn more. Gravis thought with excitement. There's so much to do, so much to see. What's wrong with, oh hey, Morris is over there. Gravis looked over at Morris, who stood silently several kilometers away. Sure enough, Morris had become a level 3 emperor. Morris, have you learned a new level 2 law? Gravis asked. Yes, master. I have comprehended the law of dash. Stop, Gravis said, making Morris stop speaking. I don't want to hear it. How long have you been there? For about 48 years, master, Morris said. Gravis nodded. You will need to wait some more years, but the wait will be worth it. Just stay near my vicinity. Yes, master, Morris said deferentially. Gravis nodded and concentrated on something new as he left Morris. I think I have enough experience to learn the level 2 laws of pure elements. Let's get right on it. Gravis closed his eyes and gathered all his knowledge about the pure elements. Then he looked at each of them very closely. As he inspected them one at a time, he remembered the things he had learned in the last 112 years. The mixing of the elements took a considerable amount of knowledge about the pure elemental laws. Because of that, Gravis managed to extrapolate one aspect of the pure elements after the other. Boom! Boom! And only 1 hour after starting, Gravis managed to comprehend both level 2 laws of the pure elements. Gravis was shocked when he realized that he had managed to learn 2 level 2 laws in only an hour. This was insanely fast. One of the level 2 laws was comprised of earth, water, metal, and wind. This was the elemental matter composition law. The other level 2 law was made out of light, darkness, lightning, wood, and fire. This was the elemental force composition law. Gravis' 112 years of trying to comprehend the level 3 law of mixed elements had proven to be invaluable. Thanks to such a long time of comprehension, Gravis had already learned all the concepts of the pure elements on accident. Gravis narrowed his eyes. I see. I have already comprehended both of these laws, but since I haven't tried to put them into a singular concept, I have only managed to comprehend these 2 laws now. On the plus side, I have 2 new level 2 laws now. On the downside, I have learned nothing new in the last hour. Gravis thought about the mixed elemental law but realized that he was not one step closer. He was still on the cusp of understanding it. I see, Gravis thought. This is the same thing that has happened with the pure and complex material laws. I had expected that there were 2 paths, but there is only one path. There is no level 3 law of pure elements. At least, there is not an overarching one. The level 3 laws of pure elements are simply the individual elements. Instead, the law of elemental matter and the law of elemental force require all the individual mixed elemental laws to create one singular level 3 law. That should be the law of elements, and as far as I can see, this is a terrifying level 3 law, probably one of the most powerful level 3 laws in existence. Just the level 2 laws of elemental matter and elemental force are already incredible. Instead of weakening the elements of my enemy by 1 level, they are now weakened by 2 levels. This means that the elemental attacks of a level 3 emperor are now as powerful as the elemental attacks of a level 1 emperor. Gravis smirked. I have become immune to the elements of any opponent that is fightable by me. They can only hurt me with their bodies now. Gravis narrowed his eyes as a cold gleam could be seen inside them. I'm ready to fight an opponent 4 levels above me, as long as they have an elemental affinity. Yet, Gravis took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. But there is still more I want to learn. I'm only halfway there. Gravis looked at the sky. Now it's time for the more exotic laws. First, I will check out the law of cold. Then, I will check out the law of gravity. Lastly, I will check out lightning once more to increase my speed. After that, I will return to the world. Then I will be ready to ascend. I no longer need to focus on any other laws in this world when I'm done with the ones I want to learn now. When I return to the world, I will fight a level 3 emperor and become an emperor myself. At that point, only the ultimates can serve as tempering, but there are not many left. Additionally, the 2 remaining sea ultimates have helped me. I don't want to kill them. This means I will search for some level 4 emperors until I become a level 3 emperor. At that time, I will try to take on a strider. Gravis' eyes narrowed. Then, it's your turn, Heaven. After planning his next course of action, Gravis shot into the sky. If the world became hotter the further down one got, the world should also get colder the higher one got. Otherwise, how could the normal world have a normal temperature if there was no cold temperature that equalized the heat? In comparison to the lower world, the ceiling of this middle world was far higher up. Back in the lower world, after only some tens of kilometers, one wouldn't even be able to feel any energy anymore. Yet, in this world, the energy was even present at the height of over 1,000 kilometers. After 1.000 kilometers, Gravis could already feel the cold. Air was no longer present, but he didn't need air anyway. The tearing force of the vacuum was also absolutely negligible. Something like that would be an issue for spirit beasts but not for a king. After 5.000 kilometers, even lords would have issues surviving. The temperature was just far too low. When Gravis reached the height of 10.000 kilometers, even he had issues surviving. Parts of his body quickly froze over, but he used heated lightning to warm his surroundings. Gravis was immune to lightning, but heated lightning also had fire in it. Typically, if he used the heated lightning so close to his body, he would get burned. Luckily, since Gravis had comprehended the law of heat as well, he could reduce the heat of the heated lightning to such a degree that he could keep himself alive. Of course, Gravis didn't make the temperature normal. If he didn't feel the cold, he couldn't comprehend it. Because of that, he kept the temperature at such a point that he would use up just enough energy that his regeneration could keep up with it. Yet, there was nearly no energy that far up. If there were no energy that Gravis could absorb, he couldn't regenerate his energy storage. Thankfully, Gravis found a way around that. What did Gravis use to regenerate energy? It was his life ring. His life ring automatically absorbed energy from the surroundings to keep the miniature world inside it going. This meant that it was also a massive storage for energy. Sadly, Gravis couldn't absorb the energy faster than usual. After all, it was just another atmosphere filled with energy. There was no difference in absorbing this energy and the energy of the outside world. Of course, that was only true when the outside world had as much energy in the atmosphere as the life ring. Right now, in this area without energy, Gravis could regenerate just as much energy as if he were on the ground. The heated lightning moved around his body, heating up the parts of it that were about to freeze and die. The rest of his body was exposed to the cold. Being exposed to such insane temperatures created enormous pain, but physical pain could not bother or annoy Gravis. He had grown so used to it that it made no difference to him if he constantly felt this small bit of pain or not. Like this, Gravis stopped in the darkness. Of course, darkness was only relative in this case since the sun directly shone upon him. All his surroundings were dark, with the exception of one impossibly bright spot. Yet one thing surprised Gravis. The sun had become many times bigger in his vision. This meant that he had closed in on the sun. Interesting. I thought that the sun would be further away, but it's actually not that far away. Maybe only 20.000 kilometers more, and I can even touch it. At the same time, Gravis also noticed something else. The stars were moving at quite some rapid speeds. This meant that he was also very close to the stars. Okay, this interests me, Gravis thought as he increased the power of his heated lightning. Then, he shot at one of the rapidly moving stars. After only 2.000 kilometers, Gravis reached one of the stars. Surprisingly, it was only around 20 kilometers wide, far smaller than he had thought. By now, Gravis was using up more energy than he regenerated, which meant that he couldn't remain here indefinitely. Yet, his interest in the stars was just too intense. Gravis looked at the glowing orb and extended his hand. His hand entered the star without any issues, but Gravis was shocked when he felt the essence of the star. It's energy, Gravis thought with shock. The star was a concentrated ball of energy. It even had a far higher density than the energy at the core of the world. Gravis' mind went wild with possibilities. There had to be some use to these stars. Heaven didn't create useless things. Gravis was very sure that heaven didn't create these stars simply because they looked pretty. After some seconds, Gravis reached a possibility that made far too much sense. This is the world's energy storage, Gravis thought with excitement. Creating a strider takes an absurd amount of energy. I saw 3 ascenders absorbing several striders at the same time, but the energy density of the core of the world only dropped by a little bit. Normally, one strider should have enough energy inside it that the density should drop noticeably if a new one was created. Gravis' eyes shone as he scratched his chin. So that's where heaven keeps all the backup energy. Additionally, no one would notice some stars vanishing when a strider was killed. After all, everyone would focus on the death of the gigantic strider. Gravis' gaze moved over all the stars. Then, he flew around some more to see if he missed any. His spirit sense didn't reach so far that he could encompass the entire world, which was why he had to use his eyes to look at them. After some minutes, Gravis was sure that he found most of the stars. I need to do some calculations, he thought as he compared the energy inside a strider with the energy inside the stars. There are enough stars to create about 10 striders. So, together with the already existing 10 striders, this world has enough energy to keep 20 striders alive without it affecting the energy density of the world. That's why I only felt the energy density drop after nearly all striders had been absorbed. Yet, instead of being happy that he found out about a secret of the world, Gravis frowned. That's a problem, he thought. When I become a level 5 emperor, I would need to eat a total of 40 striders to become an immortal. That would even empty out the energy storage of the entire world. But there must be a way. Heaven wants me to become powerful. Even if it tried to do something like that, my father wouldn't have sent me here. He knows far more than me, and he has surely foreseen my energy requirements and how much I would need to ascend. This means that I can become an immortal in this world. Additionally, even if there were no way for me to become more powerful, Father would simply call me back. After all, I shouldn't forget that he is not heaven. He is not bound by any rules. If he so wanted, he could kill all my enemies, and there would be nothing that heaven could do about it. After all, isn't it normal that a father would help his son? He only keeps himself out of my life to grant me tempering. Yet, having no energy to progress is not tempering. If there were truly no way for me to become an immortal in here, he would simply call me back. But I don't think that this will happen. This heaven keeps fanatically to the rules. Therefore, it must give me a way to become an immortal. I'm guessing that this heaven will lower its own cultivation to give me enough energy to become an immortal. As far as I know, this heaven should also be 1 level higher than a typical ascender, just like in the lower world. This means that this heaven should be a level 2 immortal if there actually are levels in the immortal realm. I don't know the specific progression inside that realm yet, Gravis theorized. Gravis did some calculations. This means that heaven should have enough energy inside it to create around 64 striders. That's enough for me. Gravis looked at the stars again. Anyway, there's no law I can comprehend by looking at these stars. If I wanted, I could also create something similar. It's just pushing energy together. The only reason why I can't create something as dense as these stars is because of my cultivation. Heaven should be a level 2 immortal and can therefore exhibit more force when compressing energy. Gravis left the star and went back to his old position. Now, he was no longer distracted and could concentrate fully on comprehending the law of cold. What about the sun? Trying to reach the sun with his current power was a fool's dream. Gravis was not sure if the surroundings would become even colder or hotter if he closed in on the sun. But it didn't matter. He wouldn't survive either way. If it became even colder, Gravis would freeze to death before he was even close to it. If it became hotter, Gravis would still freeze to death before he could reach that area. Additionally, The heat of the sun was transferred via beams, not surrounding heat. This meant that his front would burn while his behind would freeze. He would still run out of energy that way. Concentrating on the law of cold would be more effective. If he managed to comprehend it, he could maybe reach the sun. Thus, Gravis started his comprehension of the law of cold. Many years passed as Gravis tried to comprehend the law of cold. He already had an excellent base to comprehend it since he had comprehended the law of heat, the composition law of water, and the composition law of darkness, surprisingly. Gravis hadn't thought that the darkness element was related to cold, but it was, apparently. Thanks to these three laws, Gravis could extrapolate a lot of workings of the law of cold. Yet, his progress was still slower than his progress when he had comprehended the law of heat. The reason for that was that, back then, he had been able to create heat. Here, he couldn't create cold. He could only observe the already existing cold. After 20 years, Gravis still found a lot of new facets of the law of cold. After 40 years, Gravis was sure that he could see most of the law. After 60 years, Gravis saw that he was close to understanding it. Boom! And after 65 years, Gravis managed to understand it. Every other beast would become envious if they heard that Gravis managed to comprehend a level 2 law in only 65 years. This was not a law that had level 1 laws as a base, but one which had to be understood all at once. The same thing was true for the law of heat. Just because Gravis managed to produce it with fire and wind didn't mean that it needed these two laws to be understood or created. Finally, I got it, Gravis thought with excitement. It took quite some time, but this should be the base for a level 3 law. I expect that the law of heat and law of cold can fuse to become the law of temperature. The law of cold is not much more useful than the law of heat since it simply does the same thing, just in an opposite way. The only effect it would have on an enemy is that they would need to spend a lot of energy to keep themselves warm. Gravis scratched his chin. I mean, sure, if I fought someone 2 levels above me, this law would be terrifying, but I'm not fighting someone only 2 levels above me. Sure, it would also have a restrictive effect on someone 4 levels above me, but I need to use energy to keep the law running. In such a fight, I can't spare that energy. I need all of it for my speed and offense. Well, it doesn't matter, Gravis thought with a smirk. I'm not here to immediately increase my battle strength, but to give me a solid foundation for the future. With this law, a new path has opened before me. Now, I have the prerequisites of understanding another level 3 law. Gravis looked at his surroundings. Though, I still need to use up a lot of time to get to the threshold of understanding the law of temperature. I have already been in seclusion for over 300 years. This seclusion has been so long that I have been in this seclusion for 60% of my entire life. It sounds terrifyingly long, but somehow it doesn't feel that long. It's like I have only entered seclusion like 50 years ago. It actually feels weird. I have only spent about 17 years or so in the highest world and only around 6 or 7 years in the lower world. Yet I have been in this world for over 480 years by now. This contrast is absolutely insane. Gravis looked down at the ground. From up here, he could see insanely far into the distance. He could even see the end of the continent. Gravis looked at the world for several minutes until he turned his gaze to the sun. I should be able to reach the sun now. My law of cold allows me to weaken the cold around me. But first, I need to load up my life ring again. I've used up nearly all the energy inside it. After going back to the ground and reloading the life ring with energy, Gravis shot into the sky again. As soon as he reached a distance of 12.000 kilometers, he felt the difference that his new law made. Gravis didn't need to waste as much energy as he was recovering, even at such a distance. At 15.000 kilometers, he used just as much energy as he was recovering. At 20.000 kilometers, he was using up a lot of energy. At 25.000 kilometers, his front became far hotter while his back stayed cold. This was good since he now only needed to protect his back and not his entire body, which drastically reduced his energy consumption. At about 28.500 kilometers, he nearly reached the sun. It was absolutely massive. It wasn't nearly as big as the world, but it was definitely bigger than a strider. Additionally, the heat it exhibited was also insanely powerful. Gravis was using even more energy than before since he now also needed to protect his front with the law of heat. This heat is truly intense, Gravis thought. This heat also feels qualitatively different to my law of heat. I can feel the usage of energy of the sun, and it's not nearly enough to create so much heat. This can only mean that this heat is produced with a higher quality law, which would be a level 3 law. My guess is that this should be the next level of the law of heat. Let's call it the law of extreme heat. Even more surprising is that there is actually no fire. I've thought that the sun was some huge ball of fire, but it's simply a ball of light. This means that the law of extreme heat is not intrinsically connected to fire. It can be produced by fire, but it doesn't need fire to exist. Interesting, Gravis thought with a smirk. Just as I've thought. After understanding the law of cold, I noticed that it also had no intrinsic connection with the element of water. Yet, it can still be produced by water. This means that there should be 5 level 3 laws for temperature. I'm pretty sure that the law of supreme cold, which the water immortal managed to understand, is a law of temperature which is intrinsically connected to water. This means that the law of supreme cold is a different law than the law of extreme cold, as I would call it. One of them is element-specific, while the other one isn't. The same thing should be true for heat. There should be a law of extreme heat and one of supreme heat. One is element-neutral, while the other one is element-specific. Lastly, there should be the element-neutral law of temperature, which combines the law of heat and the law of cold. Gravis scratched his chin as he fell into thought. Does that mean that there could also be a fusion of the law of extreme heat and law of extreme cold? Would that be the law of extreme temperature? If so, that should be a level 4 law. Gravis sighed. Sadly, even though the law of extreme heat is demonstrated in all its glory in front of me, I can't truly comprehend it now. I can only stay here for some minutes until I need to go back to refill my energy. I can't concentrate like that. I'm also using a lot of energy just to keep up with the sun's movement. One should remember that the sun managed to travel across the entire world in an arc in simply 12 hours. This was an insane amount of speed, and Gravis had to use a lot of energy to keep up with it. Well, back to base, I guess, Gravis thought as he diagonally shot back to the ground. Right now, he was no longer above the core of the world due to the sun's movement. After some minutes, Gravis reached the Grand Lake again and took a deep breath of air. Now I need to think about what I want to comprehend next. Sure, I will take a look at the law of gravity, but I also want to get my law of temperature to the threshold. Yet, that may take another 100 years or so. I've already spent over 300 years here. After some seconds, Gravis snorted. What am I hesitating for? I already spent 300 years here, so I might as well go all the way. Sure, let's get the law of temperature ready. So what if I waste another century? And with that thought, Gravis sat down on the ground and experimented with the laws of cold and heat. He was about to spend another century. Yet, for a level 3 law, this was more than worth it. Gravis immediately started to combine the laws of heat and cold to create the law of temperature. Yet, Gravis knew that this law would take a long time. When he had tried to learn the level 3 law of elements, he had spent over a century trying to comprehend it. During that time, he had subconsciously learned 2 other level 2 laws. But this law of temperature was different. This law only required 2 level 2 laws as a prerequisite, not 3 or more as was usual. This meant that this law had a ton of exclusive knowledge inside it. The temperatures between cold and hot didn't have any laws associated with them, which meant that they were part of the law of temperature. Since there was a lot of exclusive knowledge, it was far harder to learn this law. After all, the exclusive knowledge didn't have a base law. After 20 years, Gravis was still finding a lot of new concepts. After 40 years, he was finding even more concepts. Additionally, these concepts were scattered and difficult to discern. If Gravis hadn't already understood the laws of cold and heat, he would find it impossible to learn this law. After 60 years, Gravis thought that he could see the whole law. After 80 years, Gravis was sure that he finally knew the true expanse of the law. After 90 years, Gravis reached the threshold, but he tried to break through the threshold for 5 more years. Sadly, Gravis still wasn't able to understand a level 3 law without any tempering right now. Because of that, he had to stop his comprehension. I'm at the threshold. I can feel it, Gravis thought as he relaxed. This is the second level 3 law that I'm ready to understand. I only need one more push to understand both of them. Gravis dispersed the heat and cold and smirked. My battle strength has not progressed in the last century, and I also have not learned an additional law. Yet this is all just preparation. All my preparations will explode forward at once when I return to the world. After my next fight, when I become an emperor, all my accumulation will transform me into the third most powerful being in this world, after heaven and meadow. Gravis looked at his hand as he clenched it into a fist. Right now, if I were a level 1 emperor, I could already fight an ultimate. Yet, as soon as I understand these two laws, not even the ultimates will be my opponents anymore. Gravis took a deep breath. I'm about to reach that point again. In the lower world, there had also been a time when only the high priest and heaven had been above me. I'm not at that position right now, but I'm close to reaching it. Additionally, my battle strength now is even more powerful than back then in relation to my realm. Back then, even when I had reached the self stage, the high priest would have still been nearly impossible for me to defeat. After all, every 3 realms there's a major jump in power. Meadow has already said that she had already managed to kill an immortal before, and when I'm a level 5 emperor, I will be even more powerful than Meadow. I would be able to become more powerful than an immortal when I'm not even one myself. Gravis stood up as he stretched himself. Anyway, it's time to get to my next objective. My next goal will be the law of gravity. I'm not sure if it is a level 2 or level 3 law, but I want to take a look at it anyway. By now, the hole that Gravis had dug all these years ago had completely vanished. After all, one shouldn't forget that Gravis had been in seclusion for 400 years. A terrifying amount of time. Gravis quickly dug a new hole and entered it. As soon as he reached a depth of 10.000 kilometers again, Gravis felt it difficult to resist the heat. Yet, he had changed tremendously since the last time he had entered. He had comprehended the law of magma and the law of heat. Both of them gave him a terrifying defense against the heat. At 15.000 kilometers, Gravis suddenly stopped. He could still go deeper, and there was still a lot of energy left since it entered the hole. Yet, Gravis realized something terrifying. Gravis wanted to take a deep breath but remembered that he was inside magma right now. I need to be smart about this, Gravis thought. The gravity down here is already terrifying. Keeping myself floating is draining me severely. I feel like I can go deeper without any issues, but what about my return? If the gravity becomes even more terrifying, I won't be able to exit from here. Yet Gravis had to chuckle. I wonder, is the reason why I saw no one with knowledge about gravity because all of them died to the gravity down here? Gravis mused. I'm not so stupid. Gravis flew upward again until he reached the surface. Morris, Gravis said. Yes, master, Morris said as he flew to him. Follow me into the hole, Gravis ordered. I want to take a look at gravity. If you want, you can also try to comprehend it. However, I probably won't be able to exit myself. That's why I need you close to me. You're a level 3 emperor, and your body is many times more powerful than mine. Yes, master, Morris said. Gravis nodded and entered the hole again as Morris followed behind him. Luckily, I have Morris. Otherwise, I would need to make some kind of rope or contraption to pull me out. Using a contraption is far riskier since I don't exactly know what will happen as soon as I lose against the gravity. Gravis thought. Someone with more power is much more reliable. Did Gravis have any worries about Morris betraying him or breaking free of the control of the life ring? No. Where did the life ring come from? It came from the highest world and could even contain some weaker immortals. It was specifically designed to keep such beasts under control. If it were so easy for the life ring to break, it wouldn't sell at all. Why was the life ring so popular in the first place? Simple, it acted as a portable barracks for bodyguards. Some cultivator clans would fill a life ring with powerful beasts and give the ring to their weak progeny. Like this, Their progeny would always be protected by several powerful beasts without the clans having to waste personnel. Because of that, the life ring had to be reliable. Otherwise, all the progeny of these clans would die to their own bodyguards. Gravis knew all this since he wanted to know the uses of what he had actually bought. Gravis knew that sometimes an unreliable weapon was even worse than having no weapon at all. In no time at all, Gravis and Morris shot past the depth of 15.000 kilometers. Morris was a level 3 Emperor with a fire affinity. The heat down here was not hard for him to resist. "Are you still in control, Morris?" Gravis asked. "Yes, Master," Morris answered. "How much further do you think you can go until it becomes difficult?" he asked. "Probably around 10.000 kilometers more. I estimate that the gravity and heat down there will be difficult for me to resist," Morris said. Gravis nodded. "I don't intend to go that far. The gravity is already becoming difficult for me to resist right now." "Morris, grab my tail," Gravis said as he extended his tail. Morris grabbed the tail with one of his claws. "When I tell you to pull, you need to get me out of here," Gravis said. "Yes, Master," Morris said. "All right," Gravis said as he looked downward with shining eyes. "Let's do this." Then, Gravis shot downward with more power as Morris followed him. At a depth of 17.000 kilometers, Gravis stopped resisting the pull and ordered Morris to keep him stable. Trying to keep himself stable cost more energy than he was regenerating. As long as he let Morris carry him, he wouldn't need to waste energy on that. "Bring me deeper," Gravis ordered as he hung from Morris' claw with his tail. Morris slowly brought them lower. And when they reached a depth of 19.000 kilometers, Gravis ordered Morris to stop. Gravis needed to use all of his energy to resist the heat. If he also had to resist the gravity, he would waste far more energy. Because of that reason, Gravis told Morris to stop. This depth was perfect for him. "Remain like this and tell me if it becomes difficult for you to keep me from falling," Gravis said. "Yes, Master," Morris answered. With that said, Gravis closed his eyes and concentrated on the feeling of gravity. Right now, the gravity was so terrifyingly powerful that some muscles and organs even ruptured from time to time. His tail especially was tearing a lot since it held Gravis' entire weight. Thankfully, Gravis knew several life laws, which made it possible for him to remain in this state indefinitely without running out of life energy. "Gravity penetrates everything," Gravis thought. "With my body composition laws, I can only influence the outside of a being. Everything else is blocked by the will. Yet gravity goes through everything. Even my will is not able to influence the gravity at all." Gravis had already tried to use his will aura to resist the gravity, but it had zero effect. It was like his will couldn't interact with gravity at all. Gravis narrowed his eyes as he hung upside down. Then he scratched his chin. Anyone seeing this would think the image to be quite funny and embarrassing. It looked like Morris had caught a ponderous fish. "I think this is the first force I have truly experienced that isn't influenced by a will," Gravis thought. "My will aura can weaken the elements, influence the body, and can even impact the soul. The matter in the surroundings can also be crushed with my will aura. Yet, gravity doesn't interact with my will at all. This is truly wondrous," Gravis thought. This was a completely new experience for Gravis. Up to now, he could influence everything with his will aura. This was the first time when his will aura didn't work at all. "That's valuable knowledge," Gravis thought. "I mostly rely on my will aura in combat. Without it, someone can scatter my body with the punishment lightning law. Additionally, they could fight me with their full power. Yet, if my enemy knows the law of gravity, I wouldn't even be able to resist. My most powerful weapon, my will aura, would be completely useless. Additionally, my armor, which counts for most of my defense, would even become a burden in this scenario. After all, my armor weighs quite a bit. Ha! That would almost be like fighting against someone with a more powerful will aura than me. I guess that the law of gravity is some kind of counter to will auras. I didn't even know that such a thing existed. Though, I wonder, is this a level 2 or level 3 law?" Gravis thought. "I'm pretty sure it's a level 3 law," but I have been mistaken before. I'm also pretty sure that this is only the mid-tier form of the gravity law. I'm also quite certain that I need it to continue on the composition law. After all, if I know everything about composition, I know how the entire world is made. Yet, what is a world without gravity? Anyway, I should get to comprehending. Thus began another long time of Gravis trying to comprehend a law. After 20 years, Gravis still felt that the law of gravity was wondrous. After 50 years, Gravis managed to understand some scattered bits of knowledge. After 80 years, Gravis managed to create some disjointed concepts about how gravity influenced different things. After 120 years, Gravis managed to combine some of those. Man, this is harder than I thought, Gravis thought. Additionally, I don't have a good base for understanding gravity. The composition laws of metal and wood are kind of related to gravity, but they are definitely not prerequisites. At least I'm 100% certain now that this is a level 3 law. Additionally, it's a level 3 law that needs to be understood in one go. It's like punishment lightning. After 160 years, Gravis saw a lot of concepts. Understanding a level 3 law in one go is far more difficult than understanding one that's reliant on a base. I'm using up a terrifying amount of time, but I would need to understand it in the future either way. It doesn't make a difference if I understand it now or later. At least, right now, I have the opportunity to concentrate on this law. After 200 years, Gravis felt that he managed to understand most of the law. Now, he only needed to find the last bits. After 240 years, Gravis was sure that he was nearly there. After 250 years, Gravis managed to reach the threshold. Yet, instead of trying to break through it, Gravis stopped. He already knew that he couldn't understand a level 3 law without tempering himself. Trying to comprehend it fully now would be a waste of time. Morris, bring us up, Gravis ordered. Yes, master, Morris said as he pulled Gravis upward. In the beginning, Gravis had to use a terrifying amount of life energy to keep his tail in one piece since they were rising, but the more they rose, the easier it became. After around 4.000 kilometers, Gravis ordered Morris to release him. From this height, Gravis didn't need any help to control himself. Gravis righted himself for the first time in 250 years, and it felt weird to be upright again. Man, I have been upside down for 250 years. It even feels weird to be upright now. Time really has a weird effect on perception. Gravis thought, I need to get used to standing upright again. Morris, have you learned something? Gravis asked. Yes, master. I have not comprehended another law, but the terrifying heat down here has given me more insights into fire and the law of heat. Morris answered respectfully. Gravis smirked. That's good. Now, let's return to the surface. Yes, master, Morris said. Then, Gravis and Morris rose upwards again. By now, the hole had closed up again with dried magma, but it wasn't difficult for them to break through it. Whoosh! Suddenly, Gravis and Morris felt water assaulting them. It wasn't some kind of attack, but simply natural water. Ha! Gravis said. I don't remember digging inside water. Did we make a wrong turn? Gravis asked Morris. No, master. I am certain that this is the place where we have entered, Morris said. Gravis scratched his chin in thought. This can only mean that there is now water where there has been no water. I'm guessing that the sea beasts have made quite some victories if even the core of the continent is affected. Gravis rubbed the back of his neck. I guess 250 years is a long time. I have been in seclusion for 650 years by now. The world is probably no longer the same as it has been. The two of them shot past the seabed and fully entered the water. Intruders! A mighty wave of beast sense washed over everything. Sure enough, we're inside sea beast territory now, Gravis thought. In a matter of seconds, a level 3 emperor and several level 2 emperors arrived and surrounded Gravis and Morris. Gravis only looked at the gathered forces without any nervousness. Morris had an above-average battle strength, and Gravis could turn all the other emperors into dust. This was not a force that could threaten them. Yet Gravis wanted to see how they would react. Gravis looked at the gathered beasts with interest. He wanted to know what had changed during his seclusion. After the beasts surrounded them, they didn't immediately attack, surprisingly. One would think that the sea beasts would attack a land beast immediately as soon as they saw one inside their ranks. "What is your purpose, intruder?" The leading level 3 emperor, a swordfish, said. Obviously, since the enemy didn't know about the relationship between Morris and Gravis, he targeted his question towards Morris, the seemingly more powerful one of the two. Morris didn't react and stayed silent. "We didn't invade your territory on purpose," Gravis said, surprising the gathered sea beast. Why was the king talking? Did the emperor feel that they were not worthy enough for him to say something? "We were deeply underground for over 2 centuries, trying to comprehend the law of gravity. Back then, there was no water here. We simply returned to the spot where we came from, which is here," Gravis said. Surprisingly, none of the present emperors rebuked Gravis, even though he was a king. Usually, if a king opened their mouth with so many emperors present, it would be like a kid trying to partake in a solemn discussion among adults. One of the emperors seemed to notice something as his eyes widened. Then, he informed the level 3 emperor of something. Gravis noticed that the level 3 emperor had a change in expression as he also realized something. Then, he glanced at Morris and then back at Gravis. "What's your name?" the emperor asked Gravis neutrally. "I'm Gravis," Gravis said. "This is Morris, my servant," Gravis said as he gestured to Morris. Immediately, the entire atmosphere changed. Instead of being nervous, all of the gathered beasts became shocked, except for the level 3 emperor. His expression changed to a bright smile like he had found a gold mine. "So, you are Gravis," the emperor said. "Please ignore our earlier hostilities. After all, we have to protect our territories." Gravis was a bit surprised at how friendly the level 3 emperor suddenly became. Weren't they still at war with the land beasts? "It's no problem," Gravis said with a dismissive wave. "I guess that Orthar has given you some orders regarding me?" he asked. The emperors became shocked when Gravis spoke out Orthar's name. Was Gravis suicidal? If fish could sweat, the swordfish would probably sweat out of nervousness right now. "As expected," he said silently. "Yes, the Supreme Leader has ordered us that we should find you and bring you to him. The Supreme Leader has also ordered that we have to treat you with respect," the swordfish said. Gravis nodded. "Sure. Bring me to him." The swordfish nodded with a smile and ordered the other beasts to scatter. After that, he gestured for Gravis to follow him. Gravis and Morris followed the swordfish for a short while. The central base for the sea beasts was inside the Grand Lake, and Gravis had entered the ground from close to the Grand Lake. Because of that, the base was not far away at all. Surprisingly, the base of the sea beasts was not in the middle of the Grand Lake but at its edges. Yet, Gravis quickly realized the reason behind the peculiar placement. The sea beasts were probably not big fans of the striders constantly walking over their territory. Gravis already felt Orthar before he even properly entered the humongous abyss, which was the core of the entire sea beasts faction. Yet, he didn't contact him until they stood right before him. They quickly swam past several level 3 emperors and 2 level 4 emperors. After that, the 3 of them reached the bottom of the abyss, where a gigantic octopus resided. Orthar took up the entire ground of the abyss with a lot of his tentacles buried inside the ground. The swordfish bowed before Orthar and left quickly without saying a word. Gravis had to smirk when he saw Orthar. "This reminds me of the time we met," Gravis said. "Back then, you were also half buried in the ground. The only difference was that you had been hidden." "Half true," Orthar commented. "Only a tenth of my body is visible as the rest stretches across the entire Grand Lake." Gravis smirked. "So, you have noticed me even before your forces?" Gravis asked. "Correct," Orthar said. "But the loyalty of forces has to be tested regularly. Enemies from inside are a bigger threat than outside enemies." Gravis nodded. As long as Orthar's forces didn't know that he saw everything inside the Grand Lake, they would show their true colors. However, Gravis thought that this deception was unnecessary. Who could even pose a danger to Orthar? After all, he was a level 5 emperor right now. Yes, in the past 650 years, Orthar had managed to become a level 5 emperor, and Gravis knew that Orthar wouldn't have taken this step if he hadn't already comprehended a level 3 law. Orthar could probably ascend any time he wanted. I guess that you already have comprehended a level 3 law and have become an ascender? Gravis asked. Obviously, Orthar answered. I would be a fool to ascend to this level without having comprehended one. Gravis nodded. So, the sea beasts still have 2 ultimates? Or is there a new one? Gravis asked. The sea beasts have no ultimates left, Orthar answered. Gravis' eyebrows lifted in surprise, but he quickly found out the reason. I guess you killed the other 2 to become a level 5 emperor? Gravis asked. Correct, Orthar answered. They have fulfilled their uses and have become my stepping stones for understanding a level 3 law. Gravis had to sigh when he heard that. The 2 ultimates had helped and protected Orthar. Yet, Orthar killed and consumed them without any second thoughts. Orthar's cold, logical nature was hazardous to not only his enemies but his comrades as well. Sometimes, Gravis even doubted if Orthar actually saw him as a friend or a tool. If someone were to offer a massive reward for Gravis' death, would Orthar try to kill him for his personal gain? Gravis didn't know. Well, if I don't know, let's just ask him, Gravis thought. Say, Orthar, Gravis started. I see how you have killed nearly every single companion along your journey. So, my question is, if my death would benefit you, would you kill me? Gravis asked. Too risky, Orthar said immediately. Your cultivation, powers, talent, mindset, and everything else about you is indecipherable. I have no confidence in knowing everything about your power, and I also have no confidence in scheming against you. The chance of death is too high for me to scheme against you, even now, with me being an entire realm above you. Gravis found that Orthar's answer made a lot of sense. And if that were not the case? Gravis asked. Then you would not be my friend, Orthar answered directly. Someone with a weaker power or weaker mind is a tool. Only someone that can rival me in these aspects can be considered a companion. Gravis scratched his chin. That also made sense. After all, Gravis also didn't care much about weaker beings. All his friends had proven to be outstanding, which was the reason why they were his friends in the first place. What if I became useless? Gravis asked in interest. Nothing would change, Orthar said. The realm is only momentary. Going against you because of a momentary phase of weakness might become my doom in the far future. Either I would need to kill you or not offend you at all. If I had enough power that I would be certain of your death, I wouldn't need the reward that anyone would give out for killing someone so much weaker. Instead, I'm banking on our feeling of companionship. Killing you has no positive outcomes while remaining your companion has a lot of potential benefits. Gravis smiled when he heard that. Thank you for answering my questions, Orthar, Gravis said. Logical, Orthar said. My logical conduct intrinsically cultivates feelings of doubt and suspicion. Eliminating these feelings is important for successful cooperation. Gravis nodded. So, I'm guessing you are ready to ascend now? He asked. Surprisingly, Orthar didn't immediately answer, which made Gravis raise an eyebrow. I have searched for you for over a century but couldn't find you. Therefore, I was certain of your death. I have already attempted to ascend, but something happened after I have killed my 7th strider, Orthar said. Gravis grew interested. Oh, what could possibly have happened that it stopped Orthar from ascending? The only 2 things Gravis could think of were Meadow or Heaven interfering. Yet, if Heaven interfered, Orthar wouldn't be alive anymore. Keeping troublemakers alive was not something that Heaven usually did. What happened? Gravis asked. Someone contacted me, telling me that you were still in this world and that I only had to wait for you to reappear, Orthar said. Did you know that voice? Was it Meadow? Gravis asked. It was not the ruler, Orthar said. It was a male voice. His voice radiated with an indescribable feeling of authority and power. When I heard his voice, it felt like existence itself was talking to me. When I heard him, my entire being rejected his voice. It was like my being couldn't acknowledge that someone like this even existed. Oh, Gravis said. That was probably my father. Your father? Orthar asked. You have told me that he is impossibly powerful. Yet, is he so powerful that he can even see my actions from your homeworld? Gravis nodded. Father watches over me when I'm in another world. He does that to ensure that heaven doesn't pull something sneaky. He knows that we are companions and informed you to wait. Since he contacted you, it also means that he has probably agreed that you can come home with me. Orthar remained silent for a while. So, I have come into contact with one of the two most powerful beings in existence. Orthar commented quietly. Eh? Gravis said with a dismissive wave. He's not so bad. I'll introduce you to him when we return to the highest world. Orthar wasn't sure if he actually wanted to meet the owner of that voice. His whole being told him that he shouldn't come into contact with that person. Orthar felt that if he came into contact with the opposer, he would have broken a taboo. It would feel like he had done something unforgivable. Gravis noticed Orthar's subtle change and groaned. Oh, come on, Gravis said. Father is just a human. Meanwhile, you have an incredible amount of tentacles, and there are eyes all over your entire body. As far as I see, you look like the one that someone wouldn't want to meet. Yes, Orthar's appearance had changed. Instead of only having 8 tentacles, Orthar was basically oozing with many thin and long tentacles. Additionally, there were a ton of eyes all over his body. Man, if I didn't know you, I would think that you look like Gravis suddenly stopped. Yes, there had been another being that looked similar to Orthar. Orthar noticed that Gravis stopped talking and grew interested. He hadn't expected such a reaction from Gravis. Orthar, Gravis said evenly. Why have you chosen this form? Orthar noticed the change of tone in Gravis' voice transmission. Gravis didn't sound like his usual friendly self. Instead, he sounded highly suspicious, like he suspected Orthar to be a traitor. I feel closer to the laws with this form, Orthar said. When I became an emperor, I have decided to let the laws guide my evolution. That was how I ended up with so many eyes. Gravis looked with concentration at Orthar, like he wanted to discern if Orthar was speaking the truth. After looking at Orthar for a while, Gravis sighed. Orthar's explanation made a lot of sense. After all, hadn't Azure chosen a similar form to a human's for the same reason? Good, Gravis said. That makes sense. Gravis, Orthar said. You seem to know something about why this form makes me feel closer to the laws. Please, tell me. Gravis noticed that Orthar said please, which was something that beasts didn't really do. Apparently, he had gained quite some experience in acting like a human. Gravis sighed again. It's logical that this form makes you feel closer to the laws. After all, you look very similar to heaven, Gravis said. The heaven from the lower world had looked like a long, black worm with a ton of eyes. Meanwhile, Orthar also had a ton of eyes. This strange and unnatural aspect of having so many eyes made them look similar. Additionally, if one cut off one of Orthar's eye-filled tentacles, one would think this tentacle to be a heaven. I look like heaven? Orthar asked. For once, he was actually surprised. He had no idea how heaven actually looked like. But he had subconsciously taken a similar form? Was that possible? While Orthar was thinking about his appearance, Gravis also noticed other things. Orthar's cold and logical mindset in managing a power also resembled heaven's conduct. Orthar only looked at the gains with no care for any feelings of loyalty or companionship. If Orthar were leading a world instead of heaven, Gravis guessed that Orthar would act very similarly to heaven. Yet, there was also a difference between individual heavens. Orthar wasn't similar at all to the lower heaven. The lower heaven had acted like a child with too much power. Additionally, it was far too incompetent. Orthar also wasn't similar to the middle heaven. This middle heaven followed its ancestors' orders like they were holy decrees. Following orders without thinking for oneself didn't fit Orthar. Instead, Orthar seemed more similar to the highest heaven. Both of them followed cold logic. Both of them used every means to get as many gains as possible. Additionally, both of them were incredibly good at scheming. The highest heaven was so good at scheming that not even Gravis' father, the opposer, could see through all of heaven's actions. Is this one of heaven's schemes? Or is this just a coincidence? Gravis thought. It's very possible that Orthar truly only chose this form to become closer to the laws, but it's also possible that he has been specifically created by heaven to make me empathize with it. If I have a close friend that's very similar to heaven, I may develop some feelings of understanding towards heaven, which makes it more likely for me to forgive it for its past conduct. Yet, it's also possible that it is just a coincidence. Then, Gravis remembered something that threw his suspicions out of the window. If this was one of heaven's schemes, Father wouldn't have stopped Orthar from ascending. There is no way that Father wouldn't have noticed if heaven did something. Additionally, heaven had no idea to which world I would go to. Father has chosen the world, and he only told me about it when it was time for me to leave. Forget it, Gravis said. I was overthinking. Orthar wasn't sure what Gravis meant with that comment, but he remained silent. If Gravis didn't want to tell him something, he wouldn't ask. So, what happened in the past 600 years? Gravis asked. Then Orthar told Gravis about all the changes. First of all, there were no ultimates left. There were 2 level 5 emperors, and both of them didn't count as ultimates. One of them was Orthar, and the other was the ruler of all beings, Meadow. As far as everyone knew, such a situation had never happened before. There had never been a time when there hadn't been at least one ultimate. The next thing was that the number of level 4 emperors became frighteningly low. Right now, there were only 5 level 4 emperors left that Orthar knew of. 2 were from the sea beasts, while the 3 others were from the land beasts. That development was explicitly something that Orthar had created. The reason for that was control. Right now, the southern, western, and northern regions of the land beasts had 1 level 4 emperor each. Yet, realistically, the land beasts only had 1 level 4 emperor. That was because of one of Orthar's actions, which made it impossible for them to coordinate an attack. After the sea beasts had taken over the eastern third of the continent, they stopped expanding outward. The ruler, Meadow, had decreed that everyone would get a half. Yet, she hadn't said how the half had to be distributed. Because of that, Orthar had only taken a third of the world and then created 2 mighty rivers. The rivers started at the Grand Lake and ended in the ocean. Each one was over 100.000 kilometers wide, far wider than any beast sense could reach. These 2 rivers split the 3 territories of the land beasts apart. One river went through the northwest, while the other went through the southwest of the continent. Like this, the 3 remaining territories couldn't talk to each other without invading the territory of the sea beasts. Additionally, Orthar hadn't taken his entire 50% yet. He could still get another 5% of the total area without breaking Meadow's decree. This made it impossible for any level 4 emperor to leave their territory and communicate with another territory. After all, if one of them left, the sea beasts would know that this territory had no level 4 emperor protecting it. This would leave the territory vulnerable to an opportunity attack. None of the 3 regions wanted to be the one that would lose a ton of their land. This created a scenario where the sea beasts had less territory but were in complete control. They could decide when and where to attack. This distribution had created a proverbial meat grinder. Back then, there had only been 2 front lines. The southern and northern territory had had 1 front line each, while the western territory had nothing. Now, every territory was surrounded by sea beasts. The front lines stretched over their entire border. This intensified the war between beasts. Everyone was forced to participate in the war if they didn't want to get annihilated. After all, one had to remember that Meadow ordered the territories to be split. She didn't order that the beasts were not allowed to enter the other's territory. So, if the defenses of the land beasts failed, the sea beasts could roll over their region and kill every single beast while not claiming their territory for the sea. This would transform the now 3 continents effectively into dead wastelands. The war was as intense as never before, and the sea beasts were in full control. Orthar had won the war. Gravis talked some more with Orthar and asked him the question of how his children were. Orthar had the biggest intelligence network out of any beast in this world, maybe even bigger than Meadow's. Orthar told Gravis that he specifically ordered his sea beasts to keep a lookout for Gravis' children. But with the new dynamic, finding traitors in the ranks of the land beasts was much harder. When the land beasts hadn't felt to be in true danger, running over to the sea beasts was no problem. Yet, if they left their camp now, they might be the next after their regions were destroyed. Because of that, fewer of them dared to collude with the sea beasts. So, the only piece of intelligence that Orthar had was that all three of Gravis' children were somewhere in the southern region. The last time any of them had been seen had been about 70 years ago in a battle. As long as the land beasts didn't do something nefarious, Gravis' children should still be alive. Gravis was relieved when he heard that, even after 650 years, his children were still alive. Not only that, apparently they had also all become emperors. On top of that, they all still had the power to jump an entire level inside the emperor ranks, which was very impressive. Gravis also asked Orthar what he was planning to do now. Orthar told Gravis that he would remain here and comprehend more laws until Gravis was ready to leave. Gravis could take all the time he needed to prepare himself since Orthar wasn't in a hurry. Gravis informed Orthar that he would first comprehend more about lightning and then become active. Everything from that point onward would go very quickly. As soon as he found a beast to temper himself against, he would fight it, consume it, and become an emperor. At that point, there was no reason to temper himself anymore since there were no worthy enemies left. Then, Gravis would rapidly advance through the ranks. As soon as Gravis became an emperor, he would only make one last stop for one last thing before fighting heaven. Yet, in comparison to his seclusion, this last little thing wouldn't take up much time. After some hours of talking, Gravis and Orthar said their goodbyes as Gravis and Morris left. Seeing that there was not much land left, Gravis decided to go to Meadows territory. A singular island was amidst the sea. Tons of plants and mortals animals lived there as no sea beast dared to invade. This was Meadows territory, and no one dared to enter it with malicious intentions. Gravis didn't want to disturb Meadow, so he simply sat down and thought about his lightning. He needed a law of speed, and Gravis was sure that lightning had a relevant level 2 law in that department. Gravis imagined the law of lightning speed and thought about his other laws. There had to be some connection between the laws that allowed lightning to move even faster. Boom! After 5 years of remaining motionless, Gravis had managed to comprehend another law of lightning. Yet it wasn't the one he desired. Gravis had comprehended the level 1 law of lightning's power. In comparison to the law of lightning's explosiveness, this law simply increased the power of Gravis lightning overall. It wasn't a significant increase in power, but it also didn't increase Gravis energy output. This was important since Gravis could now move slightly faster and attack slightly more powerful without wasting more resources. This was actually the perfect level 1 law for his current situation. A small boost in speed and offense without any additional cost. I have concentrated on the aspect of speed, yet I have comprehended the law of lightning's power. This probably means that this law is related to the level 2 law of lightning's supreme speed. I'm sure there is one, Gravis thought. 15 more years passed, and finally, Gravis got what he had wished for. Boom! Finally! Gravis thought as he opened his eyes. The law of supreme lightning speed, he thought with shining eyes. Yet, the effect of the law is different from what I had thought. Instead of increasing my speed, it cuts down my energy usage severely when I use the law of lightning speed, Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. But I think that's actually even better than if it would increase my speed. Using all my acceleration has always cost me a lot of energy. With this, my base movement speed has risen significantly since I can keep it activated. Additionally, there is something else, Gravis thought with a smirk. My lightning acceleration has also cost me a ton of energy to use. Yet, with the law of supreme lightning speed, the law of lightning's power, and the law of lightning's explosiveness, I can cut down even more on the energy cost. This means that I can also keep up my lightning acceleration nearly indefinitely. So, all in all, my top speed didn't increase, but my average speed experienced a sharp rise. I think this is actually good enough for my goals. Gravis stood up for the first time in 20 years and stretched himself. Now, I actually need to prepare my equipment before I have my first fight, Gravis thought. Whoop! Gravis summoned a massive pile of different kinds of materials. One could see powerful ore, but also wood, water, air, and many other kinds of materials. First, my inner armor, Gravis thought as he concentrated on the specific materials. Gravis used wood, earth, ash, and many other similar materials to create a tight, black suit. This suit was necessary to give him a softer impact if he got hit by an enemy. If a level 3 Emperor managed to hit Gravis with a physical attack, Gravis' body would be torn apart due to the force. Just the physical power behind the attack would smash Gravis to pieces, which was why he needed something flexible to cushion the blow. Gravis quickly put the suit on, which encompassed his entire body, except for his face. Next thing, the soft armor, Gravis thought. Then, Gravis manipulated different kinds of leaves, liquids, and gases to fuse with each other. After some minutes, Gravis had created something like a thin and springy cushion in the form of his body's outline. Great, Gravis thought. This cushion-like substance will lessen the impact even more and will distribute the force over a bigger area. Additionally, the other side of the cushion will also stop me more gently. Gravis quickly retrieved the cushion and summoned it around his body. This cushion also had no opening except for Gravis' head. Last thing, the outer armor, Gravis thought. After that, he quickly summoned different kinds of metal. In comparison to the other two parts, Gravis had to use a ton of lightning to forge his armor. Creating something soft was far easier than creating something hard. After several minutes, Gravis expended nearly all of his lightning, but he had created an imposing, black suit of armor. Now that he had enough materials, he could finally pay attention to color without sacrificing effectiveness. Gravis summoned the armor around his body. Finally, Gravis was done with his armor. Weapons and shield, Gravis thought as he used a ton of or to create multiple sets of weapons. If one of them broke, he would have several more to spare. After that, Gravis was exhausted. So, he quickly rested until his lightning and spirit returned to their peak. Yet, that was only short-lived since Gravis had to preload his weapon. After loading his weapon, Gravis rested again until he was at his peak. It's time, Gravis thought with shining eyes. My next fight will be perilous, and it will also be my first time fighting against someone 4 levels above me. I hope I have prepared enough. Morris, follow me, Gravis ordered. Yes, master, Morris said. Gravis flew away from Meadows Island until he was at a place with no land present. This would be perfect. Wait here, Morris, Gravis said. Yes, master, Morris answered. Gravis flew away from Morris until he had a distance of 100 kilometers. Then he turned around and summoned his life ring. With a smirk, Gravis looked at Morris as he summoned his weapons. Then he destroyed Morris' slave mark. Morris would be his opponent. Morris' mind recovered instantly as his old personality returned. Gone was his reverence towards Gravis. Now he was able to see Gravis for what he was. The over 700 years of being a servant appeared inside his mind. The 700 years of having no freedom felt terrifying to him. He had wasted 700 years under someone else. Gravis had already fully prepared himself for the inevitable battle. Every single beast that had been freed from Gravis' life ring previously had wanted nothing but his death. Being stripped of one's own will was not something that someone could take easily. Morris' eyes narrowed as killing intent radiated from him. Then, he looked with cold eyes at the distant Gravis. Yet, instead of speaking or attacking, Morris remained silent for several seconds. He was only glaring coldly at Gravis. But then, he relaxed and looked evenly at Gravis. You have not thought this through, Gravis? Morris said coldly. Gravis only smirked. I have had this plan for several centuries now, Morris, Gravis said. I know that you have a high chance of killing me, but if you didn't have this chance, I wouldn't have freed you. You should know that I require genuine tempering, since you should also know me pretty well by now. Morris harumphed. That is not what I have meant. Enlighten me, Gravis said slowly. Being under someone else's suppression and control for so long truly makes me hate you. Yet, I know your power. If I were to attack you out of rage, I have a possibility of death without any potential reward. What do I get out of our fight? Morris said. Gravis raised an eyebrow. There is something to that, yes. But are you just willing to walk away like that? Morris slowly shook his head. These are the two use cases you had come up with when you decided to release me, right? Either I had to fight you or avoid a fight with you. What else is there for you to choose? Gravis asked. Morris sneered as he lifted his right claw. You have forgotten something. I have a bellyful of anger and hatred towards you bottled up deep inside of me. Yet, if I fight you, I might very well die. Then, wouldn't I die filled with regrets? Then Morris lifted his left claw. Yet, if I simply flee like this, I won't ever be able to get rid of this hatred. I want to hurt you, but I might not have the power to hurt you, but I also can't let you go. So, Morris said with a smirk, what method do I have to hurt you immensely without battling you? First, Gravis had no idea what Morris meant, but then his eyes widened in horror. Gravis had committed a horrible mistake. Morris knew nearly everything about him. This meant that he also knew of Gravis' weakness. Morris noticed Gravis' change of expression and smirked. You are powerful enough to resist me, but what about your offspring? Morris asked with a voice of superiority. What if I just went to the Southern Territories and killed your offspring? What then? Gravis' insides churned as his mind filled with fear, panic, rage, hatred, and helplessness. Morris was faster than Gravis. If Morris wanted to flee, Gravis had no way to stop him. Additionally, the last news he had heard from Orthar about his children was that they had been level 1 emperors. Becoming level 2 emperors would already be amazing in such a short time, but they couldn't possibly be level 3 emperors. Additionally, Morris was above average for a level 3 emperor. His children would have no chance against him. Yet, Gravis only narrowed his eyes as he looked with killing intent at Morris. If you do that, you will forfeit your life, and you know that, Gravis said. As soon as I see you trying to flee, I will search for the next level 2 emperor and become an emperor myself. At that point, only death awaits you. What if I have already accepted my death? Morris asked. I have been under your control for 700 years, and that hatred is so powerful that I want to resolve it. Even if I die, not everyone is as rational as you, Gravis. Sometimes, beasts do something that is damaging to themselves out of emotional reasons. Gravis gnashed his teeth. He knew that was a possibility, but he had banked on the fact that Morris was still rational. After all, Morris was still talking to him. Then why are you not doing it, Morris? Gravis asked coldly. To show you that you are not in control, Gravis, Morris answered with a smirk. You believe yourself to be in control far more often than you actually are. This is a weakness of yours. You believe yourself to be safe in the core of the continent since no one would get anything out of a fight with you. Morris gestured to his surroundings. Yet, what about emotions? What if a beast wants to make a name for themselves and kill the legendary Gravis? Maybe there is a fanatic group among the sea beasts that believe you to still be part of the land beasts' camp, even though you have left it. 1 level 3 emperor is a challenge, but 2 are your death. You think very logically and rationally, but not everyone thinks logically and rationally. Some beasts just follow their feelings, and if they feel threatened by your mere existence, they might act against you. By remaining this openly in the middle of the world, are you not banking on your own luck? Are you not banking on the fact that no beast has any interest in killing you even though there are countless beasts? Are you saying that there isn't at least one idiot among millions of beasts? Are you that naive? Morris asked. And what about your background? Morris continued. Not everyone shares the same mindset as that one white ape in the old Icy Pride Empire. He has the wise mindset of looking at the long-term benefits when making decisions. Yet sometimes someone doesn't have the time to consider the long-term benefits. Sometimes you need short-term benefits to even stay alive. You tell everyone of your background and your extraordinary powers and bank on the fact that they wouldn't want to risk fighting you. Isn't that also relying on luck? In the end, Morris said slowly with a smirk, you are not in control but are relying on everyone else being as rational as you, which is naive. Gravis hated what he was hearing, but he had to concede the fact that Morris was right. People and beasts often thought of others to be more like themselves. Deceiving people saw traitors and deceptive intent in everyone around them, while naive people saw only friendliness and good around them. Yet, there were still apathetic people and people who didn't consider their own gain. Gravis had bet too much on the fact that everyone was able to remain rational in an emotional and stressful situation. "Why are you telling me this, Morris?" Gravis asked coldly. "You should know that your words are only benefiting me since you are highlighting one of my weaknesses. If you wanted to hurt me, you would have immediately acted without telling me anything." Morris had to laugh at Gravis' words. "Do you see this?" Morris said. "Even now, you believe that you know how I think. You believe that just because I teach you something now, that I don't want to hurt you. For a beast similar to you, that might be true. But as for the reason," Morris said as he trailed off with a smirk, "I only wanted to give you hope before I dash it." Bang! And Morris shot towards the south with full speed. Gravis almost couldn't believe that Morris was throwing his life away to get revenge on him. Was he really willing to sacrifice his life for a mere moment at revenge? That was stupid. Yet, in this heated moment, Gravis hadn't realized that he had done the same thing as Morris in the past. When Gravis had decided to temper his spirit with destruction lightning, he had also been willing to throw his life away for revenge. He had done the same thing. Gravis had 3 choices in front of him now. First choice: find and kill a level 2 emperor to become an emperor himself. Second choice: trust that his children were powerful enough to at least stall Morris. Third choice: ask Orthar or Meadow for help. All 3 of these choices were terrible. If Gravis found and consumed a level 2 emperor, he would need several minutes to finish his evolution. During that time, he was also very vulnerable. It was very possible that this was just a ploy of Morris to force Gravis into an evolution. During that time, Gravis would find it difficult to resist since all his being would be focused on his evolution. This might very well end in his death. Trusting his children was incredibly risky. Even if they had already become level 2 emperors by now and could fight a level 3 emperor, they would still have huge issues against Morris. Morris probably knew 3 level 2 laws by now. This made him very powerful for a level 3 emperor. Gravis didn't care about the strength of someone inside their realm since his will aura suppressed a lot of their fighting power, but other beasts cared very much. As for asking Meadow or Orthar, Meadow would probably just tell him to fuck off. Even though Meadow was Gravis' friend, she respected power, and she wouldn't help Gravis with an issue he had created himself. Orthar would probably help, but Gravis would feel like that would endanger his path severely. As soon as someone relied on someone else with an issue they could resolve themselves, they might fall into a habit of always seeking outside help. Not being able to defend oneself against something was one thing, but Gravis had the power to kill Morris. Being protected against something overpowering like heaven was one thing, but being protected against something one could solve themselves was fatal to one's mindset. "I have to risk it," Gravis thought with gritted teeth. Then, Gravis shot into the Grand Lake in search of a level 2 emperor. He couldn't let his fuck-up endanger the life of his children. If someone had to risk dying, it was him. Boom! Suddenly, a wall of fire appeared in front of Gravis, and he came to a stop. "You are truly foolish," Morris said. He had stopped flying towards the south and had returned as he stood before Gravis. "What are you planning now?" Gravis said with narrowed eyes. "Even in this situation, you believe you have a choice?" Morris asked with a sneer. "Do you truly believe that you have a choice right now? Having a choice implies having control, but you don't have any control." Morris slowly circled Gravis from a distance. "You are not in control, which is why you have no choice. Meanwhile, I am in control and have all the choices, and one of these choices is to remain by your side and slowly grind you to death." "What do you mean?" Gravis asked with nervousness. "I am faster than you, and you can't kill me as long as I fight from a distance and very defensively. If you consume a level 2 emperor, I will kill you. If you try to comprehend more laws, I will attack you and break your focus. If you decide to flee, I will chase. I am not forced to fight you openly, while you are forced to fight me if I so want. Your life is in my claws." Morris said as he clenched one of his claws. For the first time in a long while, Gravis felt suppressed again. An opponent that he could defeat was suppressing him like he was more powerful. This was the first time this had ever happened to Gravis. It had always been someone more powerful than him that suppressed him. Yet, Gravis had learned a lot, and he also saw the way out of this situation. "You are in control," Gravis conceded. "But not completely." Morris smirked. "And why is that?" "Because even this situation of being suppressed can allow me to comprehend laws," Gravis said. "I already know the law of suppression. If I remain in this situation, I might as well learn the law of control or manage to upgrade my law of suppression. Additionally, you do not know of all my methods. I have a way of becoming an emperor without you being able to kill me," Gravis said coldly. "So, yes, you are in control, but only partially," Gravis said. "You can influence an outcome, but you can't make sure of the outcome." Clap. Morris suddenly clapped into his claws loudly one time. "And that's exactly what I wanted to show you," Morris said. Gravis immediately grew confused. Morris had surprised him multiple times in the last minutes, and he did it again just now. "What do you mean?" Gravis asked coldly. Morris sighed as his body relaxed. "It's true that I have a ton of hatred for being under you for so long, but I am not an emotional beast. Just like you, I mostly follow logic and seek my own gain." Morris looked towards the Grand Lake, a rare show of an opening. "When I regained my control, I was reminded of your talk with the supreme leader of the sea beasts. You have talked openly with him, not even taking note of me. So, I've heard everything you had talked about. He is a powerful level 5 emperor. Yet, he does not dare to go against you. If he weren't supremely smart and crafty, he wouldn't have been able to lead such a huge faction and achieve so much success. I concede the fact that he is probably far craftier and smarter than me. So, if even he doesn't want to make you his enemy, how could I dare to?" This got me thinking. You are speaking of your experiences and powers so freely, yet what is to say that you do not have even more stashed away in secret? There are too many unknown factors about you. Gravis realized that Morris wanted to teach him something, but he didn't lower his guard. This could just be another one of Morris' tricks. "I hate you," Morris said coldly, "but I won't let my emotions impede my path to power. The reason why I betrayed the land beasts and went to the sea beasts was for my power, and for the same reason, I will betray my emotions today. Trust me when I say that it takes everything out of me to not kill you right now, but I see this as an opportunity to become more powerful. Emotions are a weakness, and I need to resist and fight them to become more powerful. The success of your friend, the octopus, has shown me this. He has managed to eliminate his emotions and follow cold logic. I am still emotional, but I want to solve this issue," Morris said coldly. "Get to the point," Gravis said as he relaxed a bit. Morris still looked at Gravis with killing intent. "You have won against me previously, and my life has been in your hands. You have decided to spare me, and I have paid that debt by being your servant for 700 years. My emotions do not want to accept this, but my mind tells me that we are even now. All debts have been repaid. So," Morris said coldly, "as two strangers with no open debts between us, consider my lesson about control as a down payment for our future cooperation." And once more, Morris surprised Gravis. "Cooperation?" Morris nodded. "If there is a lot that your octopus friend can gain from a cooperation with you, there should also be plenty of it for me. My goal is not revenge, but supreme power. And if you can help me in achieving it, I'm willing to do nearly everything." Gravis sneered. "What if I don't want to?" Morris only smirked. "You must," Morris said. "Why?" "Because I have given you a lesson in control out of my own goodwill. You are a very honest beast or human, Gravis. If someone helps you, you feel the need to help them back," Morris said with a smirk. Then, he flew closer without any fear of any of Gravis' attacks. "I don't know if that is a weakness or a strength, but right now it is a weakness and I'm going to exploit it," Morris said. "If you want it or not, you are stuck with repaying me." Gravis remained silent as he wasn't sure what he should feel right now. On one hand, He was happy that his children were safe and that he had seen another weakness of his, which was the illusion of having too much control. Yet, on the other hand, Morris was exploiting Gravis' honest personality. "Okay," Gravis said. "I will repay you this once. What do you want?" Morris only smirked. "Once is all I need. As for what I want, I also want to go to the highest world," Morris said with a smirk. Gravis narrowed his eyes further. He wasn't a big fan of bringing Morris to the highest world, but he needed to repay him anyway. Additionally, Morris would no longer be even close to a match for him when the time came. At that time, Gravis would just leave. "Deal." Morris smirked. "Good," he said. "Then you can go visit your offspring. I can't understand why you are hanging on to them so tightly, but that's your thing. You can simply contact me when it's time to go." Gravis was not comfortable with the situation. Obviously, Morris hated him deeply. Yet, Morris had put benefits above his emotions and even called emotions a weakness. Sadly, that mindset was one that Gravis could empathize with. Back in the lower world, when he had still not confronted his feelings, he had thought the same thing. Emotional decisions would mostly end with a bad outcome, which was why he hated and suppressed his emotions back then. Yet, after talking to his mother, he realized that suppressing his emotions to have a greater shot at achieving his goal would invalidate his entire goal. Sure, he would be free in the end, but what then? Everything after that would be hollow. Gravis still didn't make decisions on an emotional basis, but he also didn't need to completely suppress and kill them. Gravis saw the danger in what such a mindset could bring in the end, but he didn't tell Morris. After all, the two of them were definitely not companions. Telling someone about their flaws would help them, and Gravis surely didn't want to help Morris more than necessary. After they returned to the highest world, their paths would split. The chances were high that Morris would be far out of his element in the highest world and would find a quick death. "When it is time, I will contact you," Gravis said evenly. Then he turned around and shot towards the south. It had been over 700 years since he had seen his children, and he wanted to know how everything was going for them. Morris only smirked. "I wish you luck," he said with a weird tone. Gravis furrowed his brows as he heard Morris. "I'm pretty sure that he doesn't know something I don't know about my kids." But his way of speaking just sounds ominous. Is this another way for him to rile me up emotionally? Gravis thought. Ironically, Morris had learned a lot about control while he had been Gravis' servant. Because of that, when Gravis talked to Morris, it felt challenging for him to gain control of the conversation. Gravis enjoyed being in control, and he was pretty good at gaining control over a situation, but it felt very difficult when he talked to Morris. "There's one thing I know for sure now," Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. "Morris is not stupid, and he is very dangerous. I guess most of my problems when dealing with him come from the fact that Morris knows a ton about me while I know nearly nothing about him. Our powers are comparable, but Morris is able to take most of the control for himself. Yet, I wonder, is my feeling of having control really factual, or have my opponents just not shown their hands? Morris is openly demonstrating his control of the situation, while others might keep it a secret." Gravis sneered. "Morris might not have realized it, but his conduct is very human-like. I shouldn't forget that I'm currently in a world filled with beasts, which normally are not the biggest fans of scheming. When I return home or go to the next world, I will come into contact with humans again, and humans like scheming. I must not relax and think of myself to be the intellectually superior one. Otherwise, I might die to my own arrogance." Gravis thought more about his mindset and how it might affect him in an environment filled with humans while he flew towards the south. He didn't want to admit it, but Morris' lesson had been incredibly helpful to Gravis and might even save his life in the future. "You hate me, and you probably want nothing more than my death. Yet you have taught me a valuable lesson, knowing that it might ensure my survival in the future. I have no idea if I should be thankful or not. It's like I'm a beggar, and you throw a ton of money at me with disdain. Should I be thankful or not?" Gravis thought. Gravis reached the southern territories pretty quickly. Surprisingly, no beast stopped him when he simply entered it. Usually, in such a time of crisis, everyone entering the region should be thoroughly questioned. After all, what if he was a spy? Gravis had expected to be questioned, but when he saw that no one came to question him, he stopped of his own volition. His spirit sense quickly found a level 2 emperor. "Hello, I am Gravis. Do you know of the whereabouts of my 3 children, Eris, Sarah, and Xianxia?" Gravis asked. First, the level 2 emperor felt rage and disdain that a mere king dared to contact him. But when he heard Gravis' name, he remembered him. Back then, Gravis had been known by everyone in power. After all, he was the most powerful king in the world by a huge margin. Yet, hearing something and feeling something was an entirely different concept. The level 2 emperor was very experienced in feeling danger. After all, one had to be experienced to become so powerful in such an environment. Because of that, the level 2 emperor used his instinct and feelings to get a feel of Gravis' power, and what he saw was terrifying. On the outside, the level 2 emperor showed no change in expression, but inside he was shocked beyond belief. He felt an incredibly terrifying feeling of danger radiating off of Gravis. This feeling even told him that if he were to anger Gravis, only death would await him. Such a feeling didn't rely on a law. After all, the law of danger only activated when someone had the power to threaten the user and had malicious intent. Gravis had no malicious intent, which was why the law of danger of the level 2 emperor didn't get triggered. What he was using was simply a feeling he had developed after fighting many life and death battles. After all, there was a reason why he was the leader of one of the most important defensive lines of their region. "Greetings, Gravis," the level 2 emperor transmitted back. "I know of the 3 beasts you're searching for. I will show you where they are." Gravis smiled and nodded to the level 2 emperor. Normally, he would have said thank you, but Gravis didn't want to make the level 2 emperor feel uncomfortable. An image appeared in Gravis' mind, showing the general layout of the southern region and where he could find his children. Yet, Gravis had to lift an eyebrow when he saw that image. His 3 children were far away from each other. "I mean, they can't always remain together, I presume," Gravis thought as he scratched his chin. After all, they are 3 different individuals with their own beliefs. The closest one is Eris. Let's check up on him first. With that said, Gravis shot further towards the south. Yet, surprisingly, after only some minutes, Gravis was stopped by someone. "Eris, are you crazy?" A nervous and scared voice contacted Gravis. "If the Tornado Emperor finds out that you have left your confinement, he will kill you." Gravis' mind immediately went wild. Confinement? What was going on? Gravis looked over at the origin of the voice transmission and saw a black snake, a level 1 emperor. By the looks of the snake, it felt very concerned and nervous right now. When the snake saw Gravis' eyes, it became surprised. "Oh, you're not Eris," the snake said with a sigh. Gravis quickly came closer. "No, I'm not Eris," Gravis said evenly. "I'm Gravis, and Eris is my son." Now the snake was taken aback again. "You're Gravis?" he asked in shock. "I am," Gravis said. "So what was that about confinement?" he asked with a cold tone. The black snake sighed again. "Your offspring is not allowed to communicate with each other or leave. If they try to do any of that, they will be killed." Gravis' eyes narrowed. "Oh? How did that happen?" he asked. "As far as I know, confining someone is very rare for beasts. Normally, we just kill anyone that acts against our camp. So, where did all this confinement business come from?" The black snake looked like it wanted to say something, but it kept silent. "Talking to you is already a risk. If word gets out that I'm giving you insider information, I will be ruthlessly killed. Don't put me into a dangerous spot," it said. Gravis' emotions were worked up, but he didn't want to make the snake's life difficult. Instead, he asked a simple question. "How powerful is the Tornado Emperor? You should be able to tell me that, at least." "Level 3 Emperor," the snake answered. Gravis narrowed his eyes. "That's enough for me," he said. Bang! Then, Gravis shot towards the south with even more speed. Gravis thought that something smelled very fishy here. If one of his 3 children had betrayed the land beast's camp, they would have been killed, and if they had done something not as devastating, they would be sent to the front lines. Keeping them confined like this would not help the land beast's camp at all. This meant that this confinement couldn't be for the greater good of the land beasts camp. So, the only other reason was personal gain. This tornado emperor wanted to gain something out of confining them. Yet, Gravis wouldn't jump to conclusions. He had just learned from Morris that his expectations and knowledge about the mindset of others might not be as accurate as he believed. Because of that, the first thing he would do is to find out the reason behind why all of this was going on. Then he would act accordingly. Gravis quickly came closer to Eris' place of confinement, but he couldn't reach it since someone intercepted him. Die! A powerful voice came, followed by a mighty and concentrated wind lance. Gravis had been prepared for a fight ever since he had heard that his children were in confinement. Because of that, he had always been cautious about anyone attacking him. Additionally, he had seen how the attacker had readied themselves. The sense of a beast could be likened to an echo of a bat. They could feel everything from a terrifying distance, but it wasn't very clear. Meanwhile, the spirit sense of a human was incredibly detailed. Because of that, Gravis had been able to see the shifts of expression on the level 3 Emperor, which allowed him to react to the attack. Yet, the wind lance had been terrifyingly fast. If Gravis hadn't seen the beast before it actually launched its attack, Gravis would have been severely injured, even if he already wore his armor. Whoosh! The will upon the wind lance was broken as a short burst of lightning allowed Gravis to sidestep the attack. Then, he looked at his attacker's appearance. It was a green, snake-like dragon. This dragon looked very similar to the golden dragon Gravis had fought in the past. Additionally, this dragon had 7 eyes on his head. Another beast that subconsciously emulates heaven's looks. Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. The dragon was shocked when he saw Gravis evade his attack. Not only had Gravis sidestepped the attack, but he had also made it impossible for the dragon to control his attack. This couldn't be Eris. Bang! Lightning exploded behind Gravis as he shot at the dragon. He used his entire speed with this acceleration, but thanks to his new laws, he hadn't spent much energy on the acceleration. The dragon's eyes widened in shock as Gravis showed far more speed than he had expected. Not even Eris was as fast as this new beast, and Eris counted as a very fast beast. Was this one of Eris' children? Bzzz. Gravis immediately put as much lightning into his saber as possible, which was about 70% of his total storage. Thanks to the increased power of his lightning that he had received by understanding several lightning-related laws, he only needed to use 70% of it to unleash a fully powered lightning crescent. Usually, as a beast with a wind affinity, the Tornado Emperor should have been able to barely react to such an attack, but Gravis' instantaneous actions without giving the Emperor any time to speak took him by surprise. Boom! The lightning crescent exploded onto the Tornado Emperor's body as a ton of beasts in the surrounding kilometers got consumed by the explosion. All the energy of the dead beasts was gathered by Gravis, allowing him to reach his peak again. RJH! The Tornado Emperor shouted with pain and hate as most of his skin was turned to dust. He had wanted to talk to this beast, but this insane beast had immediately attacked him. He had to pay. The scales of the Tornado Emperor started healing. Obviously, he had comprehended the law of skin growth. Yet, Gravis unleashed his will aura and law of suppression. Together with these two things, he unleashed his body composition law to destroy all the life energy that the Emperor used to heal his scales. Sadly, this was a level 3 Emperor, someone that was 4 levels above Gravis. Even with Gravis' mighty will aura, he wasn't able to stop the regeneration of the dragon's scales. Yet, it also wasn't ineffective. The Tornado Emperor had to use triple the amount of life energy he would have normally needed. Gravis had decided to attack immediately because of the Tornado Emperor's attack. The whole thing regarding his children was irrelevant to this decision. When someone with the power to kill him attacked him, even if it was by mistake, this someone was an enemy. Obviously, the Tornado Emperor had confused Gravis with Eris, but that didn't matter. If Gravis hadn't been powerful enough, he would have died. Panic broke out among the beasts. Such a powerful attack had been unleashed in the middle of their region? Such powerful battles were forbidden. This could only mean one thing. An enemy was invading their region. A ton of emperors assembled as they all shot at Gravis. Yet, their bodies all started to turn to dust as they came closer. "If you involve yourself in this fight, you will die," Gravis transmitted to all the gathered beasts. "This green snake thing has attacked me first, and only he is my enemy. Keep yourselves out of this fight, and nothing will happen." Usually, these beasts wouldn't believe something like this, but the fact that all their bodies were turning to dust convinced them that they maybe shouldn't involve themselves. Instead, all the emperors gathered the kings and led them away from this area. As soon as they retreated, all their bodies stopped turning into dust, which relieved them greatly. Such a death would be meaningless. Meanwhile, the Tornado Emperor looked at Gravis with hatred. "Who are dash bang?" Gravis immediately shot at the Tornado Emperor again as he loaded his saber with another lightning crescent. Then he unleashed it. Boop! But this time, the Tornado Emperor had been prepared. His body quickly transformed into a thin string, which curled around the area where the lightning crescent would hit. Yet, Gravis was not so stupid that he would use the same tactic twice. This had only been a feint from him, and he hadn't unloaded his lightning crescent. Instead, he held his hand towards the thin string. Brrrr! Gravis immediately unleashed his law of heat with as much power as he could muster. Such a thin string had a terrifying amount of surface area, and the more surface area there was, the more effective temperature became. The string immediately turned into a ball as it rapidly began spinning. SSSSSHHHH. A terrifying wind picked up in the surroundings to push Gravis away. Right now, the Tornado Emperor was at a disadvantage since Gravis had taken the initiative. This meant that he had to reset the current fight and gain some space. The brief run-in with the Law of Heat had injured his scales, but he could quickly heal this minor damage, even if he had to use a lot of life energy to do so. Bzzz. Yet, against all expectations, Gravis seemed to not be affected by this wind. This attack had been far too hasty and too dispersed, which allowed Gravis to completely destroy the wind with his law of wind composition. Gravis' eyes shone as he saw his opportunity, and he slashed downward with his lightning crescent. Suddenly, a thin and sharp tail came out of the ball. Behind the tail, a storm exploded as it shot at Gravis with unreal speed. One had to remember that this was an Emperor 4 levels above Gravis. His speed far outclassed Gravis' speed. Because of that, the tail hit first, breaking Gravis' attack. Bang! CRK. SSSSS. The tail hit Gravis at the waist, creating a powerful cut in his armor. Yet, as soon as the outer armor was penetrated, a terrifying amount of freezing, pressured gas shot out of the cut. As a last-minute resort, Gravis had influenced the gas inside his armor with the law of cold. The pressurized gas came out and froze the entire tail. As the tail froze, it died, and with it, the will upon the tail. With Gravis' law of composition, he turned the frozen tail into dust. All of this played out in a split second. Even if Gravis managed to destroy the Tornado Emperor's tail, the force behind the attack still broke his entire waist and shot him into the distance until he hit a mountain, which his body quickly destroyed. Gravis had to spit out some blood as some of his organs nearly got crushed into nothingness. If he hadn't had his armor, he would have died immediately. This was the power of a beast 4 levels above him. Even a single, casual physical attack could end him. The Tornado Emperor gnashed his teeth as he regrew his tail. Yet, he didn't know the law of muscle growth, which only allowed him to regrow the tail as a blade. Of course, that was still better than nothing. But now, the Tornado Emperor finally had space and could reinitiate the fight. With a powerful explosion of wind, the Tornado Emperor shot at Gravis again, who was still reeling from the attack. The Tornado Emperor shot at Gravis with unreal speed, who had barely any time to react. Even with his new speed-related laws, the speed difference between him and his opponent was just far too difficult to overcome. Gravis immediately replaced his current suit of armor with a new one. If he got hit without having the gas between his armor pieces, he would get destroyed. Xing! A powerful wind blade was unleashed by the Tornado Emperor, which destroyed this suit of armor too. Even with the law of wind composition weakening the attack was still terrifying, and Gravis' entire right side got decimated. Bzzzzz. A lightning net appeared in the air, which Gravis used to pull himself away. With his level 2 law of lightning manipulation, he could finally control this entire net, and with his law of magnetism, he could pull himself to wherever he wanted. Because of this, the next follow-up attack of the Tornado Emperor missed. Gravis immediately got another suit of armor and healed his body. Then, he used his speed in tandem with the law of magnetism to shoot at the Tornado Emperor. He had to go all in since a reinitiation of his part would end badly. He had to immediately turn it around. Bang! A concentrated explosion of wind pushed Gravis away as the Tornado Emperor shot another wind blade at Gravis. Gravis' will aura wasn't powerful enough to destroy this attack with the composition law of wind, but it could weaken the attack quite a bit. Bang! Yet, Gravis' lower body was turned to mincemeat again as he healed himself and summoned a new armor. If this continued, he would run out of life energy very soon. He had to do something. A ton of rocks suddenly appeared as Gravis shot all of them at the Tornado Emperor. The Tornado Emperor only sneered as he charged at Gravis again. He wouldn't be fooled by these rocks. Bang! Yet, one of the rocks exploded with lightning, which shocked him for a short moment. This was one of the rocks created with the law of loaded earth. It wasn't there to hurt the Tornado Emperor but to take him by surprise and shake his mental state. CRK. Gravis' saber hit the tail blade of the Tornado Emperor, barely breaking the skin and touching the bone. Unleashing a lightning crescent at this tail would be a waste of lightning. Instead, Gravis had other plans. SSSSSS. With the skin broken, Gravis could unleash his body composition law on the bone of the tail, which quickly turned it brittle. Then, Gravis switched his saber out for a new one. Such a switch came instantaneous thanks to his spirit space. SSSSS. Crack. The bone in the tail froze as Gravis loaded his new saber with his law of cold. He had prepared a lot of different sabers for different laws. This one was attuned to the law of cold, which allowed him to use this saber as a proxy to influence the bone of the Tornado Emperor. Another explosion with lightning arrived, and the tail of the Tornado Emperor was cut off again. The Tornado Emperor felt the pain and attacked Gravis with his maw, but his law of danger quickly made him abort. The Tornado Emperor had also comprehended the law of danger, and he felt that if he went through with this bite, he would die right now. So he attacked with one of his claws instead. Yet, this short moment of indecisiveness gave Gravis enough time to realign himself and summon his shield. Additionally, Gravis even had enough time to parry the attack instead of blocking it. The force of the attack made Gravis' body spin around as he replaced his saber with another one. Using the force of the spin, Gravis unloaded a lightning crescent at the widely open Tornado Emperor. Boom! The lightning crescent hit, and the Tornado Emperor lost all his scales again. Additionally, since his tail had been cut off, the lightning crescent also managed to destroy a lot of muscles at the tail end. By now, the total length of the Tornado Emperor had been cut down by 20%. Gravis' lightning storage had fallen to about 25%, but he had also damaged his enemy. But this time he wouldn't let up. The Tornado Emperor was a mess of blood as he tried to gain some distance to regenerate again. SSSSSS. Yet, as he shot into the distance, he was surrounded by intensely cold air. If one stayed still inside the domain of the law of cold, one wouldn't have as many issues, but if one moved rapidly through the cold, it would become fatal. All the oozing blood of the Tornado Emperor froze as the microorganisms inside him couldn't break through the ice to regrow his scales. Sadly, this also ate up a terrifying amount of Gravis lightning. Freezing the outside of such a powerful emperor was terrifyingly energy-consuming. The Tornado Emperor was very experienced, and he quickly found a way out of this situation. Instead of wasting more life energy to regenerate himself, the Tornado Emperor made bones break out of his right claw, which quickly extended. Additionally, these bones were shaped like blades. The Tornado Emperor now had a massive claw of bone blades. So, instead of retreating, he swiped this claw at Gravis. Bzzzzzzz. Yet, the lightning net around Gravis used its magnetism to pull these bone blades apart, barely allowing Gravis to squeeze through them. With that, the Tornado Emperor was open again. Seeing that Gravis was about to attack him again, the Tornado Emperor decided to sacrifice one of his trump cards. Xing. A new arm suddenly appeared at the Tornado Emperor's side as it punched through Gravis' torso. Gravis had already realized that the Tornado Emperor knew the law of disguise, which he had used to change his body shape, but Gravis still wasn't fast enough to react to this arm. The arm punched a hole through Gravis' torso. Yet, the arm was not big enough to kill Gravis in one strike. The Tornado Emperor had seen Gravis' defensive capabilities and used a smaller version of his arm. If he had used one that was big enough to instantly kill Gravis, he would also hit a bigger area of Gravis' armor, which would injure Gravis even less. The Tornado Emperor smirked victoriously as he unleashed his body composition law to turn Gravis into dust. Yet nothing happened. Instead, Gravis quickly retrieved his ice saber again and cut off the arm that penetrated his torso. SSSSS. The cut-off arm turned into dust as Gravis absorbed it, regaining about half of his lightning. The Tornado Emperor became enraged. Bam! He instantly increased the size of his body as he hit the entire lightning net surrounding them. He had to get rid of this lightning net first. SSSSS. Additionally, the heat of the lightning hitting his body melted the frozen blood, which quickly allowed him to regrow his scales. Yet, instead of regrowing his tail, he decided to simply close it off with scales. Regrowing the tail would cost far too much life energy, and he was already running low. Gravis hadn't expected this move, which allowed the Tornado Emperor to rebuild his defense and weapons. Then, the Tornado Emperor summoned more bone blades as he charged at Gravis without any hesitation. This will become troublesome now, Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. For a short moment, silence reigned as both combatants didn't immediately attack. Gravis had to plan how to win against the Tornado Emperor. Killing him wouldn't be easy at all, especially since he had comprehended the law of disguise. This law could change his body and give him many chances to evade any decisive attack from Gravis. Meanwhile, the Tornado Emperor felt waves surging inside his being. He still couldn't believe that he was actually fighting a king and not a level 3 emperor. Gravis was not as fast as him, not as resilient, and his attacks were not nearly as powerful. Yet, Gravis' incredible amount of fighting tactics and laws allowed him to seemingly counter everything the Tornado Emperor threw at him. By now, the Tornado Emperor knew exactly who Gravis was. A king that was able to fight a level 3 emperor? That was absolutely impossible except for one beast. This could only be the elusive Gravis that he had never seen before. The Tornado Emperor couldn't imagine anyone else that could achieve such a ridiculously powerful battle strength. The Tornado Emperor regretted that he had jumped the gun. He had wanted to find an excuse to kill Eris, Sarah, and Xianxia for many years now, and when he had seen Gravis, he hadn't even thought about the fact that this beast was Gravis. At most, the beast could have been one of Eris' offspring. Yet, he just had to attack Gravis, and now he was having a lot of issues. Gravis was not someone the Tornado Emperor had wanted to mess with, but that had been in the past. Now, he couldn't let Gravis survive. At this moment, the Tornado Emperor could still kill Gravis, but if Gravis became an emperor himself, the Tornado Emperor would only die. He had accidentally stepped upon a perilous path, and now he had to walk it to the end or die. By now, the watching beasts also came to the correct conclusion. In the beginning, they had believed that it was some kind of sea beast invading, but after they had seen the appearance of Gravis and his unreal battle strength, they realized that all of this had only happened because of a misunderstanding. Yet, the fight had already begun, and both of them had unleashed several killing shots by now. There was no way to salvage this situation. If they were human, maybe someone would jump between them and say that it was a misunderstanding and try to even the tides, but that was not how beasts were. If someone tried to kill them, they would not rest until the enemy was dead. Meanwhile, many kilometers away, Eris sat inside a cave as he clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth. "This is my prey, father," he said to himself with anger. "This is my enemy." Yet there was nothing that Eris could do. He was still a level 1 emperor, and he could not fight 2 levels above himself. His plan had been to bide his time until he had become powerful enough to kill the Tornado Emperor. Sadly, his bothersome father had to turn up now. "Fine, you are more powerful, so you deserve to pick your prey first. But that is not how it's always going to be, father," Eris said silently with battle intent. Even though Gravis' spirit sense could reach Eris, He had no time to be distracted right now. One moment of carelessness and Gravis would die. I need to find out more about his laws, Gravis thought. I need to know which laws he knows so that I can plan my attack around them. Bang! Gravis exploded forward again as he readied his saber with another lightning crescent. Yet, even if that lightning crescent perfectly hit the Tornado Emperor, he would probably still be able to heal himself. This meant that Gravis had to play this smartly. The Tornado Emperor saw Gravis shooting at him with his full speed, and his eyes shone. This was a chance. Suddenly, a powerful pressure assaulted Gravis. It was like the surrounding air had gathered and constricted his movement. Yet, surprisingly, it didn't stop his movement forward and only made it impossible for him to stop or evade. This meant that he was now a sitting duck. This is probably one of his level 2 laws, Gravis immediately thought. The law of pressure, an element-neutral law which has a connection to the wind element. His other level 2 law should be that powerful wind blade, which even when weakened, has still managed to destroy half my body. The Tornado Emperor also charged forward as one of his humongous bone claws swiped at Gravis. With his law of pressure suppressing Gravis, Gravis couldn't possibly evade this attack. Bzzz. Suddenly, Gravis transformed into lightning, surprising everyone. Then, something even more shocking happened. The pressure around Gravis seemingly lost its target as the wind gathered in one spot and then dispersed again. It was like the wind couldn't interact with the lightning. Yet that wasn't the end of the surprises. Seemingly defying all physical concepts, Gravis immediately stopped in the air without any inertia. This movement looked surreal and unnatural. Whoosh! The bone claw missed since the Tornado Emperor couldn't have predicted such an instantaneous stop from Gravis. What had Gravis done? He had transformed into lightning and had then used his law of lightning stasis to bring himself into a stasis. His whole being gripped the surrounding space as it kept itself stationary in the air. Gravis' lightning transformation was no longer his primary way of battling, but it still had its advantages. Gravis immediately transformed back and slashed at the Tornado Emperor with a lightning crescent. The Tornado Emperor looked at the approaching lightning crescent in shock, gritted his teeth, and unveiled his last trump card. Boom! The lightning crescent exploded onto the ground as it missed its target. Yet, instead of feeling frustrated, Gravis' eyes shone. I knew that you still had a trump card hidden away, he thought. Many kilometers away, the Tornado Emperor had reappeared. Yet parts of his body had been destroyed, and he looked very exhausted. The reason for that exhaustion had been his last trump card. This was the level 2 law of wind speed. Wind was traditionally seen as the fastest element, but that was only true in the earlier realms. As soon as someone reached the immortal realm, light would become the fastest element. Yet that wasn't all. As soon as someone started comprehending the speed-related laws of lightning, lightning would also be considered faster than wind. This level 2 law of wind speed was the last and most powerful burst of speed that the wind element would ever achieve. Out of all speed-related level 2 laws in existence, this law was by far the fastest. Yet, every advantage came with a disadvantage. Using this law made it nearly impossible for the user to even react. Its speed far outclassed the user's own mind. Additionally, the instantaneous acceleration put a severe burden on the body. Lastly, creating such an insane speed cost a ton of energy. Beasts had far less energy than humans, which was also the reason why they didn't use their level 2 and level 3 laws as much. Right now, the Tornado Emperor only had around 30% of his energy and 40% of his life energy remaining. Yet, he could still fight with his peak battle strength. On the other hand, Gravis was low on lightning again. With this small amount of lightning, Gravis couldn't unleash another lightning crescent for quite some time. Yet, Gravis had gotten what he had wanted. He had unveiled the last relevant law, which the Tornado Emperor had comprehended. With this new knowledge, he could plan something. This is more troublesome than I initially had believed, Gravis thought. I need to immobilize him for quite some time to unleash my killing blow, which will be hard with the law of wind speed and disguise. I don't see a way that will help me to immobilize him now, but I have to try either way. If I succeed, I survive. If I fail, I die. Isn't that what tempering is all about? Gravis thought with narrowed eyes. Clank! And suddenly, the Tornado Emperor was encased by a terrifying amount of armor. Gravis was using his destroyed and spare armor sets to immobilize the Tornado Emperor. Yet, this would be immensely difficult since Gravis couldn't fuse them without expending nearly all his lightning. It was a long shot, but it was the only thing Gravis could try. The Tornado Emperor became panicked as he realized that a ton of powerful metal had appeared around him. He quickly transformed into a thin string again as he violently moved around. Gravis did his best as he tried to use the force of his spirit to keep the metal pieces moving so that the Tornado Emperor couldn't move. Yet, this task burned his spirit crazily. The Tornado Emperor saw that just trying to get out didn't work. CRK. So, he used his bone claws to tear at the armor pieces with great effect. The armor was not nearly powerful enough to resist the physical attacks from a level 3 Emperor. Gravis realized that this was not enough, so he threw something else into the mix. Bang! Suddenly, when the Tornado Emperor wanted to transform into a bigger form, he felt incredible pain. It was like something unbreakable was constricting his body. He quickly turned back into a string and looked at the offending object. It was an obsidian ring, which had appeared around his body. Yes, this was the obsidian ring that Gravis' father had given to him. Its size was nearly perfect for constricting the string form of the Tornado Emperor. The Tornado Emperor could wiggle out of it, but Gravis held it in place around the Tornado Emperor's body with his spirit. As long as the Tornado Emperor couldn't shoot out in a straight line, the ring would stay on. Yet, this didn't stop the Tornado Emperor from attacking the armor around him. With every passing moment, more of the armor was torn to shreds. I need something harder, Gravis thought with gnashed teeth. With panic, he searched around in his spirit space until he found something that could help him. Crack! The Tornado Emperor unleashed another attack, but instead of destroying more armor, his bone claw broke into pieces. He had just hit something incredibly hard. What had he hit? A small, weird device had appeared. This was something that Gravis had totally forgotten he even had. Initially, he had bought this device to discern the types of materials he came across in a natural world. Yet, it had become obsolete after his father had taught him forging. This was the small scanner which Gravis had bought from the scammer along with the life ring. It might not have any actual uses thanks to Gravis' knowledge, but it was still something that had been created in the highest world. This meant it was very hard. Gravis saw how effective the small scanner was and looked at it. Surprisingly, it didn't have a single scratch. By now, Gravis knew a lot more about materials. This meant that he also recognized most of the materials inside the scanner and could see its properties. If the scanner was only hard, it would have been broken. Yet, the scanner was also flexible like a medium-complex material. This scanner exhibited all properties of all the materials Gravis knew, and his eyes shone when he saw it. This was what he was aiming for. Move! Gravis ordered with his will as he tore at the scanner. Slowly, a ton of knowledge appeared inside Gravis' mind as he realized how he could make the scanner's form change. Boom! And with this, Gravis had comprehended his first level 3 law by himself. Gravis' eyes shone with light as all matter in the world suddenly made sense. I know matter, Gravis proclaimed as the armor pieces and scanner started to warp. The materials of the scanner were too powerful to be manipulated by Gravis normally, but that was no longer the case. He couldn't forge the scanner's materials, but he could warp and change them. The scanner slowly turned into 2 cups that tried to press the Tornado Emperor together. The Tornado Emperor attacked the cups, but the only results were broken bones for him. So, he quickly decided to change his tactic. He let the part of his body encased by the ring remain small as everything else turned humongous. The force of the expanding body pushing against the armor put a huge strain on Gravis' spirit. A ton of new materials appeared as Gravis summoned them with his spirit space. Then, he manipulated them so that they also started encasing the Tornado Emperor. Sadly, the Tornado Emperor was still too powerful and fast. Whenever Gravis nearly managed to encase him, the Tornado Emperor would slip out at the last moment. Bzzzzz. A new lightning net appeared around the Tornado Emperor as it took a hold of the different materials, moving them around with magnetism. This cost Gravis a lot of lightning, but it gave him the edge he needed. The Tornado Emperor saw that it became harder for him to break the armor, so he changed his tactics again. Die! Bang! Out of nowhere, the Tornado Emperor suddenly unleashed an impossibly powerful wind blade. This probably had over half his remaining energy inside it as it shot at Gravis. This wind blade was too fast. Gravis had no way to evade. Gravis would die. Time slowed to a crawl as Gravis felt like nothing was moving. It was like this moment would keep going forever. As Gravis saw his doom approaching, he only smirked. Interesting, he said. Xing. Gravis turned into lightning as the wind blade shot through him. 90% of his being was destroyed by the wind blade, barely leaving him alive. This was not just energy or lightning that had been destroyed. This was Gravis' foundation and being that had been destroyed. Gravis turned back into himself, but he had changed. Right now, Gravis was no longer a level 5 king. Right now, he was a level 4 king. The Tornado Emperor was enraged and shocked when he saw that Gravis had survived. But he also felt that Gravis had become much weaker. This was his chance. It's over, Gravis said slowly and weakly. The Tornado Emperor wasn't sure if Gravis was giving up, but his question got answered quickly. Bzzzzzzzzzzz. Suddenly something appeared. I know your laws and your movement. You can't survive, Gravis said slowly. Beside him, several gigantic circles of metal appeared, which aligned in a row. Behind them, a majestic and powerful spear floated in the air, filled to the brim with lightning. Gravis had had this attack prepared since the beginning of the battle but couldn't unleash it unless he was able to restrain his enemy. After all, this attack took a while to wind up. Seemingly in slow motion, Gravis took a hold of the spear as the saved-up lightning in the rings started to break out violently. Goodbye, Gravis said. Bang! Then he threw the spear into the rings. The lightning inside the rings hit the spear as they all shot it forward with increasing speed. Yet, the onlookers and the Tornado Emperor were confused. The spear was moving so slowly. It moved with the speed of a level 5 king, and even after it left the last ring, it was only moving with the speed of an average level 2 emperor. Sure, that was pretty fast for an attack from a level 5 king, but nothing that the Tornado Emperor couldn't evade, even in his current circumstance. The weakness of my attack has been solved, Gravis said with a smirk. Then he snapped his fingers. Bang! CRK. The Tornado Emperor couldn't comprehend his current situation. He looked down at his body, at the spear sticking out of his chest. What? Hadn't the spear been many kilometers away just now? How had it entered his... Boom! And the Tornado Emperor exploded into lightning. How had all of this happened? This was Gravis' new attack, which he had developed at the Ultimates meet, and it required Gravis to save up 100% of his lightning in different objects. The rings had a collective 10% of lightning inside them. The spearhead had 20% of lightning inside it, and the hidden spike beneath the spearhead had 70%. Gravis would throw the spear into the rings, using different lightning laws to accelerate it to a ridiculous speed. This speed was equivalent to a fast level 3 emperor. Yet, hadn't Gravis' spear only moved at the speed of a level 2 emperor? Where did that additional acceleration come from? The answer to that was Gravis' new law. Gravis smirked as he absorbed the lightning of the dead Tornado Emperor. I know time, Gravis whispered to himself. Yes, Gravis had comprehended the level 3 law of time. When he had been close to death, he had felt time slow to a crawl, which had given him his last push. The vicissitudes of perceived time had been a huge part of Gravis' life. Because of time, he had forgotten the faces and voices of his family. Because of time, he had made a new family. Because of time, he had found a new home. Because of time, he no longer felt young. Because of time, he had made many friends. Because of time, his old friends had vanished. Because of time, his mindset had changed. Time was a primal force, and it affected everyone and everything. Gravis had always thought about time and its effect on his life, which allowed him to subconsciously gain insights into it. With this new law, Gravis had slowed down the time of the spear by half. Because of that, it appeared to move slower than it actually was. Then, when the Tornado Emperor thought that he could evade the attack, Gravis switched the time manipulation. Instead of slowing it, he was doubling it. This made the spear seemingly teleport. From the speed of a level 2 Emperor, the spear suddenly accelerated to the speed of a level 4 Emperor. As soon as the spear hit the chest of the Tornado Emperor, a minuscule lightning crescent exploded, which destroyed the defenses of that spot along with the spearhead. Thanks to this, the hidden spike inside the spear could penetrate the Tornado Emperor's body. When the spear was inside the Tornado Emperor, the actual attack would be unleashed. 70% of Gravis lightning, a fully powered lightning crescent, exploded from inside the Tornado Emperor's chest. The law of time had allowed Gravis to boost the speed of his attack to such a degree that it was almost impossible to evade. Yet, without the materials keeping the Tornado Emperor occupied, he might have been able to use his law of wind speed to escape. Both of Gravis' new laws were integral to his victory. This attack had been designed by Gravis to kill people and beasts that thought of themselves as immortal thanks to their defenses. This was an attack specifically made to instantly kill any slow and defensive opponent. These Immortals felt their defenses to be infallible, but this attack would show them that they were definitely not immortal. This attack demonstrated mortality with a single strike. Because of that, Gravis gave this attack the appropriate name, Mortality. Gravis stood in the air as he absorbed all the lightning with closed eyes. He immediately became a level 5 king again, but there was more than enough energy to make him into an emperor. Because of that, only seconds later, Gravis already started to feel the evolution approaching. Gravis' body started vibrating as he envisioned his new body. His fighting style had changed, and with his new fighting style he needed to make some alterations to his body. He no longer needed to focus all his power into a physical attack. Now, he needed variety and flexibility to make use of as many laws as possible. Gravis' body became bigger as time passed, but that was irrelevant. Starting at this realm, one could exhibit their full fighting power also in a small size. Because of that, Gravis didn't care about the actual size that his body would reach. Yet, that was only the beast part of him evolving. While his body was changing, his lightning and spirit were also changing. Gravis had a feeling that he had to move his lightning into his spirit, which he followed. He felt no feeling of danger from this act. His lightning entered his spirit quickly, and in a matter of seconds, all his lightning had seemingly vanished. Gravis watched as the lightning inside his spirit space started to gather into a tight ball. After some more seconds, the ball began to vibrate violently. Gravis felt like something was building up inside of him, and he let it build up until it exploded forward. Bang! The small ball of lightning exploded, and the explosion hit the walls of Gravis' spirit space. Usually, such an explosion would be devastating for the spirit of a cultivator, but Gravis felt no pain. In only an instant, Gravis saw how all his lightning vanished into the walls of his spirit space. Bang! Then Gravis' spirit sense seemingly exploded. It began to stretch into the distance as its range increased by more than 10 times. On top of that, everything seemed to be so much clearer. Gravis had already been able to see everything clearly before, but one wasn't able to envision how it would be like if they could see and feel even better. All the minuscule particles in the air appeared in Gravis' vision, and with his knowledge, he understood them. He saw the energy inside them and how they worked. Everything that he saw just made sense. This was the only way it could be described. As he gazed upon the world, there were no questions, only answers. Everything that had confused him in the past just made sense now. This is why it is called the law comprehension realm, huh? Gravis thought in a rare moment of peace and tranquility. Right now, only he and the world existed, nothing else. Boom! So this is temperature, Gravis thought as the level 3 law of temperature seemingly appeared in his head by itself. It's actually so simple. How have I ever been stuck at something like this? What was the use of the level 3 law of temperature? The use could be described as very useful or nearly useless, depending on who was asked. Its use was that the temperatures could be controlled more finely and a little more intensely. Yet, the big part was the energy requirement to keep the law running. There wasn't any. As Gravis existed, so did the temperature around him exist. If Gravis wanted, everything would burn. If he wanted, everything would freeze. If he wanted, everything would be nice and temperate. Temperature was a state of matter and energy, and that was it, just a state. Using the law of cold and heat had consumed a lot of energy from Gravis in his previous fight. Because of that, he hadn't been able to keep it up indefinitely and could only use it in short bursts. Now, there was no limitation to it. This is a supporting law, Gravis realized with his newfound clarity. The law of temperature can be used by itself, but that is not where its true use lies. Its true use lies in its ability to change the other temperature laws. As long as I understand another level 3 temperature law like extreme heat, I would be able to use its power without needing any energy. This would grant me unlimited usage of the powers of an offensive level 3 law. Gravis looked upon the gathered beasts, which looked at him in wonder and reverence. Gravis had killed a level 3 emperor as a king. This had never happened before. Bang! Suddenly, a storm of fire appeared as it shot at Gravis. This firestorm came from a level 2 emperor, which realized that Gravis was weak now. He was in the middle of his evolution, and this was the ideal moment to strike. Why did this beast attack Gravis? Because it feared what would happen to the southern region. One of their leaders had angered Gravis, and there was a chance that Gravis might extend his anger to the southern region. Nearly every beast knew Gravis, but none of them actually knew him. If one knew Gravis, they would know that Gravis wouldn't do that, but they didn't know him. As far as they knew, Gravis could be a petty and exploiting beast. The fire stopped before Gravis like it had been halted. Gravis turned his gaze to the fire as the panicked beast behind it turned into dust, which was quickly absorbed by Gravis lightning. Gravis lightning had been absorbed by his spirit, but that didn't mean that it had vanished. In actuality, this was exactly what everyone went through when they reached the law comprehension realm. The only difference was that instead of lightning, they used energy. Gravis lightning and spirit became one. Now, there was no longer a distinction between them. His lightning was his spirit, and his spirit was his lightning. Earlier, his spirit had only been attuned to lightning. It had still been its own thing, but now it turned into the same thing. This meant that his lightning now carried the power of his spirit, and that his spirit now carried the power of his lightning. This increased the power of both of them. The only drawback was that both of them drew from the same well now. Gravis' spirit had become so powerful that he could stop an elemental attack from a beast an entire level above him. Stopping this attack was no different to him than controlling his armor pieces. At the same time, for other level 2 emperors turned to dust as their energy was absorbed by Gravis. Gravis had seen that they had also wanted to attack him but would wait until someone else attempted it first. Yet, that didn't matter to Gravis. They had planned to attack him, and because of that, they were his enemies. The surrounding beasts became panicked as they thought that Gravis was going on a rampage. Fear took a hold of their minds as they scattered in all directions. This was a crisis for the southern region. Gravis didn't bother to explain himself to them. After he became an emperor, the workings of this world were no longer relevant. Why? Because with the exception of Meadow and Heaven, nothing was a danger to him anymore. Right now, these scattering emperors and kings appeared to Gravis like the weak spirit beasts appeared to an emperor. They existed in the same space, but they lived in different worlds. A spirit beast wouldn't explain itself to an energy beast. An emperor wouldn't explain themselves to a spirit beast. And Gravis wouldn't explain himself to an emperor. Gravis no longer inhabited this world. Right now, he was only a visitor that would soon leave. Yet, there was something that interested Gravis. The flame he was currently holding. At the same time as he looked at the flame, all the elements of the destroyed emperors also got pulled to him by his spirit. He saw water, wind, lightning, and nothing. The last one had no elemental affinity. Gravis only looked at the gathered elements before him as he smiled. So, these are the elements, huh? Boom! With that, Gravis understood the level 3 law of the elements. His laws of elemental matter, elemental force, and all the small mixed elemental laws fused into one to become an impossibly powerful level 3 law. Gravis smiled happily as he saw that his prediction had come true. The elements are only an entryway. SSSSHHH. And then, something shocking happened. Around Gravis 8 balls appeared. To his top right was a ball of fire. To his top left was a ball of water. To his high middle right was a ball of earth. To his high middle left was a ball of air. To his lower middle right was a ball of metal. To his lower middle left was a warping ball of wood. To his lower right was a ball of darkness. To his lower left was a ball of light. 8 elements appeared around Gravis, but all 9 elements were present. Gravis was the lightning, yet that wasn't the end. Even further outside was a gigantic ring with the 10 mixed elements. 18 elemental balls could be seen hovering around Gravis as he smiled. RRRRK. At the same time, his evolution finished, and with it came 2 new arms. Back then, Gravis saw no point in having more than 2 arms. After all, he could only put his entire muscles behind 2 of them. Yet, that had only been a fitting body for his old fighting style, which had pursued powerful and explosive strikes. Now, Gravis' fighting style had changed to one filled with variety and complexity. And with this fighting style, a new body was required to perfectly utilize it. If Gravis could only control one element, he wouldn't need more than 1 arm for a shield and 1 arm for his saber, but that was no longer the case. Now, Gravis could control all the elements. An elemental seed is just that, an elemental seed, Gravis thought. An elemental seed is something that humans use to convert energy into the elements, and creating such an elemental seed is not difficult at all. I know the elements, Gravis said to himself. Only beasts need an affinity to control an element. We humans can control any element we want. We only have to understand it first. Gravis' humongous, 20-kilometer-tall body shrunk until it was only 2 meters tall. Sure enough, even with this size, I can feel the full power of my body, he thought. His evolution had finished and he had changed. The laws were clearer. His lightning had fused with his spirit, and he had grown 2 additional arms. But more than that, Gravis felt calmer. Yet that didn't come from his evolution. That change came from his understanding of time. Time itself was unchanging, but it changed everything it came into contact with. At this moment, Gravis remembered something he had said casually once, which had been thrown back at him by his father. I am me, and that won't change no matter how much I'll change, Gravis said with a smile. It sounds cheesy, but it has some truth to it. Enemies come and go. Friends come and go. Family comes and goes. Even my home changes constantly. Yet, my current relationships, home, and being are just temporary. As I change, everything else changes, and that's how the world works. Who cares about losing your home when you will automatically find a new one with time? Gravis asked himself. How dare you destroy my southern region? A violent transmission suddenly came from a distance. Shortly after that, a mighty rhinoceros appeared near Gravis. This was the leader of the southern region, the only level 4 emperor. Gravis didn't look at the rhinoceros. Instead, he dispersed his elements and looked at the ground. Do you feel it? Gravis asked. For some reason, Gravis' words intrigued the rhinoceros. What? Gravity, Gravis said. It permeates everything, no matter if it is living, dead, an element, or a force. It doesn't matter. Everything is affected by gravity, no matter what it is. I feel it, Gravis said with a smile. Gravity is a force acting upon time and space itself, and since everything lives inside space and time, gravity also affects everything. Boom! Boom! Gravis understood the law of gravity, and with him, the rhinoceros also understood the law of gravity. The rhinoceros was a beast with an earth affinity, and it had quite some connection with the concept of gravity. Gravis' words had enlightened the rhinoceros, making it understand a level 3 law. The rhinoceros became shocked as it suddenly comprehended a level 3 law. He had become an ascender? He had managed to reach this step? The rhinoceros closed his eyes as he reveled in the feeling of understanding. Then, Gravis appeared directly in front of the rhinoceros. Sorry, But I need food, and your mismanagement of the southern region is the best reason I can find, Gravis said sheepishly. The rhinoceros became confused. Wa-Xing. And the rhinoceros was dead. Gravis knew that he wouldn't be able to find any enemy in this world anymore. Everyone knew him and no one would attack him. Yet, Gravis needed food to become a level 3 emperor. At that time, he could take on the Striders. This meant that he had to be morally flexible and consume beasts that hadn't attacked him previously. He didn't enjoy it, but when it came to his path to power, he could also do cruel things if necessary. He wasn't about to waste thousands of years just to wait for someone to attack him. With this strike, Gravis had doomed the southern region to fall to the sea beasts. Of course, Gravis had already accepted that every action of his would have devastating consequences to the weaker beings. Yet, that didn't mean that Gravis wouldn't try to minimize his negative impact upon the world. His spirit encompassed a huge part of the southern region as he spoke to every emperor. I am Gravis, and I have killed the Tornado Emperor and your level 4 Emperor. If you want to survive, you will gather at the northwestern border with your entire following in 3 days, Gravis announced. The emperors couldn't believe what they were hearing, but if their level 4 emperor didn't speak up, it had to be true. Beasts were not as skeptical as humans. The powerful were right, and Gravis had shown to be the most powerful. Because of that, nearly all emperors immediately followed Gravis' orders. Then, Gravis looked at Eris, who had left his cave by now. Eris was looking at Gravis with awe. Today he had seen what supreme power was. Additionally, he had never seen his father truly fight someone. Back when Gravis had fought Morris for the first time, the three of them had retreated and couldn't watch the fight. Gravis' fighting style and usage of the laws had awed and inspired Eris. Especially the last display of the many elements had shocked him beyond belief. Eris looked bitterly at his hand. Bzzzzz. A small lightning bolt appeared inside his hand, and he looked at it with a lost expression. What's the use of this punishment lightning when someone can just comprehend all elements? Eris asked himself. Oh, you know punishment lightning, Gravis said with a smile as he appeared in front of Eris with a smile. That's great, but I'm not a fan of your words. Don't you know that if you push something to the limit, no amount of variety can protect your enemy? You should know that as an emperor. Eris sighed as he closed his hand. I know, he said. I only felt melancholy about my current lack of power. Yet it is only that current. Gravis was a bit taken aback, but his smile quickly returned. Then, he put his hand on Eris' head and stroked his scales. You've truly grown, Eris, Gravis said with a loving tone. Eris felt something stir inside him as he heard his father's voice. For some reason, these words made him happy. Then, Gravis lightly slapped Eris' shoulder. Gravis had to control his power to not injure his son since he had just become a level 2 emperor after absorbing the rhinoceros. Come on, let's get your sisters. Then we'll have a proper reunion, Gravis said with a laugh. Eris sighed with a bitter smile. Yes, father. Gravis and Eris flew into the distance, gathering the other two. Eris had already become an emperor and had comprehended several laws regarding lightning, which made him very fast. On the way, Gravis broadcasted his announcement several more times since his spirit wasn't big enough to envelop the entire southern region. He knew that his rise to power would damage the world for thousands of years, and it would take a long time to recover. Yet, he had a plan to rectify it as much as possible. In a matter of minutes, the two of them reached Sarah, who had been in confinement in the middle of the southern region. These gigantic distances, which had taken Gravis weeks and months to travel when he had been a lord, were now nothing more than a stroll to him. Sarah noticed Eris and Gravis approaching. By now, she had already heard Gravis' announcement, so she knew that their father had come. Yet she didn't know how to feel. Her two siblings seemingly had some kind of connection to their father, but she just felt nothing. Gravis simply felt like another companion of hers. Nothing more. She didn't dislike him, but she simply didn't feel anything special for him. Of course, some things had changed. For example, she now felt reverence towards her father, but that was only due to his power. The three of them were no longer inexperienced children. After all, one shouldn't forget that all of them were over 800 years old now. Because of that, Sarah knew how difficult it was to jump levels inside the Emperor realm. Back when Gravis had first come into contact with them, jumping several levels didn't seem as difficult. But now, they all truly knew how hard it was to jump more than one level. Even though all three of them had managed to comprehend punishment lightning without any issues, it only allowed them to jump a little more than one level. Average level 2 emperors were no threat to them, but level 3 emperors would be a sure death sentence to them. "Hey, Sarah," Gravis said with a smile as he appeared before her. Sarah nodded. "Hello, father," she answered. Gravis noticed the subtle changes inside his daughter and felt a bit pained. He knew that Sarah was more beast than his other 2 children, and with that came a natural apathy towards her family. Gravis knew that it wasn't her fault, but it still stung a little. "Come on," Gravis said with a smile as he gestured towards her. "Let's get Xianxia. Then we can have a proper family get-together." Sarah wasn't the biggest fan of talking to Gravis due to her complex emotional relationship with him, but she felt drawn to her siblings. Her eyes fell upon Eris for the first time in over a century. "Have you become more powerful, brother?" she asked evenly. Eris sighed as he averted his gaze. "I have, but I've also realized that my power is not nearly enough. There is much more I can do," he said. When Gravis heard Eris' words, he smiled. He had really changed from his arrogant self. Eris' arrogant personality had always worried Gravis, especially since it had been so hard to show him the disadvantages that such a personality brought with it. Gravis hadn't even been sure if his short demonstration back then had helped, but even if it hadn't, the last 700 years had definitely changed him. Gravis also knew one of the reasons why Eris had changed. From Eris, Gravis felt a very similar feeling as from Azure. This made Gravis pretty sure that Eris had comprehended the level 2 law of pride. The law of pride reflected the true and positive nature of pride. Since Eris had comprehended this law, he had also comprehended the advantages and disadvantages of pride. One could say that Eris knew the problems of pride even better than Gravis. The law of pride worked similarly to a will aura. Yet, instead of an unshakable will impacting the mindset of an enemy, it was the boundless feeling of pride and confidence in oneself. One could liken it to fighting someone powerful that was incredibly confident in their power without being arrogant. From Sarah, Gravis felt no special level 2 law. It could be that she had also comprehended a level 2 law, but if she had, Gravis had no familiarity with it. Eris and Sarah talked about their progress in the laws as they followed Gravis to Xianxia's place. In comparison to the other 2, Xianxia was at the front lines towards the east. Gravis wasn't sure why she was at the front lines and why the other 2 were not, but he would surely hear their stories soon. Xianxia noticed the 3 of them approaching and smiled towards them. "Hello, father, brother, sister," she said with a friendly tone as she greeted each one of them. Gravis was sure that Xianxia was more human than beast. She had always shown the most emotional reactions out of all of them. Even when she had been only a demonic beast, she had already hunted with schemes. Eris was probably a perfect mixture between beast and human, which was also the reason why he had the most issues. His beast personality and human personality clashed with each other, with none of the 2 emerging victorious. Gravis looked at his youngest daughter and smiled warmly. "Hey, Xianxia, let me just deal with something, and we can all talk," Gravis said as he shot into the distance with incredible speed. The 3 siblings looked at each other. "It must have been hard for you, sister," Eris said with a sympathetic tone. Sarah also looked at Xianxia with some pity. Xianxia only smiled. "I would be lying if I said that it wasn't frustrating, but everything worked out, right?" she asked with a chuckle. Eris sighed. "I wasn't powerful enough," Eris said with some guilt. "Hey!" Xianxia shouted as she punched Eris' shoulder. "You don't need to look out for me. It's not that you're not powerful enough, but that I'm not powerful enough." Eris looked at the raging war, which was still going on at the coast. "I'm the leader, which means that I need to deal with the most powerful enemies." "All right, I'm back," Gravis said as he appeared beside them. He had just informed the rest of the southern region about his announcement. "Now, first things first. Hoop, pack, Gravis became bigger as he grabbed all three of them and pulled them in a bear hug. The three of them were quite surprised by their father's embarrassing conduct. Xianxia chuckled as she hugged him back. Eris was conflicted as the feeling of embarrassment and warmth came into conflict with him, while Sarah only let it happen without doing anything. She just had to wait for it to be over. Gravis didn't much care for their current emotions. He was just happy to see them, and he wanted to hug them, no matter if they wanted it or not. After some seconds, Gravis let them go and returned to his normal size. "So, first of all, what's up with all this confinement nonsense I've heard about?" he asked. Silence reigned for a couple of seconds, and Gravis lifted an eyebrow. "It was my fault," Eris said. "Don't overvalue your power," Sarah said like she had been offended. "You might be more powerful than me right now, but that doesn't mean that I was not also a danger." "It was because of our rapid growth," Xianxia said after Sarah. Gravis looked at Xianxia. "Tell me more," he said. Xianxia looked towards the raging battle with even eyes. "A little more than a century ago, all of us managed to understand punishment lightning together." Gravis nodded. He had expected something like that. Gravis had been made up of punishment lightning himself, and he had already expected them to have a crazy affinity towards that type of lightning. It wasn't shocking to him that they managed to learn a level 3 law so quickly. The Earthquake Ultimate saw that dash. "Wow, wait a second," Gravis interrupted Xianxia. "Earthquake Ultimate? As far as I know, there are no ultimates left in this world." Sarah snorted. "That's what he called himself after our southern region was cut off from the other regions," she said with disdain. "The Earthquake Ultimate is or was the level 4 emperor of the southern region." "That rhinoceros?" Gravis asked. Xianxia nodded. "Yes, that was the Earthquake Ultimate," she said, but then had to chuckle. "It's ironic that you didn't even know his name when you killed him." Gravis leaned back as he sat on the ground. "Calling yourself an ultimate even though you're not is kinda ballsy but also conceited," he commented. The three of them were a bit surprised by Gravis' choice of words, but the phrase was pretty accurate. "When we managed to understand punishment lightning as kings, we quickly became emperors," Xianxia continued. "When the Earthquake Ultimate saw that he had 3 new emperors with a level 3 law each, he became troubled." Gravis frowned. "Why?" "He just had to ignore you, and you would leave this world sooner or later." The three of them looked with a bit of confusion at their father. Xianxia sighed. "You've really been away from the world for too long," she commented. Gravis rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. "Probably. So, could you explain?" Xianxia nodded. "The issue is food and power," she said. "The world is not the same as it has been in the past. Tempering among land beasts stronger than lords is nearly non-existent now due to the constant threat of the sea beasts. This makes it difficult for us land beasts to become more powerful without fighting the sea beasts." Gravis scratched his cheek. "I still don't get the issue. So what if you have to fight the sea beasts?" "Sea beasts are also food." Xianxia sighed again. "From an individual standpoint, yes," she said. "But from our region's standpoint, no. You might not know this, but due to the intensity of the war, we are losing more beasts than we gain new ones." "How come?" Gravis asked with surprise. "The sea beasts," Sarah said from the side. "A couple hundred years ago, their fighting style changed. Back then, they only fought to become more powerful, but suddenly, they changed their approach. Now, they are fighting to eradicate the land beasts." Gravis scratched his chin. "A couple hundred years ago, huh?" he muttered. "That should have been when Orthar became a level 5 emperor." The three of them were shocked and confused. First of all, who was this Orthar? Second of all, there was a level 5 emperor. Gravis noticed their expressions. "Oh, Orthar is the supreme leader of the sea beasts," he said. Now, the three of them were even more shocked. "The sea beasts have a level 5 emperor?" Xianxia asked with shock. Gravis nodded. Then, he decided to tell them about his history with Orthar. They almost couldn't believe that some low-rank spirit beast that Gravis randomly found in the ocean had become the supreme leader of the sea beasts and made them basically the overlords of the world. "I'm pretty sure that Orthar has no interest in eradicating the land beasts," Gravis said. He is very logical and only cares about his own power. Eradicating the land beasts brings him no gain. Right now, he is only waiting for me to become powerful enough to ascend so that he can hitch a ride. Xianxia scratched her cheek as she looked at the ground, thinking. Him becoming a level 5 emperor fits the time frame, she said. From what I've heard of you, this Orthar probably stopped caring about the land and sea beasts after he became a level 5 emperor and stopped doing anything. Gravis nodded. Probably. This means that someone else must have taken to ruling the sea beasts, Xianxia said. And their goal is different from Orthar's. Now everything makes much more sense. Can we get back to the topic? Gravis asked. Why were you losing more beasts than gaining them? Kings, Sarah answered evenly. The kings started getting involved in the non-essential areas. They know that we have only limited space, which means that our beast production is capped. The sea beasts have the entire ocean outside the continent to recruit new members, but we don't. Because of that, Sarah continued, they decided to cut off the tempering for our lords. Kings started randomly appearing at unimportant areas, killing every lord they found. This made it very difficult for our lords to survive, and without a steady stream of new kings, eventually, we would run out of kings and emperors. By now, Gravis had a pretty good grasp of the situation. But they still continued attacking, Gravis presumed, making it difficult for you to help the lords to survive. Yet, the lords still need to become more powerful. This probably means that the lords are eating each other, right? Eris kept himself out of the conversation mostly as he watched the ongoing battle in thought. Xianxia nodded. That's the only way for us to remain alive as a region. Now, with the background information explained, you can probably find out how the Earthquake Ultimate felt when he saw 3 new emperors with level 3 laws. Gravis frowned. From a beast standpoint, I still can't understand why he would confine you. Yet, from a human standpoint, I can see sense in that, Gravis said. Father, Xianxia said, are there humans that act similarly to us beasts? Gravis nodded. Sure. There are a ton of humans with different personalities. Some of them will… Ooh! Gravis suddenly exclaimed as he understood. Yeah, if there are humans that act like beasts, surely there would be beasts acting like humans. Now, everything makes sense. As soon as Gravis considered this from a human standpoint, he immediately managed to connect the dots. The Earthquake Ultimate saw his position of power in jeopardy, Gravis said. The fact that he called himself the Earthquake Ultimate already showed how he saw himself. As soon as the region split apart, he was probably ecstatic since he was now the undisputed leader. Additionally, he saw the shrinking number of level 4 emperors. There aren't even enough level 4 emperors alive to create a single level 5 emperor now. This means that if you 3 were to rapidly ascend the rankings, he would have to end up as food. The lack of food basically forces you 3 to consume him, Gravis said quickly. Yet, killing you would be a huge waste. If the current situation continues, the southern region would sooner or later die out, and he doesn't want his position of power to be threatened. So, logically, he would keep your powers suppressed while using you as labor to weaken the sea beasts as much as possible. Gravis scratched his chin. This also explains why you were at the front lines, Xianxia. He probably disallowed you 3 from tempering yourselves or consuming other emperors, and he probably forced you to hunt down kings and lords without end. Additionally, since he had to oversee the southern region, he didn't have any spare time to keep watch over you 3, which was why he commissioned the Tornado Emperor to keep watch over you. Gravis remembered the rapid attack from the Tornado Emperor. But the Tornado Emperor was a typical beast, and he was probably not happy at all to oversee some, to him, weak level 1 emperors. He was probably hoping for the chance that one of you disobeyed any orders so that he could kill you without angering the Earthquake Ultimate. That was why he attacked me so happily and suddenly. Gravis looked at Eris. Do you actually know how often it happens that beasts confuse me with you? Eris nodded. A couple 100 years ago, others also constantly confused me with you. Gravis leaned back. Man, that must have been annoying and boring, he said. Only being allowed to kill weak kings and lords. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. Annoying? Sarah said with some rage. You call that annoying? She shouted with more anger. Gravis was taken aback by this sudden shift. What was up with Sarah? Gravis also noticed that Eris gritted his teeth and that Yersi had a bitter smile. Our path to power had been cut off, Sarah shouted. Two of us were not allowed to leave while our sister had to kill unworthy beasts. Killing unworthy and weak beasts disrespects our power and what we have gained in our life. Gravis only looked with confusion at his 3 children. He could very well imagine himself in this situation since he had a lot of experience with suppression. Yet he really couldn't see this as more than annoying. I mean, I get what you're saying, Gravis said. That's why I called it annoying. However, I honestly don't get why you 3 are so worked up over this.